It was a bit sudden for the main character, but he was reborn in another world. Everyone would have thought he was reborn as a Jiryum, but that wasn't the case at all because this guy was reborn as a monster. To be more precise, he was born half-human, half-orc. The main character was born in an orc village. 3 baby orcs mocked his mother, saying she was a female knight. The second orc cub asked him not to call himself an orc too in that case. The hero was the weakest in their opinion. Even though he was the son of the village chief, the children thought he was just a disgrace to the orcs. A girl approached them unnoticed, thinking that the orc was playing with his friends. The orc children immediately fled when they saw the knightess. As they ran away, they offered the hero to suck their mother's tit, laughing at him. The boy looked at his mother unhappily and asked what she wanted. She guessed that he was being abused again, but no one forbade to give him back. In response, the hero asked her to shut up. The girl tried to explain to him that you don't talk to your parents like that, and that his mom didn't raise him like that. But the guy thought that they were bullying just because of her. 2 years after his rebirth, when he was still very young, he thought he was lucky to have a beautiful mom. She enjoyed the moments when she breastfed him, but that was all in the past. Because she was human, he looked like a human himself. He was only a small weakling, and wished to be born a true orc. The girl was at first surprised at such a temper, but then smiled back at him. She knew this from her own experience. He was right in that he was weaker than the other children, but that didn't make him weak. The boy realized that when his mother smiled, she was most dangerous. The girl smashed the trees and rocks behind the young man with just one swing of her sword, lightly catching the top of his hair. She was a human woman by orc standards, and she was barely stronger than a child. But she had willpower, magic, and swordsmanship. By training these aspects, she was able to become strong. She had already told the hero that he was only weak because he didn't want to be strong himself, that's LL. The orc thought about it, in which case, his mother suggested that he start training together and get stronger. Not that he needed the strength. He didn't see any use for it in this peaceful village. Besides, his intuition told him that his mother would give him a Spartan workout. His mother was upset as she believed that the young man was ruining his talent. Structurally, his body was closer to a human body and it was suitable for fencing. He also inherited magical power and heightened senses. The orc was weak compared to other orcs, but his muscles were still stronger than a human's. He had inherited the human skills and the strength of an orc. If he trained, he could become the strongest. The girl smiled and once again offered the orc to train with her, but the hero shouted that he would do without. The mother didn't understand why he was refusing her. After all, if he was weak, the lovely girls would not allow him to impregnate them. The boy's jaw dropped. He couldn't understand. How could she say such a thing with a smile? But according to his mother, he had never yet thought of becoming like his strong father, a strong man that girls would want children from. It was said that in the past his mother had been the strongest knight of mankind. When he and his father first met, the then demon lord was at war with humans. Naturally, they met on the battlefield. Having fought thousands of monsters and won duels with countless famous swordsmen, she thought she was the strongest until she lost to his father. For the first time in her life, she was defeated. No matter what tactics or techniques she used, her father crushed them with boundless strength. And that's when Mum fell in love with him. The girl exclaimed that she still remembered how she felt then. Her body and soul were screaming that she wanted his seed and that she wanted to give birth to him. She was forced to accept that she was a woman and women wanted to give birth to a strong child. The mother asked her baby to listen and told him that if he didn't become strong, he would only have 2 choices. Either live his whole life with an ugly woman or remain a virgin for life. With that being the case, she suggested that he start working out. The guy brushed her off and said he didn't want to become popular anyway. Plus, he didn't think girls were cute. He didn't understand why. Maybe because he was reborn or looked like a human. Although he thought his mum was beautiful, he couldn't say the same about the orcs. The girl told her son that it was because he had never seen a pretty girl. After all, the world outside of this village is vast and full of pretty girls. But he didn't have to worry, because his mum believed in him. One day Orc will tell her that he would like to become stronger, and that he would like to make the girls obey and knock them up. But Mum would never say such a thing out loud. Taking Orc's hand, she suggested he go home. Today they were to have an important event that only happened once every 10 years. Mother and son walked home, and the girl shouted to her dear that she was home. The big orc noticed that they had returned. The hero's father was just a huge and pumped-up orc that looked down on his son sternly. But abruptly he changed when the girl ran up to him. He leaned towards her and they kissed in front of the dejected hero. The hero also decided to notify his father that he was home, and his father greeted Orc. There was a meeting of tribal leaders today and many guests were to come. He would want his son to watch and learn from them. The boy clearly hadn't expected this. The leaders of the 8 tribes met to strengthen the bonds. Once every 10 years, they brought their families with them to the gathering as part of the tradition. And today was to be his first meeting. The girl looked with delight at the exquisite table with various dishes and huge meats and told Orc that it was worth it. She turned to her son, who looked at her in silence. He admitted that he was not at all thrilled. His mother answered him that the other leaders would bring their lovely daughters, and hoped the lad cared at least a little. But that was exactly the reason he didn't want to be here. Orcs had customs of what an orc had to do to prove himself. Of course, bringing home a knocked-up girl of another race was a long-forgotten custom. Even among the adults, only father followed this custom. All races hated their orc race, all because of this custom. The girl looked sternly at the orc. But immediately her gaze became surprised, trying to figure out what was confusing him about it. Probably just her mindset. The guy thought they were no better than animals. He wasn't sure if his mother had even seen how children of other races looked at them. But the mother tried to explain to Orc that a real orc didn't take women against their will. After all, only trash forced a woman to copulate, and she would only consent to it if she was happy about it. The hero so understood that this was from her personal experience, and the mother smiled. She told her son that he still had much to learn about romance, and she wanted to teach him. She wanted to teach how to check to see if a woman really didn't like being induced to coitus. They could say they didn't like it, but the body didn't know how to lie. And in that case, she wanted to tell how to discern this, but the hero asked her to stop. Orc's father sat at the head as they finally waited for all the new arrivals. The group of new arrivals notified the orc leader that they had arrived. All sorts of races came in that resembled both humans and animals. These races made an alliance with the orcs. Races that the hero had never seen because of his cloistered lifestyle. Here at the entrance appeared girls that were daughters and representatives of different races. They had beautiful figures that amazed the hero. The guy said they were really cute. These girls were completely different from the orcs. The elves had enchanting golden hair and light green eyes. The orc immediately wanted to fondle her long ears. The fox race had fox ears and fluffy tails. He crazily wanted to smell them. The other girl, however, seemed so fleeting to him that he just wanted to hug her. He couldn't take his eyes off the contrast between her black wings and snow-white neck. He wanted to get these girls at any cost. The mother looked at her astonished son and told him that they were girls. She asked him if he would like to get to know them better. The boy nodded his head contentedly in agreement. When the adults finished their difficult conversation, it was time to have fun. They would be able to talk a lot and get to know each other better. Then the boy thought they would sneak away. Eventually night fell and Orc went out on the roof of the building to look at the moon and think things over. He was desperate because he couldn't get close to any of them. In fact, they tried their best to avoid him. He was absolutely frustrated that they just ignored him. They didn't even give him a chance to try to talk to them. The desperate son was approached by his mother, who told him that the meeting was over and the girls had gone home. The sad boy replied that he couldn't get along with them, but he didn't understand why this happened. In tears, the hero thought it was because he was an orc. The girls from the other races hated orcs. He decided that he'd rather not meet them at all than experience this. His mother agreed that orcs were hated, but that wasn't the point. He was just weak. Orcs had a mysterious power, the kind of power that revealed the true nature of women. The orc looked at his mother, not knowing what she meant. His mother only wanted to tell him something, even though he thought she was a pervert, and the boy was surprised that she knew it. All women wished to take the good seed into them and give birth to a strong child. But Orc could strengthen that desire. To be short, the stronger he was, the higher the chances that women would spread their legs before him. The hero was simply shocked, hardly believing these words. He wanted to make sure that his mother was not lying, but the girl answered honestly. She tried to tell the hero that he was rejected not because of his race, but because of his weakness. She told him that if he became strong, it would be enough for him to push the girl against the wall once so she would start begging to be impregnated. Orcs rule in this, and the guy was suddenly glad he was born an orc. He got to his feet and exclaimed that he was going to be strong. It would be enough for him to make every girl want to have a child with him. The mother finally waited for these words, for she had waited so long for them. After seeing those cuties, he could never agree to be with an orc girl in his life. He wanted to become strong and asked his mother to make him that way. The girl told her son that he could count on his mother. The Azure Thunder hero was ready to make a man out of him. There were still 4 years until the coming-of-age ceremony, and that was more than enough time. When he became an adult, he wanted to go traveling and meet many women. Mom let out a tear as she looked at her son, who had grown up to be a wonderful man. He was determined to seduce and impregnate them all. If he becomes strong, he will be able to impregnate these lovely girls. To make this dream come true, Orc decided to start training with his mom. His mom was right there ready, and the guy was shocked that she was already ready to train. He thought she was just messing with him because it was already midnight, but the girl wasn't sure they had even 1 extra second. The guy was supposed to become the strongest in the 4 years left before the coming-of-age ceremony. That was true, but the hero was very tired, for a lot of things had happened today. The girl was upset at first and wanted to agree, but suddenly took out a jar of pills and said that it was a drug that would help him forget about the fatigue and pain. If he drinks it, there will be an explosion in his head and he will stop feeling pain. The boy shouted that this drug was dangerous, hoping his mother would listen to him at all. Fatigue was an important signal to the body that it was time to rest. But actually, she would like to remind that Mom had to ask for help from her friends to get ready for the day. The hero understood everything and would like to know where is his sword for training in that case. But the girl didn't understand about what. Learning the way of the sword from her at his current level of physical and mental fortitude is tantamount to suicide. The basics were to train her body first, and running was the best option for that. She ran ahead and asked her son to keep up, and the boy ran after his mother. It had been a whole 3 hours since they started their run, but surprisingly the hero was not tired at all. From the word, he didn't feel tired at all, but his body was clearly unable to move the way he wanted. The girl noticed that apparently the hero was already close to his limit. She used regeneration and healing magic on it. She explained to Orc that he needed the training to load his body more than it could handle, thus destroying his body. It would then recover and adapt so that he could withstand a greater load. And since they didn't have the option to wait for his body to recover on its own, she would infuse magic into him to activate and speed up his natural recovery and heal his damaged body. This was a secret training method passed down in the Foreman royal family. If one did this for 3 days and 3 nights, any weakling would be as strong as an ordinary soldier. The hero was shocked when he realized that they would run like this for another 3 days. The mother agreed with his assumption. They would run for 3 days and 3 nights to train his body, and by going beyond it time after time, he would train his mind and heart as well. Smiling, the mother also warned her son that she would not allow him to sleep. The hero pulled a smile on his face and thought about the fact that his mother is a demon. The other orcs watched his training and laughed, thinking that he was about to be finished. His mother was feeding him tortillas as she walked, and the boy wondered what kind of tortillas she was feeding him every hour. The girl said it was something incredible. It was a powerful food created by a great sage. It contained all the essential nutrients and helped regulate the body's water balance. The hero, hearing about the sage, asked how she got them. His mother got them from her teacher, though now they were just having a drink together. She liked to tell him about her son's growth. On the other hand, Orc didn't care, for they had been running for the 2nd day and his mind was almost at its limit. The mother wanted to agree with him, but suddenly behind them came the roar of a certain monster that began to chase them. The boy with wild cries immediately rushed forward and the girl asked her son, how did he like it? The Orc was shocked, guessing it was his mom's doing. She had just unleashed a lust for killing and nothing more. She had just incredible strength and lust for killing. She smiled sweetly at her son and said she'd release it again if his legs relaxed for even a second. The hero was creeped out by her. At that moment, his whole life flew before his eyes. And in fact, she was also running around with him all this time, all 2 days. The guy decided that she was definitely a monster. His mother was an unusual person, and this training was getting results. He could feel his body getting stronger all the time. Mother must have been convinced to the core that this was the best way to train him. But there was only 1 day left and the girl asked him to double their pace in that case. Barely keeping up with his mother, the boy asked the lady to stop. Pointing his finger at her, he shouted at her that he would go crazy like that, but this couldn't be allowed to happen. No matter how effective a workout is, if you finish it without motivation, the results will drastically deteriorate. At times like this, in her opinion, it was worth shouting. One could inspire oneself if one shouted out one's goal. The guy's jaw dropped because after all they've been through, that's all they rely on. But attitude was very important, for in the end it was the strength of his feelings that propelled him forward. Orc was asked by his mother why he wanted to become strong. After a little thought, the boy replied that it didn't even need to be asked. When he saw those cuties from other races, his world was turned upside down. Now his mother asked him to do as she told him and shout his wishes. The boy certainly wanted to get them all, determined that they would be his. His mother loudly ordered him to scream even louder, and the lad began to scream for copulation. That was what it took, and the girl ordered him to speed up. As she kept her count, the lad shouted out his goals time after time. The orc children watched their training with disdain, shocked at such motivation. So they ran all day and all night, and the lad shouted out his true goal time after time, which he would surely achieve. By the end of the day, the lad had gone completely mad, and like a madman was shouting the same thing, his most cherished wish. The orcs who looked at the guy thought he was completely crazy. The other orc thought it was the result of their mocking him. Finally, they reached the finish line, and the guy immediately collapsed to the ground. The girl was glad they'd made it through 3 days of hellish training. Now his body and mind had to be strong enough to withstand the training with his mother. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken 3 months to be so resilient. Mother and son smiled at each other. She patted the boy on the head and praised him for handling it well. When they got home, she asked him to have a good meal, wash his face, and rest. She allotted him about an hour and a half for everything, but it was too little for him. Taking her son in her arms, she asked him to release the spiritual energy and let it flow throughout his body. That way, even an hour and a half can feel like 6 hours. They only had 4 years left, so they would have to calculate the time for his sleep as well. If they continued to train at this pace for 4 years, the guy was no longer confident that he would live to see that point. The mother tucked her son into bed, and he felt something warm spreading through his body. He realized it was spiritual energy, and it seemed pleasant to Orcus. His father came over to them, and his mother told her husband that Orc had finally decided to become strong. She was still worried and surprised at the end that he was able to run to the end, but he was their son after all. The father asked his sleeping son to become strong, because even later and it could have been too late. The girl agreed. They didn't know for sure how much longer he could contain the power flowing in his veins. The power was too great, and the boy might not be able to withstand it, and it would have to be sealed. As the boy dozed off, he could hear his parents talking, but he didn't understand what they were talking about. After all, he had trained himself thinking he was weak. His father thought it was funny that a hero and demon lord was crushed by a rampaging 5-year-old boy. His mother would have liked to tell him all about it, that he had inherited his father's strength. But Orc was their child who would ever be able to match that power. The mother still could not wait for that day and turned to her dear husband. She wished he would stop speaking in Orcish dialect when they were alone with her, for he was hard to understand. But the Orc refused, for if he didn't speak like that all the time, he might one day mispronounce it. For the former, he was quite famous. But the woman thought that he had already disguised himself, and yet he was still worried that he would be unraveled by his manner. She called him a fool, but there was nothing to be done about it. After all, he was the leader of the Orcs, and one had to live up to the status. That was why she had asked him to do it only when they were alone with her. The boy pressed his lips together, thinking that this was probably just a dream. He was sure he was dreaming because his father was talking freely, and he was talking about a demon lord and a hero. He decided that he nevertheless needed a good night's sleep, for their Spartan training with his mum was to continue tomorrow. Meanwhile, close to dawn, a horse-drawn carriage was already approaching the village. The boy who was looking out the window told the old man that the Orc village where Miley lived was already visible, before the sun had even risen. His mother suggested that Orc should work out to the fullest today, but it was still dark outside, and Orc couldn't understand how she had stayed so alert all this time. After all, she had also been running after him non-stop. It was because she knew how to use spiritual energy and could stay awake for 10 days without any problems. She also reminded him that the battle they had with his father had lasted a whole fortnight, and the hero was convinced that she was definitely a fucking monster. The boy had thought they'd start sword training today. That was true, or rather, she would like to agree with him. But first he had to meet his teachers who would help him become the strongest. But the hero didn't understand what it was all for. After all, she could teach him everything herself. But the girl replied that she could not teach him everything by herself. She could only teach him the use of spiritual energy, sword techniques, and a little magic. But the hero thought that was more than enough, Besides, she said that it would take him 10 years to become a sword master. That was true, so he needed to train at least 20 times harder than usual. These 3 days were the preliminary training. The hero was shocked that that run turned out to be only a preliminary training. A carriage pulled up to them and his mother said that they had arrived. The doors opened and a man came out to them that followed them. He greeted the girl and said that it had been a long time since they had seen Azure Thunder General, Miley Forland. He thanked her for the invitation. Miley was pleased to see Mr. Helf Landorl in good health. Helf could finally have the opportunity to thank her for all she had taught him. He promised to share with her son all of his knowledge that had helped him create the Landorl Company. The boy was surprised when he heard about the Landorl Company. After all, it was one of the most prosperous human companies. From socks to weapons, there were goods for every taste. And it was that man who made that company what it was now. He was a true god of merchants. The hero didn't understand how it was that his monstrous mother was able to call someone like him. Another dark figure appeared from the carriage and walked out to meet them. This person couldn't believe that the boss had actually married. This guy never thought that the princess could change so much. He smiled and suggested that she talk about old times, for he was sure that his stories would bring her boy to tears. The girl smiled sweetly and asked him not to bring up the past in the presence of her son. After all, he obviously didn't want her to punish him, after which Miley called him a crybaby Roland. Upon pronouncing his name, the hero thought it was familiar. Miley would like him to train her son in martial arts and spiritual energy control, and Roland agreed with her. He swore on the honor of the martial arts king Roland Bell that he would make her son an excellent fighter. After these words, the hero remembered the martial arts king, Roland Bell. He had become and was the champion of the martial arts tournament 3 years in a row. He was the strongest among humans, a master of hand-to-hand combat. His mother was familiar with that merchant and this guy, still not understanding how they were related. While he was thinking about it, another dark figure appeared behind him. Turning around, the guy was simply shocked. Opening his mouth in surprise, he found his coin and looked at its image of the man. It was the same man who was depicted on the coin. The old man smiled sweetly at the sight of Miley. He thought it would be better for her to move from this orc village to the castle. But the girl apologized and told her grandfather that she liked it here. The orc was shocked that she called him grandfather. The old man was obviously upset by this but had to agree if she was happy. He was shocked when he found out that she was marrying an orc, but seeing her smile, he was glad she was married. His gaze switched to his son. With tears in his eyes, the old man stroked his head, happy to finally see his great-grandson. He decided that he would raise him to be the next heir to the throne and teach him the essentials such as how to understand politics and laws. It was the former King Vorio Forland himself who was wise, and he couldn't have found a better teacher. The boy didn't even know what to answer. He looked at his mum in shock, asking her what was going on here. After all, according to their stories, he was the great-grandson of the former king. Miley looked at her son in surprise, remembering that she hadn't even told him that. Before marrying his father, she was the princess of the Forland Kingdom, and she was also the chosen hero. Everyone who had arrived at their place today were her friends and relatives, and they had known each other for a long time. Orc's jaw dropped, not realizing how she could marry an orc and live in the middle of nowhere. Besides, the wise king was now feeding him sweets while his mouth was open. Apparently, there was one thing missing, and the king agreed with Miley. Even compared to them, his schedule was even tighter. Roland had come at the boss's request, but to tell the truth, he himself really wanted to meet the man. Mr. Helf also wanted to meet him, because without him, their company wouldn't have become so big. He must have been an incredible person since everyone respected him so much. Suddenly, they noticed huge wings that hovered right above their heads. But when they descended to the ground, they ended up being small. The wings disappeared, leaving only a small drop of some kind of slime that made an incomprehensible quiet sound. The hero couldn't tell if it was slime, but as soon as everyone took a closer look at it, they immediately bowed. Everyone, including Orc's mum, bowed to the slime, and one guy stood there, not understanding what was going on. Miley told the teacher that they were waiting for him, and the slime made a low squeaking sound again. The boy thought that someone who could sense magical energy would realize how absurd this was. Such a thing simply couldn't exist, for the creature was like a star. If it released its power, it would be able to destroy a country in a matter of seconds. It was completely incomprehensible why a weak monster like the slime had such power. With these thoughts, rays of light began to break out from the slime. In an instant, the slime interrupted into a dark-haired tall guy that looked at the guys. Roland surmised that he was the legendary sage Merlin in Light. Merlin in Light's name was mentioned in many stories and legends. His name is carved into the history of both humans and monsters. A great sage, a great hero, and a living legend. It was said that he accelerated the development of human civilization by 300 years. He approached Miley and said that although he gave her the right to make one request, he didn't think she should ask for her son's education. On the other hand, he thought it was very much like her. The girl thanked the teacher for agreeing to listen and accept her selfish request. He asked Miley to lift her head up, for he also had a native daughter and could understand her feelings. But to teach someone who had no talent would be a waste of time. He asked for permission to evaluate her son and approached the hero, raising his hand above his head. After a little silence, Merlin agreed. He saw that his potential was enough for him to undertake his training. But still he was inferior to his third daughter. Miley apologized to her teacher and said that her dear Orc's true talent lay in his swordsmanship and spiritual energy. But the sage Merlin said that this was not so, and that his second daughter was still better than him. The girl asked in that case about his pure power, and the sage replied that on the whole it was not bad. But his daughters were still better than him, especially because they were cute. But Miley didn't agree with him and said that her Orc was also good-looking. But the wise man chuckled, thinking what if she had seen his daughters with her own eyes. But after a little thought, he asked her to forget it, for he could not let them meet such an embodiment of lust. But in her opinion, it was the fact that Orc was the very embodiment of lust that made him awesome. The boy shamefully lowered his head and mentally asked his mother to disagree that he was the embodiment of lust. But now all the teachers were now assembled, and the girl told her son that they were the best teachers she had gathered to make him the strongest. The hero decided that she had clearly overdone it. Yeah, you could conquer the whole world with them. And actually, the guy decided that there was no way he could learn so many things at once. But under normal circumstances, he would have. So they would have to get past the norm and start cramming all this knowledge into him. Miley told her son that, with teachers like that, nothing was impossible. But the hero wasn't sure it was worth going to such lengths to get stronger. But Miley thought it was necessary because if he lost his sword, he could rely on his fists, i.e. martial arts. In this case, he could impregnate a lot of nice girls, and for this he needed a lot of resources, that is, he needed to understand the economy. To fit into human society, one had to know their history, political system, and laws. Having a lot of girls under your wing is essentially the same as being a king. This is where the knowledge of how to run a country would come in handy. All this knowledge will definitely help him achieve his goal of impregnating the cuties. The boy decided that his mother was right. If he doesn't have at least this knowledge, coitus with the best of the best girls will remain a dream. The boy in despair decided that he was wrong and that the path to the harem was more complicated than he had imagined. And yet all these great men are here for him. With their knowledge, he would be the perfect man and could become popular. He asked his mom and teachers to take care of him and shouted that all the cuties would be his. All the teachers led by his mom were happy to hear such determination and clapped for him. At that moment, he couldn't imagine that medicines, magic, and other cheating would be used during the training. Even hell would seem like heaven compared to his training. A satisfied mother held out the training schedule to her son. He was just shocked. Here was the schedule for the entire 4 years ahead, and it was second by second. Orc noticed some stars in the schedule and decided to ask his mother what they were. The star showed the day when the time rift created by the great sage Merlin in Light would be available for use. Inside this rift, the flow of time was slowed down, and 20 days inside was equal to 1 day outside. The hero was shocked, deciding that nothing was impossible for this sage. And just such a stellar day was today. The hero had an exceptionally bad feeling about it. But first in line was Roland, that he agreed with Miley and promised to start by putting into the hero's head how to use spiritual energy. In this day, 20 days to be exact, she would like him to teach Orc the basics. If possible, from her sensation to concentrating on her own will. But Roland decided to remind her about something she should have understood perfectly well. It took at least 5 years to reach that level. But that was the case for an ordinary human, and the girl let him deal with him as harshly as he wished. The Orc was her child after all, and he couldn't be killed so easily. Besides, he was gifted. Roland agreed in that case and asked him not to complain in case he died. The teachers laughed at this and the boy felt embarrassed. He did not understand why they were treating it so lightheartedly. In that case, Sage Merlin conjured some magic circles. Roland called the boss's son with him, not remembering his name, and the guy shouted that his name was Orc. The guy understood and introduced himself as Roland, also the hero could call him teacher. He pulled the guy behind him and they disappeared in a magical time clock. Once inside, the guy was surprised. Roland recalled how long it had been since he had been here. When he had traveled with his mother, one damn strong opponent had kicked his ass. In desperation, he had run down here to train. The hero was surprised that they were traveling with his mother, with the goal of saving the world. In truth, the strongest opponent was his father. A squad consisting of his mum, Roland, and Merlin in Light was able to lose to his father. The boy couldn't even imagine how much of a monster his father was. There were many things the orc wanted to ask about, but what puzzled him was what they would do with the food. But there was no food at all. Once he learnt how to use spiritual energy, he would have no trouble surviving 20 days without food. The hero decided that this spiritual energy really was a handy thing. Besides, they couldn't get out of here until all the sand in the clock was out, so Roland suggested that they start the lesson. First of all, he wanted to find out what Orc knew about spiritual energy. But all he knew was that it was a convenient power. You could say that it was a life force and it was in every living creature. To begin with, Roland would like to train him to sense spiritual energy. Mum had told Orc that this was something he was particularly good at. Roland was slightly surprised and decided to test it out in that case. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder, but the orc immediately bounced off him, not realizing what it was just now. But the orc immediately bounced off him, not realizing what it was just now. Roland had just concentrated a drop of energy in his hand, but it was like a mountain off his shoulders for him. After the method he was about to use, people usually died. In fact, many had died, and at first Roland had been hesitant to use this repulsive method, but now he was confident that it would go properly. As he approached the confused boy, he leaned his palm against his stomach, ordering him not to dare to die. Roland spat out a bunch of energy from his palm, which turned into a powerful punch. It pierced through the guy's body, creating a large hole in his body, causing him to fly backwards and fall. The orc screamed as he noticed the bloody hole in his body. Roland ordered him to calm down and listen. Spiritual energy was the energy of life, hence it was felt most vividly when he was at the gates of death. Therefore, he had inflicted enough damage on him to send him to them. By the way, if he couldn't do anything, he would die in a few minutes. It would hardly awaken his wits, but it would awaken his natural instinct for survival. Now that he was between life and death, the orc needed to feel his life energy. Roland approached the boy and asked him to awaken that sense and create a clear image of him in his mind. The boy could only say that he was in pain and that he was dying. Roland couldn't help it and said that if he couldn't cope, he would certainly die. Soon, he had to learn in 20 days what took 5 years to learn. He had to at least be willing to put his life on the line. The hero had already realized something, that Roland would not save him, but he did not want to die. But he couldn't afford to die right here. Besides, he still hadn't managed to caress the elf's ears. He hadn't yet dipped his face in and sniffed the cute beast woman's tail. He still had to knock up these cute girls, and so he couldn't die here so easily. A pillar of light began to emanate from his body, which caught Roland's attention. It was a power that could subconsciously be used to survive. He began to feel it. It was something invisible to the eye, but he could still feel it. He tried harder to concentrate it in one point, which made his wound heal. The warmth he felt was spiritual energy. The hero was able to slowly get to his feet and looked at Roland with a leer. He almost died because of him. Roland replied that if he didn't die, it was already good. After all, it would normally take 3 years to study what he had just done, but he had managed it in a mere 5 minutes. He held out Merlin in Light's special potion. He might have healed his wound, but the fatigue could still remain. The guy had already realized that this warmth was spiritual energy, and Roland had confirmed it. The fact that he could feel it only meant that he had comprehended the basics. The next step was to store this energy in his body. They would spend the next 20 days on this. The boy realized that he could feel it. His gut told him that by storing this energy in his body, he could become stronger, but the only question was how to do it. But according to Roland, he had to figure it out for himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to help him, it was just that this way was different for everyone. He had to find the way that suited him by trial and error. But he had lost too much blood today, so he could take it easy. Roland started doing push-ups on one finger as a warm-up and asked the guy not to relax, because if he did, he would beat him. Orc had sweat dripping off his face and promised to try harder. But the hero decided not to hold back, because he had to learn how to use this power even a second faster than possible. That way, he would be able to deal with it as quickly as possible. Roland smiled as he realized that the boy was capable after all. After all, his mother hadn't said that out of parental feelings. Roland was even willing to admit that he was a little envious now. When the long training session was over, two went back to the others. Miley greeted them both, and the boy replied to the mother that he was back. Miley was pleasantly surprised at how Orc had been able to change during this time. She asked about their training and Roland offered to show her. The lad admitted that he could only accumulate spiritual energy now, and showed it in action. Even Miley was amazed by this, that Orc could achieve such a thing in just 20 days. She decided that, in all likelihood, Roland really was a genius teacher. But Roland thought he wasn't, and said that this guy was just a genius. No matter how good a teacher he was, he wouldn't be able to achieve such a result. In Orc's opinion, it was good that he had trained hard these 20 days. In that case, the happy mother suggested that we move on to today's schedule. She wanted to split the classes into 2 parts, physical training first and then study. Plus, she would let him sleep for an hour and a half, figuring he would just take a nap. The hero yelled out as usual that this was just fine. He didn't see anything strange about this schedule, which was quite doable. He shouted that he could charm girls just by getting stronger, but he didn't understand why he needed to learn. Miley replied that he was right, and if he got strong he could impregnate girls. But nothing ended with fertilization. Then began the long finale. After all, he had to try to make sure that his woman and child were happy. And for this, it was necessary to have the right knowledge and resources. It was clear to the guy, even if he became popular and impregnated girls, if his beloved will suffer because of him, he will be no better than the last scum. With tears in his eyes, the boy screamed that his mother had been able to open his eyes. He was willing to do anything to become a decent man. Miley was blown away by his spirit and said that in that case it was time for them to study. After all this, his training schedule got even tighter. The former king was proud of his cute grandson and now asked him to memorize the contents of all the history books that were basic knowledge. He had 2 days to read a whole stack of books, and if he couldn't manage it, he was going to have to forget about the fact that the old man had volunteered to teach him. Now they were at the bookstore. The boy poked his finger at his grandfather and said that this was utter nonsense, for it would take at least a week to read it. But his mother reminded him that he wanted to become a decent man. Miley threatened that if her son couldn't handle it, she would spank him. The boy decided that this was too dangerous a sound effect, because that way he could surely die. Sage Marilyn has prepared a potion for him that will help him focus and improve his memory. It would speed up his brain to an unprecedented level. Merlin asked him not to worry about it, for he would be able to restore it in case of emergency, even if he died. The guy asked it would be better to do it before he died. Sending everything to hell, he grabbed the first book that was closest. By the way, the basic lessons that followed were interesting. All that information he memorized and put together became a chain of history. But the last test, in which he as a representative of the king had to unite the people of a small country, almost brought Orc to the brink. The country was in real chaos and a civil war was underway. One wrong order from him and thousands of people would have died. It seemed to the hero that from all the tension he had experienced, he had aged several years. The same could be said about his economics lessons with Landorl. Not only did he have to develop his math skills, he also began to imbibe the knowledge of running a business. As a final test, he was suddenly thrown into another country with what seemed like 1,000 gil in hand. He was to open a shop and increase the profits manifold in 3 months. The hero thought it was simply impossible. The last but no better magic lessons from the great sage Merlin in Light were clearly out of this world. The magic he now wanted to teach him could kill an underdog the first time he tried to use it, so he needed to learn from his mistakes. But the sage asked him not to be afraid, for thanks to his potions he would not die. As he expanded his knowledge of potions, he had to look into the abyss called magic. Merlin asked him not to be afraid of anything, and if anything happened, he would be able to bring him back to normal, even if he died. The orc thought with horror that he was now like a lab rat. Then sword training awaited him with his mother, who was completely serious with him. She promised that her son would now know what it was like to die 10,000 times. The boy looked at the mad mother in shock, not understanding what she was saying. Right before he died, he could see the world in slow motion. If he could enter the state at will, he could easily become stronger. Miley moved as close to her son as possible, placing the blade of her sword right in front of his face. The blow was powerful enough to make his brain believe he was dead, and it was to be repeated thousands of times. Such training was equal to real torture. But the hero was determined that there was no retreat. Under the guidance of his teachers, he ceased to be weak, and so went the days and months. Eventually, by the end of his training, all 4 years had passed. Time flew by too fast for Orc. His training was finally finished and all his teachers were satisfied. In a few days, he was preparing to leave the Orc village and travel. While the boy was looking around the village, standing on the edge of the cliff, his father approached him. The Orc smiled and said it was time for him to go on his journey. The Orc asked the lad to come with him, for he had a serious conversation to have with him. As soon as they reached the place, they were met by Miley, who looked seriously at her son. The Orc did not understand why they were dressed in ceremonial robes. They asked the hero to listen carefully. Miley confessed that they as parents had kept some things from him. His father confessed that his power was weak, so he would like to talk about his training as a human being. Suddenly he interrupted and said that he was sick of it all. The father got angry, not understanding how he could explain something with such a manner of speech. The hero was shocked and shouted to his father that he could still talk normally. And then the guy realized that that evening and conversation turned out not to be a dream, but a reality. As his father had told him, he had been a demon lord in the past, although he was long retired. It's all very complicated, so it would be bad if someone recognized him. The Orc asked his father to stop, not understanding how he could drop such a bomb on him so suddenly. In an instant, his father was reincarnated as a long-haired handsome man, and the guy was in complete shock because now he was also reincarnated. But he was an Orc and all Orcs could reincarnate, which was normal. But the hero shouted that he was lying and that no one did that but him. But regardless of the guise, he was still himself. He used that guise when he was a demon lord. He never told, but it was an unusual Orc village. There were many Orcs. They are the inferior Orc, the Orc Lord, and the Orc Warrior, and they were evolutionary Orcs. When a woman of another race gave birth to a child from them, the child would inherit her strong traits. This reincarnation skill was also one of those acquired in this way, inheriting only strong traits to create an even stronger offspring. This was much more effective than selective breeding. The boy waved his hand, thinking it was all a lie. He didn't understand what kind of monster this was. His father might be like that, but he didn't think that the same applied to the rest of the villagers and him. His father answered him that the evolved Orcs had a serious flaw. The gene of a child born from a member of the same race would be nullified and he would be born a normal child. One single mistake and the labor of thousands of years would go to waste. All of his great-grandfather's generations, except the tribe leader, had decided to do this, which was why the village had become like this. The hero didn't understand why it was like this, and why let everything go under the knife. But they didn't do it because they wanted to. They kept evolving and getting stronger. And eventually they reached their limit. As they grew stronger, they began to lose control of themselves. Some died before they reached adulthood, and some went crazy and went into rages. If this continued, the evolved Orcs would become extinct, so it had to be done. Between preserving the tribe and the pursuit of power, they chose the first option. This was kept secret to prevent the tragedy of the pursuit of power. The only question then was why the hero was born strong. The blood of the tribe leader was special. It lasted several generations longer, and it should have ended with the hero's father. He realized that his next generation would not last and would break. So he thought of marrying someone from his tribe, if not his mother. He wanted a child just from her, and they slept together. With these words, the two lovers kissed right in front of the boy's petrified face. He certainly got the gist of it, but it still didn't explain why he was born weak. But his father didn't know what he meant, for Orc had inherited all his strength and that of his mother, who was the strongest man in history. He was too strong, and so much so that on his 5th birthday he went into a rage. Surely he must have already known about the lake behind their mountain. There used to be a forest there, and he had made a hole where water eventually poured in, and now they had a lake. The Demon Lord and the hero, along with the 4 Supreme Demon Lords, the Great Hero Squad, and the Great Sage Merlin, tried every method they could think of and finally managed to subdue him. The Orc finally realized what was going on, and now it was clear to him why he remembered nothing of those times. In the end, Merlin in Light sealed his power as an evolved Orc, and so he became weak. And today, Merlin in Light was going to teach him a final lesson on how to break the seal. At this news, the Orc was simply shocked. He thought it was a bad idea and that the seal could not be broken. But his mother assured him that all his training was just so that he could master this power. Suddenly, the hero realized what his mother was making him train for, so that nothing would happen to him if the seal was suddenly broken. But it could be in vain, and the probability that he would permanently lose control was 80 or even 90%. so they left the breaking of the seal for last. Miley only wanted to protect someone she cared about, but right now there was nothing more she could do in case the seal broke. But she was sure that he had returned through the power of love. This greatly frightened Orc, and he decided to refrain. The parents snickered, and there was a silent pause between them. That was basically all they wanted to say. They wanted to tell him about it before they parted. They had put too heavy a burden on him and caused him much pain. But the hero still thanked them for telling him the truth. Whatever that power was, he was glad to inherit it from his parents. With those words, Miley swooped down on the hero, clutching him in her arms. She sobbed, unable to hold her feelings of joy any longer. She was of course afraid that the Orc would hate her, but the hero only asked her not to cry. Still, Orc hugged his mother, though she had a little trouble with her head, but her love for him was sincere. Suddenly, something interrupted them, and Miley covered her son with her hand. Everyone turned their attention to the dark blob that appeared right in front of them. Apparently, it was teleportation magic. Someone was capable of using such ultra-high-grade magic. The guy saw a small silhouette with wings and asked who she was. It turned out to be a small girl that resembled a small fairy. She congratulated the hero, and the trio looked questioningly at the incomprehensible creature. The girl replied that everything was correct, and that Orcus had been chosen to be king of the fairies. He was very lucky, for he would gain the power of a fairy king and the mark as proof of it. Not understanding anything, Orc looked at his hand, on which the mark had indeed appeared. And now she was about to ask to follow her, as her gaze faded, for she did not immediately realize that before her was an Orc. The girl clutched her head, deciding that the fairy king had simply gone mad. After all, it simply couldn't be that she had become the guide of an Orc. The hero immediately thought that this fairy had something wrong with her head. She broke into someone else's house and was talking nonsense. The hero frightened the fairy when he screamed at her. As he approached, he examined her body, which was nothing. It was a real treat for the eyes. The fairy was horrified that this boy had something on the fairy. She couldn't believe it, but she still remembered that they were Orcs. The mother laughed off her son and remarked how wonderful he had become. No one would have thought he would be turned on by a fairy. But the boy assured her that it was just an Orcish joke and nothing more. The fairy exclaimed that his joke was vile, but the Orc asked to forget about it and was only concerned about the mark that appeared on his arm. The fairy calmed down and decided to explain to Orc that he had been chosen by the fairy king to be a hero. With those words, the fairy smiled and showed him her tongue. Orc found it hard to believe that he had been chosen as a hero and decided to make sure that the fairy was serious. But that was exactly why she was here, to alert Orc. The guy wondered if it was possible to get the hero's power back. To be honest, it could only cause trouble, so the hero decided that it was better to get rid of it. The fairy's face changed dramatically, and she grabbed her head again. That was why they were Orcs, because a real human would have danced with joy and accepted this power without delay. But unfortunately for her, he was still an Orc, and the guy frowned. He was only interested in women, and since he couldn't knock her up because of the size difference, she could just go back home in his opinion. The fairy found him so stupid that she didn't even know how to react to all of this. She didn't understand why the fairy king had chosen such a lustful animal to be the hero. The hero asked who is the lusty animal here. He decided to enlighten the fairy and said that all his friends were herbivores, even though they often bullied him always. Including him, they all grew up to be respectable adults and good friends. As soon as the guy told them that he was going on a journey, it became clear to them. The hero was going to look for women. The Orcs looked at the beautiful sunset and thought of women from the outside world. They were in agreement that his mother was a real beauty. His other friend thought the same, though he kept it a secret. To be honest, he was even jealous of Orcus. It was for this reason that they constantly bullied him. All of his friends immediately hung their noses, only dreaming of knocking up the knight's woman. All of his friends immediately hung their noses, only dreaming. The boy told the fairy about such matters and asked her to return her mark. But there was no way that could come true, for he had been chosen once and chosen forever. And it seems that he got it all wrong, for the hero was not forced to do his duty. He was only allowed to use that power. The Orc found this hard to believe, for it could only cause the fairy king trouble. But he could not worry about that, as it was destined to defeat those whom the fairy king would consider a threat. The Orc didn't quite understand her, so the fairy decided to explain. Basically, they had a fairy king who was a supreme being that protected the world. He gave the power of a hero to those who were destined to fight a threat to this world. The boy decided to elaborate and asked him to correct him if he said something wrong. As he understood it, a hero was not required to follow any orders, nor did he receive them from the King of the Fairies. But he could get the details from Miley, for she was his predecessor. The hero's mother smiled and said she was right. His mum wanted to fight her own battles. The fairy sighed heavily, for she was already tired of Orc. It was unheard of that the next hero had to be him. Staring into the guy's eyes, the fairy couldn't understand what Miley had done. She was at a loss and asked Miley what kind of monster it was, because the hero already had hero powers from somewhere, even though he hadn't been granted it yet. And now, along with the mark, he had double the hero power. Miley understood and decided to explain. It was just that it was a useful power, so she asked her friend to make it so that it could be transferred. The fairy exclaimed so she wouldn't dare mock the power of the Fairy King. After all, if she also passed it on, one day the world would be overflowing with heroes. The girl asked not to worry, for only one person was capable of such a thing. Most likely, in the guy's opinion, it was the sage Merlin in Light, to whom apparently he owed a large debt. Thus, the power of his mammy's hero was passed on to Orcus. He could feel his power deep inside, similar to the power that the mark had bestowed upon him. It had been sleeping in it all this time, and the hero decided to try to awaken it. He focused on the power that was somewhere deep within him and found it. He then centered it in his left hand. Thus Orcus had a seal on each hand. He showed his marks to his mother and thought it was cool. His mother was delighted and told her son that he was adorable. The fairy's eyes popped out when she saw this. She couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Since there were two marks, the hero decided that he would call them the fairy's double mark. But the fairy screamed that you couldn't have more than one mark. No one could know what could happen if there were two. The orc looked at his hands, feeling an incredible amount of energy being released. He realized that this was the hero power granted by the Fairy King. Around the surprised hero suddenly appeared light images of girls that circled above him. These were the fairies that had flocked here within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Normally, in order to borrow a fairy's power, one first had to go through a complicated ritual. But now they had come to ask him to use their power. The fairy was just furious, and screamed that she didn't care about anything. Even if this world was destroyed, Miley smiled at the girl and asked her to calm down. The fairy thought Miley was at fault, but she used to be sincere and punctual. But after meeting this orc, it was like she went crazy. But that could be omitted, and the hero was generally glad that he wasn't forced to solve someone else's problems. He just needed to someday defeat whoever the Fairy King deemed a threat. In that case, Orc offered to let the fairy go back home. But the fairy shouted at him that he might as well not say that, for she was going to do it anyway. But she had to report to her superiors from time to time. She threatened that she would come to see him again and make sure. She asked him to remember to make juice for her next time and flew off. The guy thought she was interesting. Miley was proud that her son had been chosen as a hero. He perhaps should have recognized that he was lucky to have gained such a useful power as that of a hero. Besides, when he felt this hero power, he felt another power with it. It was the hidden power of the orc sealed by the great sage Merlin in Light. The hero was able to find the teacher on the highest ledge of the cliff, from where the whole valley was visible. When he saw the teacher, he asked him to let him take part in their final lesson. There were 2 mountains between them and the village, and there were no villages or settlements nearby. He realized that the teacher had chosen this place so that no one would get hurt if he suddenly lost control. Merlin told Orc that he must have realized everything about how dangerous this dangerous power sleeping in him was. He had 2 options: to study the seal and always depend on the stability of his power, or to seal it completely and forget about it and move on with his life. The teacher had created a more advanced sealing technique with which he could live his entire life in peace. But the hero had already made up his mind. He asked Merlin to tell him all about the sealing. He wouldn't reject his blood and power. The teacher thought the lad only wanted power, and the orc would not deny it. But even more than that, he would not want to lose it. That strength was the apogee of labor, of all his predecessors and his father. That strength was a part of him and made him what he was now. It was a good answer for the teacher, and in that case, he suggested that Orcus move on to the last lesson. He was willing to share with the lad everything he knew about seals himself. Then, the great sage Merlin in Light taught him all about seals. It was incredibly complicated and hard to understand, but thanks to what he taught him for 4 years, the hero had some understanding of it. Still, Merlin did his best to make sure he could understand, cramming all the necessary knowledge and techniques into Orc. Lastly, he taught him the sealing technique so that he could use it himself, so that if the orc seal ever broke, he would be able to do something about it himself. When Merlin finished, he told the boy that he now knew everything about seals. It was then possible to get down to practice, and Merlin invited the hero to unleash his power. He also reminded him that his seal had 3 parts. If he removed only the first, he could only use 1/5 of his power. If he removed the second, he could use half of his power, and if he removed the third, he could use all of it. It was also necessary to consider that the more power he released, the harder it would be to seal it again. But the hero was serious and listened to the teacher. Looking at his palm, the orc applied the anti-release. Inside, it was as if a lock had opened and chains had broken, and the lad was pierced by a raging power that came to the surface. In an instant, the hero turned into a terrifying huge orc that screamed with all his might. Without realizing it, the orc slammed his fist on the ground with all his might, which shattered within a radius of a couple of meters. Seeing the teacher at the cliff, the raging orc was about to hit him as well. Merlin didn't budge, and when the orc was already right in front of him, he defended himself with his shield. It was only 1/5 of his strength, but the teacher could see its incredible power. Apparently, as he grew, so did his strength, and Merlin found that interesting. But it was a disgrace to him. With those words, he knocked the huge orc to the ground with one blow, and shouted that it was a disgrace to lose himself for such a minor outburst, and he still dared to call himself his disciple. Suddenly, Orc thought moments of training with his teacher surfaced in his mind. He had to remember his purpose, and all this training was for the sake of not. Suddenly, Orc thought his name was Orc, and he was a warrior who had been taught and trained by 5 of the best teachers. The boy had managed to suppress this power, and the teacher was glad that his foolish student had finally come to his senses. Trying to catch his breath, the hero apologized for showing the teacher his ugly side. But by all appearances, he could still handle breaking the first seal. That was true, but he could not withstand it for long. Breaking only the first seal had worn him down so much. If the orc let his guard down for a moment, he might not be able to come back. Merlin asked him to restore the seal now, counting on his apprentice to handle it. The boy concentrated and sealed the power back. It was great that he could seal it himself. That was true, but Orc had already realized that more than one seal couldn't be broken. All his training physically and magically couldn't compare to this. He had already realized the power he had inherited. But to feel it on himself was already a great experience. Merlin doubted that anyone could stand in his way, with all the skills he had been taught and the strength he had shown him. The boy bowed and thanked the teacher for everything. Instead of a diploma, the teacher decided to give him a cane with a hidden dagger, and the hero gladly accepted it. All he could think about was that he owed him more now than he could ever repay him. Without him, he would not be what he was now. It was time for Merlin to leave, for his daughters were waiting for him with a delicious meal ready. The teacher looked at Orc that he had managed to change so much in all this time. He was sure that there were no men in the world better than him. He was proud of his student, and with a smile on his face, he turned into slime and flew away. So the hero said goodbye to all of his teachers. Helf would like the hero to run his business in the newly discovered lands, and he was sorry to say goodbye. Roland offered in farewell to fight him in a martial arts tournament in 2 years, and Orc accepted his challenge as a rival. And his grandfather asked if he would like to be the next heir to the throne, for he was 100 times better than his current nephew. He asked his grandson to think about it, for he would support him if he did. At parting, Miley and her son bowed to the departing carriage with the king. They all gave themselves completely to his training and enveloped him in love. The Orc wished he could live up to their expectations, for they all seemed very interesting. The hero looked at his sleeping parents. Smiling, Orc mentally said goodbye to them, trying not to wake them. He had a dream to fulfill, so he loaded up his huge rucksack and headed towards the exit of the village. It was time for him to set off on his journey. Suddenly he stopped and heard a noise behind him. The Orc turned around and saw beautiful fireworks in the sky and his friends standing on the horizon. Everyone, including his parents, friends, and teachers, said goodbye to him, holding up a sign for him to knock them all up. With tears in his eyes, Orc was moved by their farewell ceremony. Miley similarly wept, and the hero ran faster away. He would want them to see and be proud of him. After all, he was sure to be ready to create the best harem in the world. The hero's destination lay far beyond the Kingdom of Foland, one of the few large cities on this continent. Surely it was a large city where one could meet many people. He had certainly decided that the first member of the harem had to be an elf. The The distance was still to be about 500 kilometers. The hero surmised that it was about 4 hours. After resting, he got to his feet and ran swiftly forward. He decided to use haste and also ask the wind fairies to reduce the friction of the air to 0. He swiftly managed to overtake the wagon that was also approaching the city, so that the merchants didn't realize anything and only looked at the trail of the runner. And so the orc found himself in the city. It was exactly what one would expect from a big city. Seeing a lot of beautiful girls, the guy decided to find out how popular he was. Then someone ordered him to stop seeing Orc as a redneck. A group of thugs ordered him to give them his stuff. They were ready to find a good use for them, and the guy's look changed. Placing the huge rucksack on the ground, he asked for a repeat. He couldn't understand how these guys realized he was from the village. The rebels clearly didn't expect him to ask such a dumb question. One of them shouted that it was clear at a glance. They asked to look at his clothes and were just sure that he had named his cow Hanako. The hero couldn't believe it. Her name wasn't Hanako but Setsuko. But they didn't care about some cow's nickname, and the bald man screamed at the guy. No sooner had he thrown a punch than the hero easily punched him right in the face. From the force of the blow, the man flew back several meters. His two friends were confused at first, and one of them wanted to avenge his partner. No sooner had he approached than the orc picked up a pebble with his foot and kicked it into his attacker's leg. With tremendous force, he kicked his knee and the man fell to the ground grasping his leg. The third man called him a critter and swung for a punch. A seal appeared on the guy's hand and he used fire fairies. Behind the attacker, a small fairy suddenly appeared behind him and set his head on fire, and the man immediately burst into flames, screaming in pain. While the attackers didn't realize what was happening, Orc was glad that none of them were dead after all. He was having trouble containing his power. After dressing up in the shop, the hero thought he had been careless. He may have studied economics and the basics of running a kingdom, but not fashion and trends. Perhaps the guy thought about the fact that he spoke with an accent. He needed to make a plan first before looking for a first-class winch. Someone shouted to Orc to get out of the way. A steel cage stopped right in front of him, and the other people also looked at what was in it with interest. The people were surprised at such a rarity. Right behind the bars of the cart sat an elven woman, which surprised the hero. She was only in her underwear, her hands were shackled, and her mouth was tied. Outwardly, she looked simply beautiful. The hero stared in surprise at the elven woman that was being held captive. She seemed to him simply lovely, and he immediately blushed. She didn't seem to be from an allied tribe, but it was unclear why she was in a cage. Just then, a merchant addressed the people that he considered them lucky customers. He wished to present them with an elfess caught in the forest, a virgin at that. Naturally, an item of this class could not be sold at the usual auctions, so they would send her to the annual Grand Festa auction. That's where you could purchase her. One could make her serve anyone and do anything. It was an extremely rare item that didn't often appear on the market. The guys smiled as they talked about the fact that the one who took the elf's virginity was very lucky. They wanted her, but his mate had decided they were definitely out of luck. The orc looked at the elf girl with interest, not taking his eyes off. Sometimes he wondered about the fact that humans thought monsters were scary, but it was as if it didn't apply to themselves. They kidnapped girls from other races, treating them like disposable goods. Even monsters didn't do that like humans did. The guy looked at the elf girl who had tears in her eyes. The carriage with her headed onwards, and the guy escorted her to the trail. Only a nightmare awaited the elves caught by humans. As an equally half-human, he couldn't let that happen. Besides, the hero decided he wanted her. The auction was still 2 months away. That bastard wanted to sell her virginity, so there was no need to worry about her being touched until then. It was possible to buy her back at the auction, and it would take at least 2 million gil. The hero only had a few gems and mushrooms that could be sold, but it was impossible to do so. The business skills taught to him by the god of merchants did not allow him to do so. The girl looked at the orc that would like to purchase her shop. Even though this shop was unprofitable and was 1 street away from the main street, the guy didn't care and still wanted to buy it. He would like to start his own business in this town, but he would need time to start from scratch. So he would like to buy her shop and get permission to do things quickly. Besides, Orc couldn't pull a shop on the main street considering how expensive they are. The girl wondered what kind of business the guy was going to open. The hero smiled and replied that he was going to open a grocery store. There were many young laborers in this town. The tasty and nutritious food was bound to attract their attention. He would sell it first and save up some money. The girl wasn't sure if it would be as easy as he said. As he could see for himself, the dango shop was not in very good condition. The guy bought it anyway, and the girl thought he was just a weirdo. At least she was glad she got rid of that bench. All night long, the hero prepared for work. He got soy sauce, ketchup, and mayonnaise. He also had sauces that he had created in his village. Through trial and error, he tried to recreate the flavors from his world. Even after being reborn here, he still remembered that world. The food from that world could certainly attract the youths, and Orc decided that it would definitely suit them. He decided to make chopped rice katsu, chopped meat katsu from the other world. Orc was being chased by a huge boar, from which he grudgingly tried to sneak away. But taking the boar in his arms, the lad decided that he would run with it until all the blood was drained out of it. This was to make the meat more flavorful, and then it was necessary to clean it. After a while, the meat of one boar was ready. The satisfied Orc held huge chunks of meat in his hands. He was gathering all the ingredients for cooking by himself. This way his business would end up having zero cost. He also had to get rare mushrooms that grew only on ledges. These were important spices. The meat of the boar from the other world is tough and had a strong odor, but these mushrooms would lessen its smell and enhance its flavor. We had to gather the rest of the ingredients. Medicinal plants, herbs, and all of it zero cost. And the beehive and honey also zero cost. When everything was collected, the hero decided to move on to cooking. First, it was necessary to chop everything, and then add the secret sauces. The Orc decided to add flavors from his homeworld. The nutritious boar meat flavored with rare mushrooms would give a strong flavor that no other food could match. The hero added breadcrumbs to the rice mixture and everything was almost ready. It should have been enough, but the god of merchants had taught him a technique to get customers to flock to him. It was necessary to advertise it and get people to discuss it, and above all, the smell. To advertise it and get people to discuss it, he needed money. So he decided to seek customers through odor. Orc acquired a shop near the main street, close enough for people to catch the smell. Once that happens, then the victory will be his. While Orc was casually and quietly cooking, people interested in his cooking and smell slowly began to gather around him. Now all that remained was to put the rice into the deep fryer. The meat and rice cutlets were ready and people looked at the dish with amazement. It smelled too nice, and the man asked to give him 1 piece for 100 gil. Taking the food in their hands, the woman and the man saw such a thing for the first time. They couldn't even believe that it could have been cooked. In this world, people didn't know about fried food, and this was one of the factors of his victory. Now all they had to do was to taste the first katsu in their lives. People's eyes went up to their foreheads with admiration. No one had ever eaten something like this before, and the juices were flowing out of the meat. The man immediately asked for another one, but he took 3. He thought he could eat them all day long. The Orc smiled at the men and asked them to wait a while. Then the hysterical cries of the customers would attract the attention of others, and so a queue of people would appear. The people who saw this queue would become interested and come closer. This queue would attract others, and opposite this queue would be a katsu. So several days passed. In the end, everyone just crowded around the hero's bench. They couldn't stop and didn't net it. All the people asked for a few pieces at a time. Some took 5 pieces and some took a dozen. The guy smiled, realizing that they had never eaten such a thing before, and now they couldn't stop because they were already addicted to it. For all the people, katsu became like a drug that people could eat endlessly. A man shouted to the hero that this flavor was amazing. He wanted to know what the name of his shop was, and Orc immediately remembered that he hadn't put up the signboard yet and decided to fix that. The sign said here was Orc's Katsu. Now his plan to open a business had come to fruition. A fat man passed by his shop, apparently interested in the shop and the boy. As his profits had increased dramatically in the last half-month, and as his shop became famous, something happened. As the hero passed by, he noticed the exact same shop as his. Even the signboard was similar. A guy and a girl were greeting guests at their specialty katsu shop from Yamakiya, which was already open. People immediately started asking if they sold katsu, and the guy thanked the customers. Orc couldn't understand what was going on here. The guy noticed Orc and told Mr. Yamaki that he was here. The fat man who was passing by in a carriage replied that he had prepared this katsu according to his original recipe. He hoped the Orc had not come to him to complain. The hero recognized him. He is one of the rich men of this town, though he is only a spoilt son of a loser. He opened many stalls without first calculating the profits, and it was clear as a white day that he was imitating his shop. He tried to steal his katsu. Orc smiled and answered him that it wasn't like that, for his katsu was clearly different from Orc's. He didn't see why he should complain and staggered back to his shop. The man laughed at the top of his voice, deciding that the hero was scared of his financial support. He shouted to the hero to come if anything, but Orc only smiled, not understanding what he could be afraid of, since his victory was already a foregone conclusion. His signature Orc katsu was different from their substandard meatballs. Without his secret sauces, they were no longer katsu. This rich man would never have repaid the sauces of his world in his life. It was these sauces that brought out the full flavor of the katsu. It was because of this that there was no shortage of katsu from his shop, while the man had none left. The guy wanted to tell the man that their customers had left, but the man ordered him to shut up. Now the Orc decided that he had to proceed to the next step. He was not going to run this shop alone forever, and the profits from one shop were not that great. For the sake of it, he named the shop Katsu Orca and spread the name. He wanted to sell others permission to open a business under his brand. With his brand becoming so famous, even the merchant guild had to take notice. They would want to purchase the rights to use the brand for a hefty price. And of course, nothing ended there yet. They would have to buy his secret sauces regularly to keep the shop running. The merchant guild then opened many stalls under his brand. By supplying huge amounts of sauces, he was able to earn a large sum of money. In this way, Orc was able to earn 10 times more than when he worked on his own. Not that he is against making money through hard work, but katsu was only one way of earning money. He only chose as his next step another way to make money quickly. He had been taught this by Helf-Landrel, the god of merchants. The fat man, along with his subordinates, looked angrily at the hero for saying hello to them. As he passed by, he decided to ask how their business was doing. As the guy walked away, the man stared back at him in rage, gritting his teeth. This was how the hero was able to earn 25 million gil in 2 months. Such a trifle could not still satisfy him, and with such a sum, he could have started a more profitable business. But he had already decided. He would use this money to save the elf girl. Everything was right, and everything was for the sake of today. The very day of the auction had arrived as the poor and frightened elf girl waited for her turn. And now, the host would like to begin the annual Grand Fest auction. Grand Festa has officially begun. And as always, they had a collection of rare jewelry from around the world every year. All of their guests today had the opportunity to add to their collections. The audience was thrilled and shouted. Meanwhile, the hero silently and carefully watched the auction. The auction began with the display of the black dragon scales. The bids started at 10,000 gils, and each one offered more and more. It started at 11 and went up to 20 when the buyer took his ransom. Apparently, that elven woman was the only half-human at this auction. That was good because the hero didn't have the money for a second one. The host turned to the ladies and gentlemen, asking permission to present them with today's most important item. He was sure that many guests had their eyes on him. All the men were eagerly waiting for her to come out and were glad that it was finally her turn. From backstage appeared the elf who was only in her underwear. The host was pleased to introduce them to the beautiful elf. She had a cute face and a gorgeous body. She was a healthy 16-year-old virgin. It was said that the one who took an elf's virginity would have great fortune. The host announced the bidding, starting at 10 million gil. The humans offered 11 and then 13. Finally, the hero dared to raise his hand. He offered 20 million, thus surprising the whole hall that looked silently in his direction. Some bloke offered 21 million gils, but the hero interrupted him with 25 and silence fell. The guy prayed that it would all end and asked for it to stop there. The host decided that was it and wanted to congratulate Mr. Orc. As expected from a man who had become rich in just 2 months. He was about to offer him the pleasure of his pretty elf, when suddenly someone offered 30 million. Everyone turned around in shock at the mysterious person, who ended up being the fat man from the shop. The guy looked at this wannabe pig with horror. He was still angry at him for the failure of his business. The boy decided that he would have to spend all his savings and wanted to offer a higher price. But the fat man offered 35 at once, and the orc rose from his seat. Orc did realize how the man who was being given change felt. The pig could have raised his bid even more and Orc accepted defeat. The announcer shouted that they had a winner, and the elven woman was sold for 35 million gil. But there was nothing more to be done and the hero headed for the exit. A man behind him called out to him that he didn't expect the orc to just leave like that. The fat pig was trying to show him his power, and it was the power of money. He had lost his dear elf and the man offered him his condolences. He asked the hero not to worry, for he was going to have a good time with her. But the orc paid no attention to him, which really ticked the man off. He didn't understand how the hero could ignore him and demanded to be a man and accept defeat. Turning around, the guy only looked at the pig in silence and smiled a strange smile. The hero had decided to admit that he had failed and he had become too arrogant despite his position. He should have realized that he didn't stand a chance against a truly rich man like him. The fat pig pointed a finger at Orc, hoping that he now understood his power. Orc knew how to do business, and if he fell to his knees before him and begged, the man would consider letting him serve him. The thought made him laugh. The hero smiled enigmatically and let him enjoy his victory, otherwise he would feel sorry for him. After all, the orc was about to do something terrible towards him soon. The fat man, along with the elf woman, hit the road on their way home. The orc ran after their wagon, after which he jumped on it. Once inside, he looked at the lock and easily broke it with his bare hands. Wrapping the sleeping elfess in his cloak, he silently jumped outside with her. That was the end of it, and the hero carefully placed her on the ground. The guy wasn't going to commit a crime to save the elven girl, but in this case he paid for his arrogance or something. As he untied the girl's hands, the hero noticed that she was apparently unharmed. The elf began to come round, and the lad could not take his eyes off her. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and crouched down on her knees, and the orc smiled back at her. He was happy that he was able to save her after all. She didn't understand what was going on and why she hadn't been sold to that man. But the guy reassured her that all was well now, and that he had come to save her. The elven girl was shocked that the hero was able to save her and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Her joy didn't last long, for the spirit of an orc was all around the hero. The girl began to guess who he was and her eyes rounded. She wailed that she didn't want this and expected the worst. She absolutely did not want to be raped by an orc. Apparently the orc already knew and was waiting for this reaction. Although he looked more like a human, but the elves were good. They could easily see through his true desires. The elf girl tearfully apologized to him, for she was still a child. Besides, she wasn't tasty at all and begged him not to rape her. The guy sat down and asked her to calm down, for he had only come here to save her. But the girl didn't understand what he was after. She probably didn't remember, but their eyes had already met the moment she was being transported in the cage. Her eyes at that moment were asking him for help. It was hard for the elven woman to believe that he was not a lustful orc. But as it was, he was very much a lustful orc, and he had left his village to find first-class girls for his harem. With those words, the girl screamed again for him not to do it. She thought she was going to be raped, but the hero told her to calm down and explained that he would not rape her, because he had his own rule. He would not touch the girl if she was not happy about it, and decided to find out if she was happy now. But the elf girl didn't look like one at all. In that case, the hero got to his feet and said he wouldn't touch her. Besides, if he wanted to, he could abuse her while she was still unconscious. The elfess calmed down and thought that he was right. He couldn't make a harem of girls who had no feelings for him, and that's what his mother had taught him. The elfess only looked sadly at the boy and remained silent. The orc offered to think about what they would do next. Soon those people would realize that she had disappeared and send out a search party. The hero was concerned about whether she would be able to get away from them, but according to the elf woman, they would most likely capture her on the way home. In that case, the lad decided that he would lead her to the village. The girl wasn't sure of him, as the village was quite far away, but it wasn't scary for him. She looked at the hero in surprise, not understanding why he was trying so hard for her. But Orc wanted to create the best harem. If he would be with her until they reached the village, she could quite possibly still fall in love with him. And even if she didn't, it was quite possible that his future wife was waiting for him at their village. One could say this pass to her village would be his reward. Now the elfess was definitely confused, not realizing whether this guy was a pervert or a gentleman. But she was agreeable if he promised not to do anything to her. In that case, Orc suggested that they should go. After all, the sooner they went the better. The girl agreed with him since he said so. Perhaps it was a little late, but she still decided to bow and thank Orc for saving her. Smiling, it seemed to the hero that she was a nice girl. If she desired his child, he would knock her up on the spot and make her the first member of his harem. But first he had to get acquainted, and the girl replied that it was a good idea. The elven girl introduced herself by the name of Tita. The orc gave his name and said he was traveling in search of first-class maidens for his harem. When the introductions had passed, they went forward. Tita and the orc were climbing mountains and had already traveled quite a distance. It was necessary to take a break, and the hero offered them a snack. The girl was glad of it because she could no longer feel her legs. The boy asked her to gather some twigs if she wanted to eat a hot meal, and the elf agreed. After seeing her off with a smile on his face, the hero decided to cook her something tasty. It was his plan to try to get closer to her with the help of tasty food. The orc used his mark of the fairies and asked them for wind. Combining his senses with the wind fairies allowed the hero to see through any space the wind could penetrate. He found what he needed in the forest. A hare was discovered 200 kilometers away. It was big enough to make a meal off it. The guy smiled and pronounced that today's main course had been found. Taking a stone in his hand, the orc threw it in the direction of his prey. The fairies helped to correct the flight of the stone, after which it flew the whole distance and hit the hare. When the game was caught, the lad wondered how he should cook it. Just roasting it would be boring. The orc looked at his rucksack and decided that in that case it was time for another homemade recipe. He wondered what he would get. First, he had to skin it, extract the internal organs, and then everything looked great. The hero also cleaned the meat with fairy water. Then he made a few cuts, coating it with a couple of secret sauces. What remained was to add seasonings to enhance the flavor. Then it was to be dipped in clay using fairy earth, and it was done. In the meantime, the elven woman had already come back, having gathered many branches. The orc praised her for her good work and asked her to put them somewhere. Using his hand seal again, the boy wished for a flame. He told the elf that they would roast the hare and it would be ready. Tita admitted that he really was incredible. He could use not only the wind fairies but the others as well. The orc was surprised that she could see them and figured she could see them too. She was shocked, because it was the first time she had ever seen someone who could borrow power from fairies so quietly. She couldn't understand how it was possible to miss them. After all, you had to put your all to use even one element, and he used all of them. The boy casually recalled the King of the Fairies and thanked him for making him a hero. He had heard that only gifted elves could use wind spirits, and apparently Tita was one of those. The orc thought that was amazing. Some time passed and the hero decided that their meal was ready. It was necessary to crack the hardened clay, and then a delicious smell of meat could be smelled from within. The guy called it a Chinese dish, a beggar's declaration. The clay helped retain the moisture inside. Coating it with glue, they made the meat even juicier. Oti turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to try. Tita was already drooling and Orc held out the shank to her, for it tasted the best. Taking the shank in her hands, she was struck by that pleasant flavor. Tasting it, the hero liked it too. It turned out well thanks to the spices that did their job. Compared to chicken, hare meat has a more refined flavor. Even in the big city, it wasn't often that one could come across such a dish. He offered the elfess a taste and she took a bite. The girl found it so delicious that she threw her head back in pleasure. She exclaimed that she had never eaten such deliciousness in her life. She asked Orc to give her more. The hero smiled at her and offered to eat as much as she wanted. After eating to her heart's content, Tita said that it was very tasty. The boy thought that one hare was still not enough. Calling for hot water with the help of the fairies, he offered the girl a wipe. They were constantly moving around, so Tita couldn't get a good night's sleep, so she agreed. Tita awkwardly began to remove her bedspread as Orc meanwhile put all the spices back into her rucksack. While the naked girl was washing herself, she decided to ask the guy if he was really an orc, for he was very thoughtful. The orc answered her that he was training to be a caring man for his harem. It seemed to him that she trusted him more now. He may have turned away, but she wouldn't wipe her body in a situation like this if she didn't trust him. And that wasn't all. She was likely still traumatized from the kidnapping. He was sure she would have been terrified to be alone. Only a sneaky orc would take advantage of such a situation and attack the girl. Taking out a blanket from his bag, he asked her to use it, but Tita couldn't accept it. The guy asked her not to worry about it as the vey of the fire would be able to keep him warm. Besides, it was necessary to be on duty at night, so he would have no time to sleep. Still, thanks to the spiritual energy, he could stay awake for 2 or even 3 weeks. Tita replied to Orcus that he was very nice and accepted the blanket he gave her. Wrapped in the blanket, Tita lay down with a smile and immediately fell asleep. It seemed to the hero that Tita was exhausted, both in body and mind. Yet she smiled often, was cheerful and a good girl. The more time they spent together, the more Orc wanted her. Besides, her body was gorgeous. He'd love to fuck her, but Tita doesn't want to. He didn't want to lose his future wife for some fleeting pleasure. Turning away from the sleeping elven girl, it seemed to the hero that holding back when such a beautiful girl was around was far more exhausting than night duty. When their resting place was over, the hero wondered how much longer they had left to reach the village, and Tita replied that a little longer. Seeing a fork in the road in front of them, the hero for some reason decided that they needed to go left. He was puzzled by this intuition, and he asked himself why he had decided so suddenly. He was overcome by a strange feeling, as if something was affecting him. He assumed it was one of those barriers to perception. The orc had always been willing to confront magic and illusions. Once he got to the bottom of it, it was easy to defend against. Tita looked at Orc in surprise, and the hero realized that she was surprised that the barrier of the world tree did not affect him. It was the one that was affecting his mind. Tita confirmed his words, and said that their village and the surrounding forest were protected by the barrier of the peace tree. It influenced his will to prevent him from entering the depths of the forest. He was the second to be able to suppress the influence of this barrier, and the boy wondered who was the first. Turned out to be the sage in Light Merlin. It became clear to the hero, and it was not surprising that he was able to overcome the barrier. After all, he is his student. The elf was shocked, not understanding how an orc could become the sage's apprentice. They finally made it. Right in front of them stood the world tree, which was simply huge. According to Tita, their tribe lived near the Tree of Peace. They were a tribe of wind guardians who received protection from it and guarded the Tree of Peace itself and the seal. If the seal was broken, the end of the world would come. The orc was surprised, and Tita welcomed him to a village of elves called Titania. Walking towards the tree, Tita proudly said that she was named after the village. It was a privilege only for the gifted that are able to harness the power of the wind fairies. It seemed to Orc that apparently someone had come to greet them. He gazed deep into the forest and sensed hostility. It was as if they were not welcome here. The hero shouted for the elves to listen to him. He introduced himself as Orc, and he was the one who had saved Tita from the humans and brought her home. He wanted to convince them that he had not come here to harm them. Tita was surprised that Orc could see anyone there, since there was no one there. The girl still decided to support him and shouted that Orc was telling the truth and that he had saved her. A pair of dark silhouettes appeared from the depths of the forest, heading in their direction. When they got close enough, Tita recognized her grandmother. She threw herself into her arms, and her grandmother could not understand why her foolish granddaughter had gone beyond the barrier. The girl tearfully apologized to her. The hero was quite surprised that this woman was a grandmother, for by the looks of it she was less than 30. Elves really long retained their youth. Hugging her granddaughter, the woman glanced towards Orcus. Tita's grandmother introduced herself as the leader of this tribe, Tanya. She could sense human blood in Orc, and Orc said he was half human, half orc. The elven woman grimaced, saying he was the child of two vile races. Tita asked her to stop, for he had saved her. But she could see that he hadn't done anything strange to her granddaughter. There was nothing more for him to do here, and she asked him to leave. But Tita was against it, telling her grandmother that she hadn't thanked him yet. After all, elves are not the kind of people who would insult and chase away their saviors. But Orc expected that the elves would not be pleased with him. They were a cautious race after all, but Tita was different enough that she should have been more careful. It all made sense to grandmother after Tita's story. As it turned out, he took better care of her than she had realized. Tita's grandmother addressed Orcus as a gentleman, and the hero decided that he was already respected. He pronounced that he had done nothing strange. He would be grateful if they would let him pass into their village. The elven woman asked permission to ask about his purpose, and the hero decided that now the real battle was about to begin. For if he answered incorrectly, he would be kicked out of here at once. After a little silence, he confessed that he would like to find a wife, for the sake of his dream of creating a harem. So he came here to the elf village where the beauties lived. He wanted to find an elf who wanted him to fuck her, who would want to be the mother of his child. He was a polite orc who wouldn't lay a finger on a girl unless she wanted him to screw her. The elven girl's jaw dropped and Tita clutched her head, knowing what was about to happen. Grandma got really mad, didn't know what the hell he was talking about. She immediately ordered him to get out of here. Smiling sadly, Orc was sorry that he couldn't convey to her what a gentleman orc he was. Tita begged her grandmother to stop, realizing that there was something wrong with the guy's head. That was why he said what he meant. Besides, in the 3 days they had been traveling together, he had never once even tried to force himself on her. Grandma didn't know what to reply, and only gritted her teeth in anger. She gave him 1 day, after which he had to leave here. She also wanted to warn the guy that no girl from this village would be willing to give herself to an orc. Tita was happy that her grandmother agreed, and the hero thanked the elfess heartily. At last, he would be able to meet all the elven women that lived here. He was sure that among them there would be at least one willing to give birth to a child with strong genes. Tita took the hero's hand and exclaimed that this was just wonderful, but the guy replied that it was all thanks to her. As a thank you, Tita was willing to try her best to give him the warmest welcome. She was genuinely happy that he was allowed to enter their village. The girl smiled sweetly and confessed that she wouldn't want to part with him so easily. But to be honest, Orc knew he wanted her more than anything. But he couldn't get her to want to lie under him. Every time he thought about it, he wanted Tita more and more. When they went deep into the village, everyone was surprised and happy to see Tita. They immediately rushed into her arms. They were madly happy that she was all right and alive. They hoped that nothing bad had happened to her. It seemed that as the granddaughter of the tribal leader, Tita held a very high position in the village. They were happy for the girl and could not hold back their tears. After changing into a beautiful light dress, Tita apologized to Orcus for keeping him waiting. The hero admitted that the dress suited her very well and Tita smiled. He could stay in this guest room for a while. The hero would like to say hello to her parents. He would have liked to stay for 2 days, but he figured he was inconveniencing them anyway. Tita lowered her gaze sadly, and the guy spoiled what happened. She was afraid that he wouldn't make it, and Orc lowered his eyes just as silently. Going into the room of Tita's mother, the girl called out to her. Her mother was apparently ill with something, as she was bedridden. The pixie's eyes were closed and she was covered in sweat. Tita told the hero that she had fallen ill quite suddenly a few months ago. Since then, she had been in this condition and had been lying unconscious in bed. The Orc surmised that they must have had medicine, but none of the medicinal plants growing within the barrier of the Tree of Peace had helped her. So when Tita heard that there might be something outside that would cure her, she went outside the barrier, all to find the cure, but fell into the hands of humans. With tears in her eyes, Tita apologized to her mother for having such a useless daughter. The hero asked Tita's permission to examine her. He knew a little about medicine, more specifically from medicines to healing magic. He thought that she could still be cured, which shocked Tita. She remembered that he was still the disciple of the great sage and asked him to do it. But then someone ordered them to stop. It was the grandmother, which was highly doubtful that an orc could have a knowledge of medicine. According to the grandmother, Tita trusted this orc too much. It was unknown what he was up to and she could not let him touch her daughter. Tita's mother was a widow, but her grandmother could dare to suggest that it wouldn't stop the orc from doing something vulgar. Tita asked her grandmother not to say that, for the orc was not bad. But the hero replied to the girl that her grandmother was right. Her mother was a first-class woman, and if she wanted a child with him, he would knock her up when she was cured. Still, elves looked young, and even if a woman had already given birth, it didn't diminish her value at all. Tita was shocked by Orc's words, but he replied to her grandmother that he wouldn't even have to touch her, and it was possible to examine her with magic. The elven woman didn't understand what he meant, and the hero set to work. When Orc used magic on the elven girl, magical circles appeared right above her, which surprised Tita. With the healing magic taught to him by the great sage Merlin in Light, he could determine the disease, the method of treatment, and even what nutrients she needed. After a while, the examination was completed. Taking out a couple of ingredients from his bag, he grinded them up, after which he summoned the fairies and asked them for water. Granny was confused as to how this orc could use the power of the fairies. One had to mix the medicine with water and give it for an hour. After a while, the elfess felt a little better. Guy told the grandmother and grandson that he was done with the emergency and he would like to explain what her condition was. Tita thanked the hero, for it was the first time she had ever seen her mum have such a peaceful face. Her grandmother decided to ask him if he was definitely an orc. She still didn't understand how an orc could use the power of fairies. He asked her to forget about him since he was going to tell them about her condition. He decided to be brief and admitted that he could hardly cure her. Tita couldn't understand why, for the medicine he had given her had worked. You could see it in her face. The hero didn't have enough ingredients on him. He could certainly gather them outside the forest, but the cure would take at least a week. But he couldn't do that because he was only staying here for 2 days. Tita looked at her grandmother hopefully, not believing that there was nothing that could be done about it. But they had no way of knowing if Orc was telling the truth. Could only have been a ruse to stay here longer. Tita didn't understand why her grandmother was so stubborn. Tita had made up her mind that she would take her mum outside the forest. If he could cure her, she wanted to do it now. But the hero shouted that it wouldn't work then. He had come here to find a girl for his harem, and he only had tomorrow to get busy looking for her. Tita blushed and lowered her gaze. In that case, she had promised to belong to him if he saved her mum and would like Orc to knock her up. But there was no way in hell the hero could let that happen. For that was the real tragic reason. He'd be a complete arsehole if he agreed to such a thing. Tita approached the hero, finding herself not attractive enough. The guy could hardly contain himself, but taking a deep breath, he admitted that it wasn't that. He had a code after all. The girl had to wholeheartedly want to be his or they would just be miserable. He would want to have the exact same thing as his parents, so that not only her body, but her heart would be his. But he just couldn't leave Tita's mother. He couldn't bear to leave her to die. Then an incomprehensible grimace appeared on the grandmother's face. In a moment she just laughed, and Tita looked at her grandmother in surprise. The woman apologized, for now she understood him. Her mind was clouded with prejudice about orcs, and then he tried desperately to save her life. After bowing to the hero, the grandmother decided to believe him. She asked Mr. Orc to stay in the village and save her daughter. Tita was shocked to see her grandmother bow her head. The guy asked to count on him and he will definitely save her. As they left the village, Orc looked around. Gathering the necessary herbs, he thought about the fact that elves and rich nature lived hand in hand. It could not be used in this form, and the hero decided to change the properties of the herb with his magic. Tita constantly watched the hero prepare the medicine. He continued to give the medicine to her mum every day. And after a while, the girl was able to open her eyes and smile at her daughter. Tita threw herself into her mother's arms, not believing this happiness. The grandmother smiled sincerely at them, and the crying Tita also threw herself into Orc's arms, thanking him from the bottom of her heart. Sobbing, she thought that she would never be able to talk to her mother again in her life. The boy smiled and silently stroked the elven girl's head. Her mother was on the mend. It could be said that he had fulfilled his role in this village, but not his purpose. And it consisted of luring the elf girls with his harem. As he examined the girls, he realized he was right. The elf village was teeming with beauties. The elves could be an invaluable contribution to his harem. At least that was how it was supposed to be. The boy sat on the riverbank with his head down on his knees in despair. He had never been able to get close to any girl, and they stupidly avoided him. They completely ignored him and didn't even give him a chance to try to get close to them. While he was in despair, Tita came up to him from behind asking him what was wrong with him. The guy admitted that he had been given a complete beating today. He had talked to every girl in the village, but none wanted to be part of his harem. Tita smiled, thinking that he just hadn't offered it to them properly. Truth be told, the guy still hadn't met a girl who wanted to be his. But his mum told him that if he got strong, girls would be sticky for him. He thought he was just not strong enough yet. Tita admitted that he was strange, but she liked his strange character. The hero looked at the girl and thought she finally wanted him to stick it in her. But Tita exclaimed that of course she didn't, and the guy hid his head in his lap again. She handed him an apple and suggested he eat it and relax. It was the local food, it was delicious and too simple. The food was either raw or baked and he was getting sick of it. In that case, he decided on something. The guy shouted that he would teach everyone how to cook and show them what good food was, and then he'd be popular. He decided to continue his way to their hearts through their stomachs. And then they would run to him and he decided to continue his way to their hearts through their stomachs. And then they would run to him and start begging for him to knock them up. Tita was thrilled that Orc would start cooking for them and couldn't wait for it. Tita was completely captivated by his cooking, and it was only a matter of time before it happened to them. But the guy couldn't cook what he used to cook, or rather he had no right to. Tita didn't know what he meant and looked questioningly at the hero. If he uses sauces, it would probably turn out to be an incredibly tasty dish. But the elves won't be able to recreate them. Once they've tasted something so amazing, they'll want to try something new. They'll forget the danger and start approaching human cities. Eventually the humans would catch them, and the Orc couldn't let that happen. Tita was surprised how Orc hadn't tired of his grandiose way of thinking yet, but it was part of him. He wondered if there was some homemade recipe that required only the ingredients available to this village without the use of spices. But apparently there was such a thing, and the hero decided to start cooking Orc from another world. He again had to run away from a huge boar that ran furiously after the guy. Boars were good. They were big, tasty, and could be found everywhere. Tita and Orc walked to their warehouse, and as it turned out, the food here was mostly potatoes. There was plenty of it here, and luckily for them, he had steak made from potatoes. could be used instead of spices. One had to boil the sake to get rid of the alcohol it contained and add some honey. Sprinkle a little salt to balance the flavor. And they ended up with a flavorful broth. The hero would have liked to start cooking in this pot, but there were hundreds of elves living here and it was too small for that. In that case, the orc wished for land using his hero power. He was able to create a huge pot in no time. As usual, he didn't hesitate in the slightest before using the power of the fairies. The orc was in agreement with Tita's words. Fairies were very useful. He asked Tita to help him a little with the firewood and the girl of course agreed. Now it was necessary to chop everything into small pieces. The guy just picked up a box of meat and threw it up. Using his knife, he easily cut it right up in the air. Apparently, his sword skills had not yet dulled. After lightly frying the ingredients, it was time to throw them into the water. Then a lot of mushrooms had to be added, and one would have liked to use seaweed as well, but had to replace it with mushrooms. They were to add flavor and double the nutritional value. Tita apologized to Orcus for taking a long time to gather firewood, but the hero replied that it was fine. They immediately built a fire, around which stood a huge pot. Then they had to carefully collect the foam and add the broth they had prepared. Tita could get hungry from the mere smell of it. All that remained was to stir it well and it would be ready. After putting the dish in a plate, the orc said that it was from his homeland and it was called Nikujiga. The orc asked Tita for her opinion, and she said that he could trust her as she was a professional. Tita's eyes lit up and she confessed that it was delicious and had a delicate flavor. This cooking method was called braising. It was the best for combining ingredients with a strong flavor. The girl told Orc that it was simply amazing and that he really could do anything. She also liked what he had prepared last time. It was overly exciting, so the guy decided not to even remember. The girl leaned on the guy's shoulder, suggesting that she could taste that dish again if she became his wife. He thought that was certainly possible, but didn't think that reason was a good one. The girl laughed and called him a fool, for it was a joke. With a smile, the hero also tasted his dish, after which they decided to treat all the people in the village. One of the old men looked at the dish that Orc-san had prepared with interest. They had heard that this dish was called Nikujiga. Another elf noticed that the hero had thrown it all into hot water, and the old man decided to be the first to try it. It was very tasty to them. The potatoes were so delicious that they could eat them forever. The hero was ready to teach them how to make this dish, and set about showing them everything in practice. The girls were delighted with Mr. Orc and thanked him for making such a delicious meal for them. They asked to be sure to teach them how to cook as well, and Orc's eyes lit up. The elven girls circled in front of him like that, watching the cooking with interest. At some point, the guy felt someone's gaze on him and looked round. A certain elf with glasses was looking at him, and he turned round and walked away. While the hero was puzzled, Orc was approached by an elf that wanted to ask him about the broth. He decided that everything was going perfectly and according to his plan. He had to get their attention by cooking, which was done, and increase the sapietia. And now he decided to move on to the main thing. Turning round to the girls, he elegantly asked if anyone would like to lie under him in that case. Standing alone with a pot of food, the guy thought to himself that this was a total failure. Apparently cooking well didn't mean being popular, and that it was only his imagination. Orc wondered if that wasn't true, but even Tita had left him. He thought she had gone home. He decided to go home too, when suddenly someone called out to him. It was an elder. She told the hero that the feast had been fun, and the boy confessed that he had also had fun. Although he didn't achieve his goal, but he had a good time. Not only did he help her daughter, the elf had also heard that he had responded to a villager's request and cured him. He also even taught them how to cook such delicious food. He was a kind and good guy after all, and the elder would like to express her gratitude to him. Thanks to him, Tita's grandmother learnt many lessons. This village is too isolated, and if they had doctors, they could save many lost lives, and they also had nothing to entertain themselves. If the hero was okay with it, the elder and the others would be willing to accept him as one of them and ask him to stay here. The hero smiled warmly and said that he would only accept feelings. He had come here looking for a wife, but since it didn't work out, he was willing to leave the village as soon as he finished treating her. The elder smiled, saying that he was a brute after all. Then she wanted to know his answer in case someone still wanted to marry him. The woman turned back with a smile. Right in front of the hero stood the beautiful Tita that she had decided to dress up beautifully. Tita came out to the hero and her grandmother said that Tita would like to marry him. The orc clearly did not expect this and stared at the girl in surprise. He found it hard to believe that Tita wanted to be his. The boy blushed and smiled, happy about it. According to the grandmother, she realized these feelings then after spending those few days with him. She wished she could stay with him forever, so Tita decided to tell Orc. Grandmother made her feelings known, and Tita truly believed that she would be happy with him. She wished she could be his. Orc suddenly thought about it. Just for the record, he would like to know that she wasn't saying it for the sake of him staying in this village. And if she was willing to sacrifice herself for the village, she should have thought about it again. But Tita exclaimed that it wasn't, and that her feelings were sincere. The guy thought that Tita was the sweet, beautiful, and first-class girl he wanted. But she would want him to promise her something. There was an awkward pause, and the girl lowered her head, and Orc asked her to speak. She wished he would only look at her. She didn't want him to have a harem, because that's not how it works. The hero was shocked by all of this, for he had been doing his best to create the best harem all along. His teachers believed in him and trained him and coached him and trained him in order for him to achieve his goal. He was faced with a choice to choose Tita or his dream, but he crazily wanted her. He cried out that he loved her, and yet he didn't want to give up his dream. This dream was not only his, he could not betray those who believed in him. It all became clear to the girl. Her eyes sparkled and tears sprang from them. She apologized and then ran away. The hero shouted her name, not knowing what he should do next. Tita's grandmother only shook her head sadly. Everything had happened a little earlier than the hero had anticipated, but now Tita's mother was perfectly healthy. Now she had to focus on recovering, and he was sure that she would be perfectly fine. The girl thanked the Orc for his help. Tita's mother noticed that her daughter was avoiding Orc, but he hadn't seen her in 2 days. He didn't blame her, for he couldn't think of a worse answer. Looking at it all objectively, it was immediately clear who was the odd one out. The girl smiled and told the guy that he was very sincere. Most people would have just agreed and then cheated. But this was only a fleeting happiness, and the hero wanted to create a harem in which everyone would be happy. The girl had already noticed the fact that Orc was trying to turn something completely indecent into something decent. She asked to forgive her mother's interference, but her daughter had fallen in love for the first time. Therefore, she wished the hero would understand her feelings. After bowing, the girl thanked Orc for everything and the hero headed for the exit. After going down to the river, Orc still managed to find Tita. She did not understand why he came. After all, he did not even like her. But it wasn't like that. He liked her and he would like her. But as he said, he couldn't give up his dream. He came here to tell her something. The girl didn't mind listening to him after all. He had finished treating her mother and no one here wanted to join his harem. There was no reason for him to linger here any longer. So he was ready to leave as soon as he said goodbye to the elder. Tita didn't understand what he was in such a hurry for, but the hero desperately wanted to fulfill his dream, even though it was strange to Tita. Tita thought that was the end of it. But that wasn't all, and the hero decided to get to the point. It was revenge time, and he told the girl that he would create a harem. Even so, he wished she would go with him. It was a harem after all, and she would most likely not be the only one he would fall in love with. But he wanted to love her with all his heart and do everything he could to make her happy. He was sincere in asking her to do so. The girl got to her feet and turned to the hero. She confessed that she too had been thinking about whether she could continue to love him if she were not the only one. And she wanted to say her answer. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by a very strange feeling. It was a certain feeling of uneasiness and danger. The hero had already realized that Tita also felt it. The girl felt terrified as the barrier of the world tree was fading away. If the barrier was destroyed, then they were in danger. The fact that there was someone capable of doing such a thing made the situation even more dangerous. Even a hero wouldn't be able to break this barrier just like that. He asked Tita to stay here. He summoned the fairies and asked them for wind. The orc leapt up to the heights from where he could see everything. He noticed a group of men on horseback that were armed to the teeth. The elf with glasses said that they were all fools here and that no one realized his true worth. They also accepted Orc, but there were those who were not and who accepted his worth. The guy said that he had broken his seal and ordered him to gather all his power and awaken. He wanted something to consume the tree of the world. A young elf with glasses summoned an ancient beetle demon that appeared before him. The hero could not understand where a heavily armed squad had come from here. Moreover, they were capable of breaking the barrier of the world tree and the elves were in danger. There was quite a commotion in the village. The elf ordered the women and children to flee to the shelter and the men to prepare their bows. The elder asked the elves if they had already been able to determine who had attacked them. But for now it was unknown, All that was known was that the barrier to the west had been destroyed. The elves also knew nothing of their numbers. A hero burst into the elder's house and called out to her. The elf behind her shouted that they had an emergency and that outsiders were not allowed here, but the lad feared that was impossible. He used magic with which a map appeared right in front of them. The elder was shocked because it was a map of their entire village. It also contained the exact location of the intruders and the possible path of invasion. He brought them information about the location of the enemies who were there 3 minutes ago. There were 60 men, and at this rate they would reach the village in an hour and a half. The elder was shocked how the hero could know this, but it was quite easy for him. He flew up into the sky, after which he used search magic. The elves decided that this was utter nonsense. They simply couldn't believe that an orc could use magic of such a high class. The elder was certainly indebted to Orc, but as the elder, she had to ask what was on everyone's mind. She thought it was Orc who might have led them here, but the boy said it wasn't. The elder wanted proof that it wasn't, but proving you hadn't done anything was too hard. But he could because he had no reason to call these people here. He decided to show them his power. The guy unleashed some of his power, and the elves were just shocked, not realizing where such magical power came from. The orc used the hero's power and fairies appeared around him. A pillar of light covered his body and one of the elves fell to the floor from shock. The elder asked him to stop, for they understood. If he was serious, this village wouldn't last a minute, and he clearly didn't need the support. The orc was glad that they understood that after all. The elder apologized for being intrusive, but they needed his help. But that was exactly what Orc was going to do. He loved this village and would be only too happy to help. But he would also like to ask something. Did they have any guesses as to why these people attacked this village? The elder could surmise that they were going to capture them and sell them into slavery, and then seize the tree of peace they were protecting. The people had had their eyes on it for a long time. The hero reflected, the forest and its barrier clearly existed to protect the tree of peace. It had always seemed to him that to protect a small tribe it was clearly too much. The orc decided to peddle his own option, in which he would attack the armed squad. Meanwhile, the elves would concentrate on strengthening the defenses. The elder was shocked that he wanted to attack the squad alone, but he was more than enough to deal with 6 dozen people. The elfess didn't even know what to say to him. In that case, the girl offered him something since he wanted a harem. The elfess asked to save the village and she would make the girl he liked become his and wished the guy good luck. But he still had to refuse. Tita ran after the hero and shouted that she would go with him. He wasn't sure if the own could handle it, but Tita was the fastest in the village, so she decided to help in any way she could. She also didn't understand why he refused the reward. After all, it was exactly what he wanted. The hero even tried to seduce them all, but he didn't like it. He didn't like to force, and would rather they become his of their own free will. Tita thought he was completely weird. He was a pervert, but restrained in such a strange aspect. The orc agreed with her, for his orc friends told him the same thing. The same was true for her, and if he wanted her in return for her mom's treatment, she wouldn't refuse. But she somehow liked that side of him. The hero thought that it could still be considered as a desire to join his harem, but Tita shouted that she did not say a word about it. But now there was absolutely nothing to talk about. Enemies appeared on their way that were rushing by on horseback. It would have been fine for Orcus if they had all turned out to be ordinary people, but they had destroyed the barrier of the Tree of Peace. He only hoped their enemies were not on the level of his teachers. He was ready to move forward, and a hero's mark appeared on his arm. The orc apologized, for he did not mean to restrain himself. Using hero magic, the guy covered himself with stream armor. Tita was surprised that the orc used the wind power of the fairies to wrap himself in wind. The hero looked at the girl and asked her to stay here. After the request, he flew upwards and headed straight for the enemies. His pillar of impact knocked down several people at once that fell down along with their horses. The other attackers couldn't realize who he was, but they clearly hadn't expected him. The hero swiftly approached one of the surviving men and struck him with terrible force. The attacker flew off and hit right into a tree. The orc said it was just self-defense and asked them to relax, for he was trying to hold back so that no one would die. The warriors stood in confusion, then decided to attack the enemy after all. The whole crowd of warriors swooped at once on the orc, but the hero promptly managed to dodge all the blows. In addition, he struck his enemies one after another with his bare hand. One of the archers tried to shoot him in a leap, But the orc caught the arrow with only 2 fingers near his eyes and threw it back at the archer. The man immediately fell off his horse, maddened by his own arrow, which turned out to contain poison. A few minutes later, all of his opponents were at his feet, and Tita exclaimed that it was amazing. He was able to handle them all by himself. But the boy realized that there was something wrong here, for it was too easy. None of them were strong enough to break the barrier. Even if they were just mercenaries with their level, it wouldn't make any difference whether there was one or not. Such a squad would only make the elves wary at best. The orc realized that it was probably a decoy and shouted to the girl that they should return to the village. On the way back, the hero wondered if there was a well-guarded place that could be left unattended in an emergency. Tita immediately thought of the Temple of the Peace Tree. It was usually guarded, but in a critical situation the guards would have to leave their post and go to the aid of the village. The orc decided it was definitely him and wanted to know what was there. Tita told him that an evil god was sealed in this temple. Even though it sounded like a fairy tale, she thought the orc might not believe it. But orc shouted that they had made them, and no one had broken the barrier from the outside. That only meant that it was easier to destroy it from the inside, and that there was a traitor among the villagers. The hero told the girl that he would run ahead, and Tita agreed. Seconds later, the guy disappeared. It sounded like a fairy tale, but the hero still hoped that it was just someone's imagination. But if you take into account the trick imposed on the Tree of the World and the barrier protecting it, everything became clear. One could assume that the evil god of fairy tales existed. If that was the case, a real disaster awaited them. The orc stopped upon reaching his destination and realized that his bad premonition had come true. A sinister black force was emanating from the Temple of the Tree. It was the very Temple of the Tree of Peace, and just as Orc thought, there were no guards and the door was broken. He ran inside, hoping it wasn't too late. But at some point the guy stopped, seeing an elf in front of him. Not far away from the elf was emanating the same dark, ominous energy, and the elf turned to Orcus. Orc decided that it was he who had broken the seal, and it appeared that it was not the humans outside, but the elf inside. He asked the elf why he had done it. Fixing his glasses with a smile, the elf answered him that with great power comes also boredom. The orc didn't understand how that was, and the elf said that it was partly true. And by breaking the seal, he could finally embrace his power, and then a new place would be waiting for him where he could start a new life. By the implication of a new life, the orc realized that he was talking about a human city. The hero could not understand what the elf was, for his scent was different. The elves living here had never touched anything from the outside in their lives, and they smelled like woods. This elf smelled of spices, perfume, meat, wine, and things that were in human cities that could not be obtained here. The orc said the elf was fascinated by human culture. He was entrusted with buying things for the village, and it was only natural since he had been to a human city. In the hero's opinion, he misunderstood his role as an errand boy. The elf jabbed his finger at Orc, not realizing how dare he say such a thing. But according to the hero, he was just an errand boy with a developed inferiority complex. When he got to the city, he was approached by a man. He whispered beautiful words to the elf, after which he became conceited. Orc also dares to assume that he was told something along the lines that their village was strange and that he deserved a better place. By the elf's reaction, he had hit the mark, and since he had few clues, he had to supplement them with his imagination. But in all likelihood, it was no longer worth worrying about. It was he who stared at Orc as he showed everyone the cooking process. From his point of view, he was just an outsider who had somehow blended into the village and was enjoying his stay. To the elf, it was unbearable. Whoever had arranged all this was dangerous. He could easily see through an elf who was dissatisfied with his village and could easily make him betray them. The elf shouted that he was not, but the hero was sure of it. He was overconfident despite his powerlessness and didn't even realize that he was being manipulated. The elf screamed that he wasn't being manipulated, but the orc decided he would hold him back while he made excuses for him. The elf couldn't believe that some man out there would be able to catch him. A sinister grin appeared on his face. The hero abruptly appeared beside the elf and told him he was an orc, then struck his opponent. From the force of the blow, the elf's glasses flew off and he fell to his knees. The guy suggested him to look at himself because he looked down on other races, and he himself had developed an inferiority complex in relation to his own. Then the orc wished he could make him tell him the name of the customer. He was able to stop the doer, but not his. Raising his head, the hero saw a dark stream of magic in front of him. He feared that it was too late to stop it. That black stuff continued to seep out, and the hero dared to guess that only a tenth of it had been released so far. Running outside from the temple, the hero looked towards the village where the noise was coming from. There was an earthquake, and a huge centipede-like creature began to burst outwards from beneath the ground. The orc only had to look at it to realize that this creature was stronger than him. The creature threw a substance in different directions that appeared to be acid, eating away at everything around it. The huge creature spotted Orc and swiftly attacked him, but the hero managed to dodge by jumping up. Some of the acid got on his clothes and his jacket began to vaporize. It was hard to believe it, since his clothes were made of the hide of a magical beast. Its defense was strong enough to easily withstand even the acid. The huge creature rushed straight towards the world tree, and the hero was horrified to think that it was going to devour the tree. His situation was worse than ever, and the orc stood still, wondering what to do. If the elves were attacked by some monster, they could just abandon their village and run away. But if a world tree was in the crosshairs, it was a completely different case. The elves had a duty to protect the Tree of Peace. At worst, they would have to fight to the last man. The orc gritted his teeth at the thought of them all being wiped out. In that case, he needed to take this thing on. But he doubted he could defeat such a monster, but perhaps he had no other choice. Marks appeared on his hands, and the orc decided to use his forbidden technique. It was a double fairy mark. Concentrating, the hero tried to unleash the power. It gave more than just doubling power. The marks in addition reinforced each other. The guy found himself right in front of a huge creature that clearly did not expect a repulse. He finally saw the orc as a threat, and the hero even felt good about it. But unfortunately, this huge worm was too late, and the orc unleashed its power. In the name of the King of the Fairies, he ordered the fire magic that exists in this world to come to him. At that moment, all the fairies in the neighborhood began to flock to the hero. They created a raging torrent of flame that floated near Orc. With a menacing look at the enemy, the hero used the flame magic of purgatory. The fire attacked the monster and covered its entire body with fire. The monster began to tear from within, and finally it fell to the ground, shattering into huge pieces. Exhaling heavily, the guy thought that this was his strongest offensive magic, and if it wasn't enough to kill it, he would hardly be able to overpower this thing. Just when the orc thought of this, some huge force caused a wave of dust, from behind which nothing could be seen. When the cloud dissipated, Orc saw a ghastly scene before him. This monster could catfish regenerate, and Orc thought he was being bullied. Eventually, the huge monster was able to fully recover. The hero had already realized that the creature had put all its energies into recovering its lost stomach. Tita ran up to the hero, guessing that he was the one who had set off that explosion. That was true, but he needed some time to recover for reuse. He shouldn't have counted on that power. But that wasn't what Tita meant. She had only heard that the orc wanted to fight him and had asked him to flee. But there was no way he could leave them. Tita firmly said that it was their responsibility to protect the Tree of Peace. It was the worm that was devouring the world. No matter how strong the orc was, she didn't think he could handle it. But the hero decided it would be okay, and wanted to think of something. After all, if he defeats him, the elf will have to run because it will not be him. The boy promised that he would not let this thing get to the Tree of Peace. With these words, he rushed forward that Tita did not even have time to say anything to him. The orc not only had the power of the fairy's mark, there was another sealed power. He had been told that if he used it, he would be finished, and it scared him. But it was even scarier not to use that power and watch Tita die. After reaching the worm, the guy tried to concentrate his power. The huge monster went for a frontal attack, and the hero tried to hold it back with his bare hands. From their collision, a powerful explosion sounded. The guy tried to unleash his power and push the monster away from him. The hero noticed the mark on his arm beginning to shatter. He realized that he was already at his limit. After being trained by his teachers, he thought he was the strongest in the world, but reality opened his eyes. He didn't understand why he was getting involved in all this. After all, he was just a guy who had been rejected. But he couldn't forget Tita's insanely sweet smile, and even if he couldn't knock her up, he was determined that she would live. Probably all because he'd like to see her smile. The orc marveled to himself that he had risked his life for such a thing. Remembering his father, the boy said he would break the seal. It was the sealed power of the evolving orc, and he resolved to break the second seal. If the second seal was broken once, the hero was almost certain that he would not be able to go back. But to defeat this monster, he would have to become one. The orc remembered his mother. She had told him that when he wanted to keep something he cared about safe and there was nothing he could do about it, he could unleash it. According to his mother, he could return through the miracle of love. The orc smiled as he remembered the miracle of love, but in his opinion, unrequited love would not do. With these thoughts, the monster grabbed the hero and swallowed him. Seeing this, Tita screamed Orc's name. All the elves, led by Tita's grandmother, were horrified, having also seen this terrible picture. Tita forgot everything and fell to her knees, sobbing with all her might. The grandmother ran up to her granddaughter, realizing that now Tita would regret it for the rest of her life. She should have made her feelings known sooner. Tita couldn't force herself to accept Orc's idea of a harem. She wanted to be the one for him. The elves around her couldn't find the words to speak to her. It was then that Tita realized that she loved him with all her heart. And her love ended in the worst possible way. Tita's grandmother was an elder after all, and overcoming her feelings ordered the archers to shoot the monster. In an instant, a hail of arrows rained down on the enemy. But it was impenetrable, and the elder realized it was useless. There was nothing they could do to him. But suddenly the worm screamed violently, as if something was tearing it from the inside. All the elves watched in shock, and then the monster began to swell up from the inside. Its belly was pierced by a terrible beastly fist, which sought outward. The worm screamed furiously, while the elves did not realize what was happening. As the monster's body was torn apart and it fell to the ground, a large and terrifying dark creature resembling an orc stood right in front of the elves. The muscular beast roared, and the grandmother was terrified beyond comprehension. The huge orc looked at the worm and kicked it with all his might, causing the monster to fly upward and fall with terrible force to the ground. Pouncing like a fierce beast, the orc began beating it as hard as he could, not giving his opponent a chance. He beat him until he reached his enemy's heart. Tita's grandmother and the rest of the elves were simply terrified and numb with fear as the orc devoured the monster's heart and dispersed even more. Inside that body, the hero felt how hot he was. His thoughts spoke only of destruction, death, and doom. Everything pissed him off, and he wanted to destroy everything around him. The huge beast said he would make them disappear and ran towards the tree. But swinging at the tree of peace, the inner voice of the hero said that this would not do, for it would upset her. At the last moment of the blow, his fist managed to stop. With all his fury, the orc smashed the rock that was next to him. He didn't understand who she was, and he didn't care, just to destroy everything. But the voice of the true orc told him that it would be better, and that she would smile. The huge beast walked away from the tree. He was overcome with thoughts that it was too hot and something had to be done about it. It needed something to quell its rage. Tita ran after him and tried to talk to him. She was almost certain it was an orc and asked the beast about it. But the beast decided that she was too small and it was no match for him. Tita ran after the orc and asked him to answer. He had told her himself that if he defeated the monster, it would no longer be him. She realized that he meant that he would turn into a monster. But then she didn't understand why she had to use that power, even after she told him that she hated his idea of a harem and that she wouldn't be with him. Tita cried desperately, and the huge beast couldn't understand why those drops were soothing him. He wanted her to live and smile, so he used that power. She began to kick at the beast's legs, asking Orc to come back to her, for if he became his old self, she could give him everything. In tears, the girl was willing to let him impregnate her as he wanted. Suddenly, the beast remembered Tita's name, and that his name was Orcus. The hero decided that he had to quickly restore the seal while he was still conscious. He didn't want her to keep crying, so he had to wipe away her tears now and grant her wish. And how could he make Tita disappear if he was going to get her? Tita stared at the beast in shock, and everyone around didn't even know what to say to such screams of Orcus. At some point, Tita's grandmother laughed, and the other elves supported her. In an instant, the hero was able to become himself and stood in front of Tita. The boy was completely naked and ready to fall through the ground in shame. Tita could not hold back her tears of happiness and smiled sincerely. She shouted to Orc that he was just a fool, then threw herself into her arms and kissed him on the lips, letting out groans of pain and exhaustion. The boy woke up in a bed in the middle of the room. Restoring the seal had exhausted him, and the strain on his body was so great that he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights and still couldn't recover. Just then, Tita came to him and told him that the food was ready. She brought the spoon to the hero's mouth and said that it was elf porridge, which looked delicious. That was good, because thanks to his advice Tita had to her own surprise, it turned out pretty good. When Tita told Orcus that he could impregnate her, he would have gladly done it right on the spot, but the hero was unable to, and this torture continued until now. He still couldn't believe that the elf was okay with it, After all, she had told him about wanting to be the one. That was indeed true, but then she realized that she would rather be in his harem than break up with him. Besides, he even risked his life for her. And in fact, no one had ever loved her in this life as much as he had. The orc was just crazy about the elf girl. She was so sweet that it showed in everything. The hero thought desperately about his body not moving and started asking his body to move immediately. Time after time, he demanded that his body obey him and suddenly exclaimed that a miracle had happened. Tito was surprised when the hero took off his shirt and stood in just his pants. Breathing heavily, the guy admitted that he would like to do it now when Tita is so cute that he couldn't hold back. The girl smiled and agreed. Tita, of course, was willing to forgive him for a lot of girls, but asked him to get ready to make him crazy about her. She wanted to do it so much that the guy would not think about other girls and asked him to prepare for it. Tita took off her clothes, after which the hero climbed on top of the girl. He looked at her long elf ears, which he had dreamed of licking since childhood. The orc did it though and licked the ear of the elf girl, who squeaked and blushed. He invited the girl to enjoy each other to the fullest. So the elven girl became his first step toward creating a harem. The next morning, Orc woke up and decided to make coffee. Smelling a pleasant odor, the girl also got out of bed. Bringing the elfess a cup of tea, the hero wished her a good morning and asked about her well-being. Tita replied that she was fine. It was just that he was so incredible that she had passed out. Holding out coffee to her, the guy offered her a drink. The hero sat down next to Tita and they were just silent for a while. The orc was crazy about this morning cup of coffee. Tita had never had coffee before, and this sweetly bitter flavor really awakened her. The hero replied that since there were no coffee beans anywhere on the mainland, he had to create them with magic and a dash of chemistry. Enjoying a cup of coffee after making love was quite aesthetically pleasing. The guy said he was done and suggested they go to the lake. This was very apropos for them considering they were both sticky. The lake looked beautiful, and after undressing, Tita climbed into the water. Looking at the hero, Tita immediately turned away, for his gaze frightened her very much. She warned that that was enough for today, and the hero said that he was a gentleman orc and in no way would rush at her now. The orc thought that the view of the beautiful lake and the beautiful, fully naked elven woman was simply stunning, and it was a masterpiece. But it would be if one thing was left out. Not far away from them, there was still the corpse of a huge monster, and its disgusting smell still lingered in the forest. The orc had heard a little of what happened next, and the elf who had broken the seal had been killed. He was poisoned with a slow-acting poison, and in all likelihood he would have died whether he broke the seal or not. He was silenced, and those who manipulated him were extremely careful. When the heroes were done with the bathtub, they headed back and took the path where everything was destroyed. Apparently, the local elves were looking for usable fields, but the next field was useless. Tita sadly said that it would take her a long time to rebuild the village, and to the hero it seemed terrible. It was the pink slime of the demon beetle that was eating away at the soil. The elders were now deciding what to do, but if things stayed as they were, they wouldn't survive this winter. The orc thought about the fact that he could just supply what they needed, but the proud elves wouldn't like that charity. But suddenly one way popped into his mind, and it would be a good reason for them not to refuse. The boy told the girl that he had one idea, and Tita was surprised that he could still come up with something. He asked the Tita to take him to the elder so that they could discuss something with her. As an elder, Tita's grandmother had already realized that the lad wanted to support the village. The orc would like to help with its rebuilding. In addition to that, the hero would like to offer support with food for the winter. The elder said that it was true and that the demon beetle had destroyed their fields and they didn't have any food supplies. Yet they could not accept his offer, for all elves have pride. This was the kind of refusal the hero expected, for the elves were a proud race. The orc replied to her that it was perfectly natural to help his wife's family. Pride was important, of course, but he thought it was wrong to let the villagers die like that. The elder replied that they would just move on and get by. But the hero didn't think it would be so easy considering that there would be sick and injured people in the village. After all, taking care of the sick would be an additional burden and it would be a vicious cycle. What stopped the elder was that they would have nothing to repay him for his help. It would have been easy to just tell them to accept it as thanks for Tita becoming his wife. But Orc didn't want to do that. After all, they had this relationship because they love each other. And as soon as he said something so hypocritical, it would all become a lie. If they wanted to thank him so badly, the hero had one option. He wanted to get his hands on the corpse of the demon beetle, which made Grandma and Tita confused. The elder was certainly fine with it, but she didn't understand why he wanted it. After all, the hero knew of the corrosive poisonous slime he was secreting. But Orc assured her that he would find a use for it. He thought it was simply awesome and was willing to earn 10 times the amount spent on food from it. The elder looked at the other counselors, who nodded their heads in the affirmative. In that case, she bowed to Orc-san and left it to him. That way, the elf village would be safe. The hero asked them not to bow. After all, it was an equal exchange and he would deal with the corpse quickly. Plus, as a special favor, he promised to clean everything for free. The Orc and Tita went to the corpse of the monster where everything was corroded with slime. One of the elves tried desperately to keep the fields free of the slime, but his ladle was simply corroded. He was desperate and said that his field could no longer be saved. Tita was concerned about this and pronounced that it would be harder to recover than she thought, and Orcus agreed with her. But that was why he was here. With these words, a mark appeared on his hand and he wished for water from the fairy. Immediately a fairy appeared to the hero that fulfilled his request. Tita was confused and did not understand what the hero was doing, for by this method he would spread slime everywhere. But Orc asked her to take a closer look. It was pure water that couldn't be spilt or contaminated. If you hold the slime in this shell, it won't corrode anything else. Tita was surprised at such a property, and the guy wished for land. With the power of the fairies, he created a huge pit into which he began to dump the slime. After a while, they ended up cleaning up the slime, and the girl said that the Orc was as carefree as ever. The elf that saw all this was just shocked by the guy. With tears, he threw himself into the arms of the hero from the bottom of his heart, thanking him for saving his field. The hero smiled at him, after which Orc suggested that the girl go and deal with the monster. She found it hard to believe that they could give money for him. The Orc said that its skin was simply incredible, and even his fully utilized fire magic unleashed with the hero's power couldn't completely burn it. If you regarded it as armor, it was the best material in the world. He put the sword in Tita's hands and offered to try to cut it. The girl took the sword in her hands and tried to strike the skin of the monster. She was shocked that the sword could not cut it, and the hero praised Tita for a very good blow. Now the girl could realize how valuable that skin was. It would not only help feed all the elves, but also make money from it. But Tita still didn't understand how he was going to recycle it. Digging through his backpack, the Orc said he was using something an order of magnitude better than anything else. It was the blade cane given to him by Merlin in Light in honor of his graduation. The Orc took the cane in his hands and infused his magic into it. Tita couldn't believe it, but this was the only weapon that could withstand the hero's power. After the guy infused his magic into the blade, he began to cut the monster's skin. After a few moments, he shattered the entire armor into small, even pieces, leaving Tita shocked. Now they wouldn't have to worry about armor materials for the rest of their lives. And the girl said he wouldn't surprise her with anything else. When the fire-resistant skin was removed, the hero decided to end it. Using his 2 marks, the guy used purgatory magic and burned everything to the ground. In this way, they had destroyed the remnants of the demon bug and could sell the skin and buy food. Although it was a bit late to say that, but since he had dealt with everything, it wasn't too late to start plowing. The hero decided that no good thing should go to waste, and since there was so much of it, she would give some of the money to his wife. Suddenly, the hero looked at his blade, surprised to see that it was broken. Part of the blade fell to the ground, and the Orc looked at his teacher's gift in silence. At some point, he just got mad because it was a gift from his teacher in honor of graduation, and it was one of a kind. Tita ran up to the hero and asked him to be more careful. But he overpowered him as he plunged his blade into the flesh of the beetle demon. The slime eating everything made it brittle. The Orc didn't realize how he would now look his teacher in the eye. The elven girl thought that he could still be restored. After all, the hero was capable of many things. But Orc looked sadly at the blade and said that he could not do it. It was made of orichalcum, and only a few special families have it. The teacher could have used his incredible magic to create a loophole and obtain it, but it was beyond Orc's strength. Tita didn't even know what to answer him, but the hero was still inferior to his teachers. It was very painful for him to lose the world's best blade. He hadn't used it the way he should have, and surely it was possible to cast strengthening spells beforehand. The hero thought that he might have been a little carried away from being treated like a hero. He couldn't forgive himself for that, but suddenly he was called out by Tita. She took his hand and offered to cheer him up, for she could treat him to an elven dish. The Orc looked at Tita in surprise and smiled. In the hero's opinion, the elven woman had meant roasted vegetables, and she couldn't deny it. Looking at his blade, he promised the girl that he would repair it with his own strength, and Tita was happy to hear the lad's determination. the hero suggested to the elf girl to go packing. He was, of course, still inexperienced, so there was still a chance. The elder thanked the hero for all he had done for them. The village, of course, refused to accept strangers, but he was always welcome. It was mutual, for living here had been a pleasant experience for Orcus. The grandmother asked Tita to drop by from time to time, and the granddaughter promised that she would drop in for a visit. As the heroes left, the elder thanked him again for his help and said that her granddaughter was lucky. The whole village bowed in gratitude to Orcus, and he was glad he had come here. He was able to meet Tita and they got married, but he couldn't stop here. The hero knew he needed to become better and stronger. He wanted this to make his harem bigger. Tita looked at Orc gloomily, hoping that he would never meet another girl. After all, she still hated harems, but the hero was glad Tita was so understanding. The human cities were quite lively and Tita didn't see it all, since when she was captured she was kept in a cage the whole time. Now that she was wearing those earrings that Orc had made for her, everything would be fine. With this magical tool for cognitive distortion, those around her saw her as a normal person. And it was all thanks to Orc, who offered the girl a walk around the city. They approached a jewelry shop and the hero asked the salesman to show the comb. The seller noticed that the guy had good taste because this comb was custom-made. Taking it in her hands, the girl was delighted with it. The Orc told the girl that it was a gift for her, and she was very pleased. But apparently it was very expensive. The hero asked her not to think about it, for he could afford such a thing. A man planning to create a harem would never in his life allow his wives to worry about money. After all, he would have more and more wives and children over time, but he could earn as much as he needed, so he was able to create a harem. He was madly glad that he had been trained by the god of merchants. He wasn't going to buy happiness with money. But it was true that one could forget about a peaceful life if one didn't have enough money. People had created many wonderful things. Just to know it all, you had to pay a price, and also the hero wanted his wife to have fun. The hero wanted to not just live his life but to enjoy it to the fullest. Tita replied to Orcus that this was wonderful, and then she caught him at his word. But still the elven girl didn't want to be a freeloader and she wished he would tell her when her help would be needed to make money. The hero agreed with her. Tita's whole business potential was quite good. Because of her good looks, she could stand out from the crowd in town. Strangely enough, the merchants cared a lot about their looks. The sad thing was that for people, looks were more important than what was inside. The prettier a girl was, the more likely she was to be trusted. So the best merchants developed their taste and dressed better. The hero decided that after a year of training, Tita would become his assistant. And in all likelihood, after about 3 years, she would be able to call herself his right hand. The boy turned his attention to the weapon shop and Tita wondered what he wanted to buy there. The Orc was looking at a staff and there was quite a good selection here. But still he realized that no option could replace the cane his teacher had given him. Because its magic power was so great, no staff could withstand its full force without breaking. A stern-looking man with an eye patch who was a salesman looked down on the guy. In his opinion, the guy had no idea how much it could have cost, and a kid like him wouldn't be able to afford such a thing. The hero silently placed a bag of gold on his desk, which made the salesman's eyes pop out of his forehead. There were 20 million gil here, and the seller thought he was from some royal family. But this money was from the profits of Katsu Orc that had come to him so far. Orc picked up the weapon, thinking it was quite a good thing, made from a forelled tree with a susceptibility to magic that had grown for 100 years in the soil where the dragon's dwelling lay. It could withstand 1 or 2 uses of its full power. Still, this staff was far from the quality of the orichalcum from which the teacher's staff was made. Suddenly, the lad was attracted by some advertisement for the sword of the oracle, and he asked the seller about it. According to the seller, the entire blacksmith guild had been discussing it, that the oracle sword had been completed and all. And yet they hadn't found the hero yet, which seemed strange to him. Orc's eyes glistened when he saw the oracle sword. The sword of the oracle was a sword created by the god for the hero. The Divine Steel clan was the chosen clan and a special sword priestess from that clan who received a revelation from above and combined it with the orichalcum. The priestess then stabbed it into a sacred stone on holy ground. And it was rumored that only a hero could draw the orichalc sword. The hero told the elven woman that he had decided where they would go next. Tita was surprised that the guy was going to draw that sword. It was true, for Orc was a hero, though he hid this fact, but he could draw this sword. If the oracle sword was made of the same material as the teacher's staff, it would definitely withstand his strength. While the merchant was talking about the sword of the oracle, a second merchant came up to him and asked if he had heard one rumor. Everyone was saying that the priestess of the sword was a beauty. In fact, they were saying that the divine clan had become all about pretty girls. They were thinking about going, and Tita noticed that the orc was thinking. The orc ranted and said that they were going ahead. If it was really about a sacred sword, he already had one. Now he was ready to go find a scabbard for it. Tita gloomily looked at the hero and said that it wasn't funny at all. The hero shouted for the priestess of the sword to wait for him, for right now her servant was on his way to her. This mountain was the only place in the world where orichalcum could be obtained. There was also a city at the foot of the mountain where the heroes arrived. It was the Holy Land where the sacred sword was located and the clan of the divine Steel Slaver clan lives. The sword of the oracle waited quietly in the depths of the impenetrable Holy Land, waiting for the hero to come and claim it. At least the orc thought so. There was a real commotion in the city and many kilometers of queues for trying to get the sacred sword. No one could think of who could draw this sacred sword, but one would only have to wait in line for 6 hours. While people were waiting, vendors were shouting for people to come over to them because they had manju of the sacred sword that were very tasty. Other vendors asked to look at the sacred sword trinkets. Eventually, the place became a tourist attraction. As it turned out, there was always a crowd in front of the sacred sword stone. Although it was forbidden to go inside, anyone could enter the outer courtyard. By the sword hung a sign saying that here was a fight for the sacred sword. The fierce and muscular warrior tried with all his might to pull out the sword, but he failed. The sad warrior staggered away and the next man was called. Looking at the sword, the guy thought it was the oracle sword and the girl wondered what it would do. The orc didn't know there was such a buffoonery going on here, and he didn't even feel like standing in this queue. But still he decided to give it a try. While they waited for their turn, the heroes took the sacred sword manzu, which turned out to be very tasty. The hero told the elf that they were making money from the fact that it might get cold soon. Tita had already noticed that he was very fond of discussing business. He had no reason to wait in line, so he decided that he would go when everyone had had enough. If Orc wanted to, he could give someone money and take their place, but he just decided to enjoy his date with Tita. In that case, they decided to try the sacred swords. Suddenly Tita was confronted by a mysterious girl that was wearing a hooded cloak. Tita became worried and asked if she was all right. The orc also apologized to her, for they had been careless. The girl apologized to the elf for flying at her, but Tita said she was at fault too, reaching out to her for help. The boy noticed the fact that she called her an elf, but couldn't understand how she knew that Tita was an elf. Tita wore the special earrings he had made for her, and an ordinary person would not have been able to see through the high-class magic they were filled with. The girl apologized when she realized that they had tried to hide it. The guy wondered if she could see what he was. The girl looked closely at the guy and wondered that if you looked closely at his soul, you could see something. The girl fell to her knees again in consternation, and Orc was shocked that she was reacting just as Tita had on the first day they met. With all her legs, she rushed away screaming that she was going to be raped. The Orc could have easily caught up with her, but noticed that only a beastman could have such speed. The girl couldn't understand how he could catch up with her, but the hero was faster. Crying, the girl apologized to her parents in heaven and screamed that she would be raped by the orc. The guy was quite clear about her reaction and said he would not attack her. Still catching up with the girl, he said he wouldn't do that so she could stop. But in her mind, that's exactly what all rapists said, and the orc huffed that it was true. The brute was shocked that he didn't even deny it, but that wasn't the point, and just running further would be dangerous. The orc stopped at the edge of the cliff, but here the girl didn't have time to do so. Terrified, she realized she was about to fall, but the orc reached out to her. He managed to grab her, but the girl's robe fell down. The beast woman thought she was about to die, but she was saved by the orc. It was now clear to the hero, and it was no surprise that she saw who they really were. They were foxes with ears and fluffy tails living in the Holy Land. They were a clan of divine steel and were half human, half fox. The orc introduced himself by his name and asked what the girl's name was. She called herself Kururu, and the orc was glad she was unhurt. After all, if she had died, she would not have been able to become part of his harem. Kururu was horrified to think that he would rape her after all. The orc noticed the fairies flying in front of the girl, and apparently the fire fairies of the Divine Steel clan liked her. They were too attached to her and must have been exceptional even among their clan members. Guy surmised that she was the priestess who forged the oracle sword. Besides, she seemed very nice to him. So quite unexpectedly, the hero met the inhabitant of the Holy Land and representative of the Divine Steel clan, a half-human, half-fox. She was a lovely girl with a fluffy tail and fox ears. The orc realized what her name meant. Kururu was a fox, and he would like to ask her something. He bluntly offered to join his harem, but the girl of course refused. She was shocked that the hero didn't realize that they had only just met. The orc snickered, for he had been rejected as usual. Tita clenched her fists and called out to Orc. But the girl shouted that they were so fast that she could barely catch up with them. The guy apologized and suggested that he should have picked her up as he chased after Kururu. She could already guess that the hero was hitting on her. He was going to molest her with his lover in his arms, and the hero replied that she had hit right in the bullseye. Kururu was confused, thinking that Tita was his lover. Tita smiled and replied that she was. But Kururu couldn't understand why he was hitting on her when he already had a girlfriend. What puzzled her above all was that Tita was apparently not angry in any way. The hero remembered that he hadn't told her this, but he wanted to create a harem. And there was nothing strange about having many mistresses in a harem. Although it annoyed Tita, she still became his mistress, fully aware that he intended to create a harem. Kururu looked at the couple in surprise, not understanding them at all. She walked back and wished them well. The guy smiled and said goodbye to her, saying that they would meet again. She had already guessed that the orc was in all likelihood going to draw the oracle sword. The girl lowered her gaze and warned that he should not do so. After her words, she walked away. But Tita didn't understand what she was trying to tell him. The orc was certain that she wouldn't have said such a thing for nothing. And undoubtedly, she was from the Divine Steel clan. And most likely she was the priestess who forged the oracle's sword. Tita asked Orc if it was scary that they had just separated from her. But no matter how much he persuaded her, it was useless now. Besides, there was no way he would give up the girl he had his eye on so easily. He wanted to gather information about Kururu and devise a plan to make her fall in love with him. After all, the hero had a fetish for fox ears. He was already planning to lure a girl with fox ears into his harem and enjoy her fluffy tail heartily. Tita gloomily looked at Orc, not sure what he was thinking. The hero smiled nonchalantly and said it was nothing. He suggested going back to the city and drawing that oracle sword. When they reached the place, they saw that the queue was still too big. There were too many interested people in front of them. The guy gave a sack of money to the man and thanked him for taking the place for him. The orc waved to the elf woman, saying he had taken the seat. Tita doubted that this was fair and normal, but it wasn't. After all, the orc had paid him a tidy sum. He's happy and they're happy since they took his place. It was a win-win. Tita agreed with his win-win and admired the incredible orc as usual. While the man was pushing and trying to get the sword out, Tita told Orc that he was next. The time limit was 30 seconds, and when the time was up, the man left with nothing. Orc told the girl that he would pull him out quickly and they would go back. Suddenly the crowd began to disperse and shouted that Mr. Levin himself was coming here. The orc couldn't understand why everyone was so excited. A man in armor and with long curly curls was walking towards them. The handsome man introduced himself as a knight of the White Rose, named Levin Fortula. He doubted there were those here who couldn't know the two names given to him by His Highness. The girls were in awe of him. He had first entered the battlefield during the Merry Moon War, and since then, he had been in countless battles. This was the strongest knight of this era. Tita and Orc were simply shocked by what they saw, only in a different way. Orc was blocked by two men who were shouting about the handsome appearance of the knight. In one man's opinion, that was exactly what a real hero needed. The other shouted that the kingdom was more important and asked the other to shut up. The knight approached the sword and spoke to it. Taking its hilt, he said that the sword had been waiting for his arrival all along. Levin apologized for keeping him waiting. The orc was shocked at his nastiness. Tita thought the knight was a narcissist to the core. It was time to see what Mr. Levna, the Knight of the White Rose, would show them. Levin took his sword by the hilt and asked him to go to him, for he is a hero. The White Knight aristocratically and casually took the hilt and tried to take it out, and everyone froze in anticipation. When he failed, he began to use force and tried to pull it out as hard as he could with both hands. Eventually his time was up and people were shocked that Mr. Levin himself couldn't pull it out. Tita laughed and found it amusing. The orc backed her up. Levin was a hero, but in a slightly different way. The knight was still in shock and couldn't believe that he might not have been the chosen one. The orc asked to try to draw his sword, and the soldier let him do what he wanted. The lad casually took hold of the hilt of the sword, and suddenly that very sword was in his hand above his head. In an instant, he was able to raise it. The hero showed the sword to the girl and suggested that in that case they should go. Tita agreed, for they were having lunch at the inn today and it would be a local specialty. She still couldn't wait for it. The local specialties were indeed very tasty and the guy was in agreement with her. The soldier, along with all the other people, shouted and tried to stop the guy. They couldn't understand who he even was, and how could a redneck like him be a hero? But even though they said so, Knight Levin understood everything. The soldier looked at Levin-san in surprise. He poked his finger at the hero and said that when he tried to draw his sword, he succeeded. Because it was already weakly held, the orc was able to pull it out. Levin was sure that this was what had happened. The orc hung his nose, not believing that Levin was all right. The soldiers and other people shouted at the hero that he was just a lowlife, and that he was a fake hero. Orc wasn't very pleased to listen to all this noise. People would want him to fight for humanity since he was a real hero. Someone from behind asked them to stop and suggested that they do otherwise. The man suggested a duel between Knight Liang and the guy. And if he is really a hero, he will win. If not, then he would just be lucky to draw his sword. The soldiers didn't realize who he was at all. But they thought it was just a swell and awesome proposal as expected from the commander. But the hero was against it. But the Levin didn't understand why he refused. He could prove with his sword that Levin was a true hero. But the orc didn't realize what good it would do him, because he had drawn his sword, so it was his. The hero was about to leave, but a soldier stopped him. He shouted that Orc could also benefit from this because if he wins, he will get a reward. Orc asked for more details, and the soldiers said that he would get gold. But this was too little for Orc, for in this duel he would risk his life and asked for more. The guy asked for more and the soldiers said another amount. But all was not enough for the hero and he demanded even more from them. The orc was not going to go adrift in such situations. He decided to switch his way of thinking to business. The style of negotiation could be changed depending on who one was negotiating with. If it was a merchant, he was merely trying to prove a point. In negotiation, it was not important to win or lose, it was important to get him to surrender. But now he had soldiers in front of him, so the hero didn't know what they wanted. If he kept pushing, they would just retreat. And he didn't care at all, even if the negotiations failed. The soldier tentatively and quietly offered a different amount, and Orcus understood his reaction. He realized that they couldn't offer him more. Eventually the hero agreed and the soldiers were thrilled that they had reached an agreement. A few days later, they were ready to have a duel. Tita noticed that for some reason this had become a problem, but the orc didn't see it as a big deal. The elven woman wondered how strong Levin was. He was as strong as a human, and if you measured Levin's strength in ordinary soldiers, it equaled about 100 of them. An orc, meanwhile, was equal to 10,000 such soldiers. For him to receive a reward for a minute duel wouldn't be too bad. Tita thought that there was a time limit since Orc was talking about minutes. But what he meant was that a minute would be enough for him, and Tita came to like it. Suddenly they heard some noise behind them. The soldiers were trying to restrain the girl, which demanded to be released in order for her to break that sword. The soldier desperately asked the sword priestess to stop, and the orc recognized her. Kururu shouted that she had to destroy this fake, for it would tarnish the history and pride of their mothers. The boy looked at the girl shocked, thinking about the fact that this sword was a fake. Kururu spotted Tita and Orc, and the guy said they met her again. She wanted to say that he was the same orc, but the hero covered her mouth with his hands so she wouldn't blab. The hero asked the soldier to let her go, but he wasn't sure about it. The orc replied that it was fine, and the soldier let the girl go. Kururu noticed the very sword that the orc was holding. The girl assumed that he was able to pull it out after all, and the hero confirmed it. It was the sword she had forged, the sword of the oracle. He suggested that Kururu speak privately, for apparently she needed this sword badly. The girl was horrified at the thought of having to be alone with the orc. As if flying in the clouds, she kept saying that she needed to destroy that sword. But if she went with him, he would abuse her and she wouldn't be able to marry. Mentioning her mother, Kururu said that for the honor of the Kururu clan, she was willing to have it desecrated. But she was scared and didn't understand why it had to happen to her. Guy noticed that this girl had no end to her nightmarish delusions. But if she was so scared, Tita was willing to go with them. It seemed like a good idea to the elven girl. Kururu was horrified to think that it would be the three of them then, and no one could even think of her first time being a threesome. It was already getting dark outside and the hero asked the frightened Kururu to at least get a drink and calm down. The girl shouted that this tea must have aphrodisiac in it. Such substances did not exist. Tita asked Kururu to calm down for starters, for the hero couldn't touch the girl unless she wanted to do so herself. The orc confirmed her words, for that was his motto. He couldn't touch a girl he didn't like. But he liked her at first sight, and he would not touch her unless she herself would reciprocate. Kururu asked not to look at her like that, but she had to admit that the hero looked pretty good, and come to think of it, she had never once in her entire life been in a relationship with a guy. That pocket watch belonged to a master artisan from Ruzelvuk, and the pixie comb was made of the finest jade. Kururu breathed heavily, for the orc was handsome, wealthy, and perhaps one could turn a blind eye to the fact that he was an orc. But she was surprisingly strong-willed and sharp-eyed, as the hero remarked. The boy placed the sword on the floor that Kururu wanted to destroy. The hero agreed that it was a waste of time, and he could understand her feelings. Kururu couldn't understand why he said that, and the hero had several reasons for it. His mum was an Azure Thunder hero, so he had seen the Oracle Sword since he was a child. Compared to his mum's sword, this one was an order of magnitude worse. Kururu was shocked that Orc turned out to be the son of a hero. She didn't understand at all, plus her sword was an order of magnitude worse according to him. She still couldn't believe that Orc could understand what she was talking about. The hero took out his sword from the sheath that was in his backpack and held it out to Kururu. He forged this sword, for his mentor had taught the hero alchemy and so he had made it. The material used was magic silver. Compared to orichalcum, it is definitely an order of magnitude worse. But in terms of sword finish, his sword was better than this one. Kururu began to realize everything and lowered her head, closing her eyes in regret. But Orc replied that her sword was beautiful in terms of how she infused and extracted the magical energy of the metal. He was better at that, and the difference was most likely in ability. She understood what Orc meant and realized that he was really good at it. But Orc's sword was only better because he knew more than she did. Her sword was worse than her mother's oracle sword because Kururu didn't have the necessary knowledge and had cheated by imitating its form and not knowing it. Technically, it was flawless, but she still lacked the knowledge. In other words, another year or 2 more years of study and she could forge a sword that would be worthy of being called an oracle sword. Perhaps it would have been even better. But Orc realized that she was still learning, and he wondered why she was in such a hurry to forge it. Kururu replied that her mother, who was her mentor, had been killed. She was now the only priestess of the sword. The boy noticed that in her hand was an orichalcum hammer, which was the best orichalcum hammer in the world. Kururu was just being trained by her mother, but the higher-up said they needed an orichalc sword. She tried her best, but still ended up with an unfinished oracle sword. She didn't think this failed sword would leave the walls of the workshop, but they ripped it away saying it would go, so she was forced to destroy it. With those words, Kururu raised her hammer, preparing to destroy the sword. She struck the blade of the sword with all her might. But to her surprise, nothing happened and the sword remained intact. She couldn't even scratch it, and Kururu didn't understand why. She had an orichalcum hammer in her hands, and the sword should have shattered into pieces. The orc admitted that she had been swinging the hammer too long to hit him, so he had time to fill the sword with magic. Kururu couldn't believe that the hero had managed to strengthen the sword by adding his magic to it. Even if it was a top-class spell, she thought it was simply impossible. Kururu looked at the guy in surprise, not realizing what this orc was. The hero thought that she did not want to destroy the sword after all, but Kururu did not understand what he meant. After all, the world had seen the imitation she had created, and it had tarnished the reputation of her mother and ancestors. It was her tragic determination that led to this decision. She would not be blessed by the destruction of the sword, but by the creation of a full oracle sword. Since she was incapable of doing so, it did not give her peace. The hero decided to repeat himself and reminded her that she lacked knowledge. But he had it. But his knowledge was not enough to forge an orichalcum. He offered to combine their powers, for then they could forge an orichalc sword that would not disgrace the clan of Divine Steel. The hero gladly offered Kururu to forge such a sword together that would be for the two of them, and Kururu became animated. The orc was ready to cut them their wedding cake, but the girl had no idea what he was talking about. Anyway, and after work they could go to bed and make love to strengthen their harem relationship. He said the oracle sword would be the reason she would love him. Tita looked emotionlessly at the hero, but Kururu was clearly puzzled by it. Tita tried to reassure her because even if he said that, it was okay to not worry and her body was safe. She knew it was hard to believe, but Orc kept his word. It became clear to Kururu the reason why Tita was trying to keep quiet. The hero thought Kururu would like him now. The guy asked for 1 minute and wanted to print something out, and the girls watched with interest as the hero looked for something in his backpack. One look at that oracle sword was enough for him to realize what Kururu lacked in knowledge. And so he had the idea of making a book. Tita and Kururu were shocked, thinking that it would take a long time. The guy used his magic, and applying the archive gave Kururu the sheets. The girl had previously noticed his magic when he infused it into the sword. She was convinced that he really did have a powerful imagination, and it was almost frightening. She couldn't understand what had he only been trained to do. The hero smiled, for he had the best teachers and environment. And he also had talent and motivation, which played an important role. First, she needed to learn what he gave her, and then he was ready to teach her. Kururu was delighted, for she already understood everything even from just one page. She realized that this was the knowledge she had been missing, and it was worth its weight in gold. She thanked him for Orc being able to show her something so valuable, but he felt he had nothing to thank her for Kururu would become part of his harem. But the girl assured him that it wouldn't come to that, probably. Orc thought it was surprisingly easy to pull off, but Kururu still had the final say. And even if she didn't enter the harem, he still wanted to use the sword she was about to forge. She could have no doubt about that. But if she could create a sword that would surpass the one her mother had created, she didn't want to flaunt it. She wanted it to be used. It was another way for the blacksmith to show off her skills. The girl was happy, for she couldn't think of a way to thank him, and it kept her in suspense. The hero wanted to tell her something. If she didn't know how to thank him, she could join his harem and fool around with him, but Kururu had to refuse. But it kept her in suspense, so she made a decision. She could let him lie on her tail. The hero bowed to her and asked her to take care of him. Kururu looked at the guy in shock, not understanding why he kneeled down. The guy's happiness made her cry, because a tail pillow is awesome. From the heart to fondle that fluffy tail, and nothing more divine occurred to him. The boy tearfully asked not only to try to lie on the tail, but also to rub against it. There was no way Kururu could agree to that because she was afraid to imagine what else he could think of. She was already shaking non-stop. Running out of the door, the guy asked her to examine the contents, because he still had 500 pages of study materials. Kururu was shocked at the amount of material, and the guy wanted to go and cut down a couple more trees for the sheets. He called Tita over and asked her to help. The tail pillow was like a dream to him. No one would have thought that his childhood dream would come true, and now no one could stop the hero. Tita looked gloomily at the hero, not realizing what it was. It seemed to her for some reason that it was written on his face that no one could stop him. The hero clutched his head. He suddenly thought his leg was tied. He was tied to his beloved. But that didn't sound cool at all to Tita. Not only had he decided to hit on someone else, but he was pissing her off on the spot. He thought the Elphus was against Kururu joining his harem, but that wasn't the case. She liked Kururu and seemed like a nice girl. She also wanted to help her. Orc was happy about that, but there was something else. The soldiers were watching him to make sure he didn't run away from the duel. The hero could assure Tita that Kururu's entry into the harem could in no way change his feelings for her. He was prepared to love them with all his heart, for that is the way of the Orc. The Orc took Tita's hand and said they would fly out the window. Things were not easy in the harem, and everyone in the harem had to get along with each other. Kururu and Tita's friendship was also important. The path to the harem was thorny, but the hero still couldn't give up. Kururu's intermediate course consisted of a whole stack of sheets, which she studied with interest. The hero wished the girl a good morning and asked if she was all right after a sleepless night. But the girl admitted that she was unable to restrain herself because his book was just great. There was no way she could sleep if she read such a good book. But if she liked it so much, the hero didn't worry about her. If you looked closely at her, you could see how she unconsciously used her inner energy. In that case, nothing would happen to her even if she was on her feet all night. And Orc also noticed that she was cramming alchemical techniques just like a genius. The guy rolled up his sleeves and said he had to go, and the girl remembered that he had a duel with that weirdo tonight. Kururu decided to go too, and the Orc thought she wanted to support him. If she saw the hero in battle, it might tell her what kind of sword to forge for him. The hero offered to wake up Tita, and Kururu thought he needed her for something specific. The Orc just wanted to show off to his lover. Kururu didn't understand how he could say such a thing. He made a good lover who cheated on her right in front of her eyes. But Orc didn't consider it cheating, he just wanted to love Kururu while loving Tita. Kururu offered to imagine if she became his lover. Then what would happen to him when a beautiful girl walked past him? Orc thought that question was strange. Of course, he was willing to propose right in front of them. Kururu was simply shocked, only confirming the fact that he was indeed the truest trash. But that was his way as an Orc, and he realized that he was being unscrupulous. But he wanted to be sensible and not hide anything. He suggested that the girls duel. An army of soldiers surrounded the heroes as they left the house. Tita felt uncomfortable. It was certainly good that they wanted to escort them out, but she felt like there were too many soldiers here. But that was also that in case something happened, the orc wouldn't escape. A coliseum-like arena appeared in front of them. Going inside, Tita was shocked, because it was a real arena. Orc didn't like it all, and he didn't understand why they had to turn it into an attraction. Besides, people were even placing bets. White Rose Levin was incredibly popular and he had crazy odds. Giving a bag of money to Kururu, the guy asked to bet on him. The girl didn't think it was very nice of him. Levin came up behind the hero that he was surprised that the hero didn't run away. But he couldn't leave because he had a reward waiting for him. Levin could not understand him. He just couldn't believe that an orc would agree to come and publicly disgrace himself for the sake of a few coins. The hero thought he was beginning to like this weirdo. He directly admired how much he had achieved. Tita puffed up her cheeks in anger and told him not to get cocky, for the orc was strong. Knight Levin was simply blown away by such beauty of the girl. He told her that she was very beautiful and worthy to be his princess. He didn't understand why such a girl was with this guy. But Tita replied that she loved him. That's why she was with him. Levin was saddened, assuming that the orc had bewitched her with black magic. He crouched down on his knee and kissed the girl's hand, promising his princess to break the vile enchantment. He would surely defeat it and return to her. It was hard for Kururu to imagine how pathetic this knight was. Tita wiped her hand and replied to Kururu that he wasn't pathetic at all, just nasty. Tita looked at Orc, who was just shaking. The girls were surprised to see such a reaction. He had certainly thought of holding back, but that was not going to happen now. Kururu didn't understand the hero. He could molest other girls in front of his lover so nonchalantly. But when another guy molested his lover, it pissed him off. But since Tita knew he loved her, perhaps she should have been a little glad that he was jealous. The guy motioned for them to take a seat and watch from the bleachers. He also wondered what kind of death Tita would have preferred him to die. But Tita asked him not to do that and not to kill him because that would surely get them in trouble. The judge turned to the audience and invited them to see who was worthy to be the hero and owner of the oracle's sword. He called the challengers into the ring. When the opponents came to the center of the stand, the tribunes screamed for the orc to die. They had bet a large sum on the White Knight, and they didn't want the boy to get in Mr. Levin's way. The whole stadium cheered at the sight of Levin and only wanted him to win. The girls were concerned and wanted the orc to win. Knight Levin waved his hand to the fans, suspecting that the audience already knew the true hero. But according to Orc, that was not the case at all, and that the hero was to be determined by pulling out a sword. But Levin was sure that he had almost pulled it out. In that case, Orc threw the sword under his feet, which surprised the knight. Levin was furious and called the hero a bastard. The sword fell from his hands and Levin realized that it was heavy enough for him. The sword fell to the ground with such force that it formed cracks. As the orc had expected, Levin could not use the sword. Levin was sure there was something wrong. He thought it was because the orc had pulled it out, and so now the oracle sword thought he owned it. Kururu noticed that Levin didn't know about the properties of the orichalcum, but Tita didn't know what she meant. Orihulk was a very dense material. This sword itself weighed a little less than 5 tons. Couldn't be taken out simply because it couldn't be lifted. But orichalc became lighter if one asked the help of the spirits. In other words, unless you were a hero with the mark of the spirits, you couldn't use an orichalcum weapon. The knight tilted his head back and fixed his graceful curls. He was ready to make this sword fully realize who its true wielder was by defeating the orc. Levin wanted to show the hero his secret technique. A bouquet of flowers for that orc died beautifully. The knight used the rose burst magic and directed it at the enemy. Seeing his attack, the orc thought they were real roses. Apparently, he wore them among the ones on his back. The roses burrowed into the hero's arms and body, and Levin roared his victory. These roses contained a poison capable of plunging even an elephant into a coma. The orc only shook it off and smiled, saying that they hadn't even scratched him. Tita and Kururu were surprised by Orc's abilities. Jerio had always protected his body with internal energy, and such a small thing couldn't penetrate him. In that case, Levin realized that he had no choice and he was ready to put an end to it with his beautiful sword. Grabbing the sword, Levin drew it from its sheath. The tip of the blade was smeared with a poison that could kill even an elephant instantly. The orc was already thinking that Levin had something against elephants. The knight ordered him to die and pounced furiously on the orc, trying at full speed to hit him at least once. He didn't understand why he was failing, and how Orc could dodge all of his blows. After all, his attacks were at divine speed, but they didn't work against Orc. The hero asked him not to make him laugh with such divine speed. His mother's skill as an Azure Thunder hero surpassed the speed of thunder, and compared to her, Levin seemed to freeze. By the way, the hero didn't fight swordsmen much, so he suggested that the knight watch and learn, while taking what he could and not being stingy. And if Levin was not ready to thank him for it, the orc decided that they would end there. The white knight quickly bounced back and couldn't believe how scared he was. It was simply impossible, and it made him furious. Now he was ready to show the orc his true strength. This was his strongest secret super divine speed punch, a superior punch with divine speed. Orc didn't realize what his wizened name was. Levin to him was a true weirdo to the core. The knight swung at the hero at full speed, ordering him to destroy the orc. He used a precision kill, a flash of roses. When he was already close to the hero, the blade of his sword fell off the hilt and flew at Orc himself. Everything became clear to the orc. So, with such a stabbing sword attack, he surpasses the divine speed. Add the speed of flight and the speed it reached at the moment of launching, and the attack surpasses divine and super divine speed. This was the strongest white rose technique. The hero reflected the blade with his palm in shock and thought that Levin was just a dibble. After all, he had just fired the blade and asked him to be spared. The knight was puzzled how his strongest technique didn't work. The orc wanted to already end it all now. He asked for permission to warn that Levin should try his best to stop his blow. Otherwise, he would simply die. With those words, the orc raised his sword above his head, preparing to attack. Orc wanted to show Levin the powerful technique he had inherited from his mother. The hero's movements became enhanced with internal energy and mana. They became faster than even the super divine speed of the white rose. The oracle sword had a peculiarity in that when it was filled with the power of spirits, it became as light as a feather. This lightness could surpass the super divine speed. In addition, releasing mana when it was swung returned the sword to its original weight. In other words, it is a shoulder-to-belt cleaving strike with super divine speed and super weight. The orc gave a blow to the knight that flew back. Levin was so stupefied by his beauty that he even shouted naively. The blow tore his clothes. With the incredible force of the blow, he was simply thrown off and stamped into the wall. In that case, the orc said he wouldn't die. The hero was surprised how Levin was still moving. The knight walked forward a little while pointing his finger at Orc. He pronounced that it was beautiful and that he was a hero after all. After saying that, the knight fell to the ground in just his pants. Orc was surprised that he had held on to the last just to tell him that, but a smile appeared on his face. The whole hall cheered and the referee shouted that Orc had won. The tribunes couldn't understand how this happened, for they thought the guy was a sucker. They were most concerned about Mr. Levin and his face. The orc looked at Kururu with a smile, hoping that she had seen the way the oracle sword should have been used. Kururu was delighted along with Tita. They were heartily happy for his victory. Gathering at the establishment, they clinked their drinking glasses to Orc's victory and their meeting. Thereupon, they simultaneously drank from their mugs. Tita was delighted with such a delicious honey liqueur. Besides, the traditional main course was soon to be ready. Kururu asked them to slow down. After all, this inn was quite expensive and she didn't have any money. The orc asked her not to worry about it since he was naturally going to pay for everything himself. He had earned a good amount of money from today's duel. The coefficient reached 12, and he received 1,200 gold. That was about 120 million yen. But he had no reason to treat Kururu in her opinion. With those words, she sadly lowered her ears. In general, she felt that she was indebted to him. After all, he had taught her a lot. But to buy a nice girl a drink and see the joy on her face, that was his true reason. Kururu of course thanked him, but said that it was not worth it. Then the guy asked to take it as payment for a part-time job. He was forbidden to bet on himself, and this was just his thanks for her betting instead of him. Kururu was confused and embarrassed, but a happy Tita asked her to raid the food, for good things were to be shared. Kururu agreed and said that in that case she was with them. The orc asked if she was aware that her tail had started wagging. The waiter apologized for the wait. They were served a delicious meal and Tita immediately decided to try it. After everything, the company went to an outdoor table. Having a glass each, they were delighted with the delicious food. Kururu was envious, as it was unlikely that she would ever go to such an expensive place again. But if she became an orc girl, she could go to such places whenever she wanted. Kururu couldn't understand him. After all, Orc wanted to be with a girl who was obsessed with money. But she misunderstood him. He had already fallen in love with her, so he was also willing to use such methods to get her attention. Kururu at some point started to think that it wasn't that bad, and it even scared her. But the hero was surprised that she was tight on money. Kururu was already skilled enough to earn as a blacksmith. The girl understood that Orc wanted to know the reason for that, and she tried to hint with her behavior instead of answering that question. She was right, that was why Orc hadn't asked her until now. But now was different, and Orc thought that Kururu wanted to be asked about it. Kururu sadly admitted that she hadn't had such a fun dinner or made friends in a long time, probably because she didn't want to appear weak. In that case, she asked Tita and Orc to listen, because she was very exhausted from her problems. The girl smiled sadly and decided to tell the heroes why she was poor. Not only had her mum been killed, but her uncle had stolen her yearly income. And also sword priestesses were forbidden to openly sell weapons, so she was in very serious financial trouble. Tita and Orc were surprised that she was able to answer so bluntly. But it was impossible to omit details, and Orc had already realized that her mother had been killed, which turned out not to be the case. Kururu replied that above all else, and the oracle sword was not made for a hero. It was just an item that could only be used if someone could control the energy of spirits. Kururu confirmed that that was the case. To be honest, they could use it too as the Divine Steel Clan. Kururu asked the orc sword for a moment. She lifted it with ease, which surprised Tita. The fire spirits loved the Divine Steel Clan members. Therefore, they too could control spiritual energy. But she had yet to answer the main question, what was the purpose of the oracle sword then? In fact, this sword was needed to seal the god of misfortune. The orc frowned at Kururu, and Tita was surprised by her answer. It was hard to believe that a god of misfortune and such a creature could be on holy ground. Tita didn't quite understand who the god of misfortune was. It was a god who granted almost any wish but in a sinister way. Kururu had heard several stories about him. For example, a man wished to acquire gold and silver treasures. Suddenly, he turned into a monster. Then a god took over his mind and started stealing. The man came to his senses in front of a pile of treasure collected after he killed all the people of the city. There was also a story about a girl who asked the god to heal her mother. Moments later, there was a massive earthquake that took her mother's life and thousands of other lives. So he delivered her mother from her illness by means of death. Tita said that this is a really horrible way to grant wishes. And the worst part is that it's so powerful. Because of cases like this, people tried to avoid the god of misfortune. Everyone began to think so. Orc also realized that if one wished well, one could get what one wanted, at least everyone thought so. Everyone thought that as long as the wish did not contain even a drop of malice, then all would be well. None of them had ever made a wish before. Everyone thought that as long as the wish did not contain even a drop of malice, then all would be. It was the clan's greatest secret, but those trying to break the seal were many. It was now sealed in the strictest of secrecy. It was their Divine Steel Clan's duty to secretly seal this god of misfortune. They Divine Steel Clan that secretly fulfilled their duty. The hero dared to surmise that he was being sealed by the oracle sword, and the girl confirmed it. The essence of the sealing rite in the use of the orichalc sword is that it is used to cut the orichalcum in which the power of the god of misfortune is imprisoned. It was a very interesting way of sealing. When it came to an evil god, no matter how much he was restrained, his power would seep out stronger and stronger. Therefore, its power needed to be dissipated regularly. Orichalc was perfect for this, and it was capable of holding back a huge amount of energy. Orichalc was used to siphon off energy, weaken it, and dispel it. So the sealing ceremony had been done 6 months ago, and the ritual was performed by her mother, who was a priestess of the sword. As her mother was about to dissect the orichalcum, she noticed that her uncle had substituted her sword for his. But she could not stop now, for if she did, the seal would simply fail. So she performed the ritual with her uncle's imperfect sword. But she still died from the energy that filled her, which could not be dissipated. One could say that she had been killed. That's what she meant when she said she was killed. But Orc couldn't understand why her uncle would do such a thing. Kururu had said that her uncle wanted to become a sword priest, and if she could complete the ritual with the sword she forged, only then could she say it was perfect. If she failed, that way she would ruin her mum's hopes and be responsible for the consequences. Her uncle said he did not switch the sword, claiming that the ugly sword they used in the ceremony was her mum's. The uncle then ran off with the money her mum had been saving for her. Naturally, he did not have the power of a sword priest and could not perform the ceremony. The next sealing ceremony was to take place soon, and of the clan, she was the only one who could process orichalcum. In the current situation, Kururu was desperately trying to create a semblance of an orichalcum sword. But the rulers of the country decided that this sword was apparently not good enough. In an attempt to cover the sword's shortcomings with the skill of wielding it, they began the search for a hero. Kururu was sure that one of the country's rulers would come and ask Orcus to perform the ritual. That's why she was telling the clan's secrets now. Orc was curious about Kururu's opinion. Was she sure he could do it? But Kururu wasn't sure, for it wasn't a matter of strength, but a sword that could cleave the soul. She tried to destroy the semblance of an oracle sword so that no one would go to such a suicide. Kururu didn't want anyone to die because of her sword. Now Orcus understood everything. Kururu had said that she was proud of her family, but he had no idea that she was so serious. She was really worried that someone might have died because of that sword. He decided to ask Kururu what she would do next. She was going to forge the perfect blade and then perform the sealing ritual. She was confident that, thanks to the hero, she would be up to the task. The orc smiled and decided in that case to try to teach her better. He offered to go to her house and Kururu jumped up from her seat. In her opinion, the guy realized that she couldn't make the sword herself and that she had no other choice. And that was why he was trying to break into her room. But she believed him, didn't she? But Orc asked her not to rush to think in that way when she was told such a phrase. Next, they would just practice, for she had to have blacksmithing tools at home. Kururu understood everything, and yet she asked him not to sniff or lick anything. The orc replied that he would try, and the girl became alarmed without hearing a clear answer. In Kururu's case, it was quite clear. The hero believed that she would quickly bring the sword to perfection, for he had intervened in the matter and was willing to stay with her until the very end. The heroes were at Kururu's house, and the girl asked her teacher for an opinion. The orc in the beret and mustache said he had nothing more to teach her. That was the end of her training. She had learnt all his teachings and Kururu thanked him profusely. Still, he had something to say to his student, and Kururu wondered what her honorable teacher would say to her. He thought that Kururu was ready to bear him children, but Kururu replied to the honorable teacher that it was not so. The boy nonchalantly threw away his beret and mustache and Tita pointed her finger at him. She looked at Tita and said Orc-Isekai'd, but Tita smiled and replied that there was nothing to be done about it, for it was an orc. They locked themselves in Kururu's house and for 10 days they trained her without sparing any effort. The hero thought that if they spent so many days together, he would have a chance to fuck her, but it was only his naivety. But Orc offered to forget about it, and said that she was ready to create the perfect oracle sword. Kururu exclaimed that she would try her best, and that the blueprints would be ready by the end of the day. But the problem with the materials was still unfinished. Kururu didn't want to remelt that sword, so Orc suggested that they just mine orichalcum. Kururu asked not to sound like it was easy. After all, there were many monsters wandering around in the place where it was. But to Orc, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, Kururu herself knew how strong he was. Since she said so, he needed him to create his perfect sword. In that case, Orc was willing to go after the orichalcum and asked to rely on it. The orc took a few pieces of metal with him, but Kururu didn't realize what he needed them for. Since Kururu had to go along with them, but wanted to finish the design today, he was left with only one option. It was necessary to use them in alchemy. They had no choice but to put Kururu on a chair and carry Orc on their backs. Kururu looked at the guy worriedly and said that he was definitely having trouble with his head. But the girl had previously told him that there were dangerous monsters there. But the guy laughed and said that carrying her on his back wouldn't slow him down in the slightest. Kururu eventually gave in and asked him to tell him if he was having a hard time carrying her. The orc was already able to determine that she weighed about 45 kilograms and suggested she eat better. Kururu asked not to determine that by carrying her on her back. In that case, the boys went all together to mine orichalcum. The heroes went into the town where the foxes of Kururu's clan lived. Tita was surprised at the sight of the Holy Land. As she noticed, the place was full of members of the Divine Steel clan and all had luxurious homes. Kururu admitted that they could all afford it. Right now, she was the only one who could process orichalcum. Therefore, the residents here made money from tourism. There were shops for tourists here that were owned by clan members who hired people to work in them. The orc thought that the Divine Steel clan was surprisingly powerful. If they are that rich, Tita thought that Kururu could ask them for a loan. But Kururu thought they were just vile merchants, and if one asked them for a loan, they would have to do whatever they wanted in return. They could make some famous person who wanted to meet a sword priestess entertain. That was another headache. The orc could hear the mysterious image of her clan crumbling right now. On the other hand, it could be called ordinary envy. Once upon a time, everyone from the clan could process orichalcum. That was why they were called a clan. But over time, their blood had weakened. As a result, the Kururu family were the only ones who could still process orichalcum. Therefore, she was despised by everyone, plus she had already been molested many times. She was the strongest in the village, and that helped her out. But as the characters could already realize, her children would most likely be able to process orichalcum as well, just like her. That's what everyone was aiming for, and they just wanted to marry her so they could call themselves full members of the clan. One could tell that her chastity was at stake. As soon as the people noticed the priestess, they began to watch her from all corners and lick their eyes. The orc could understand how hard it was for her. He could understand why she didn't want to flirt with him, even though he tried so hard to woo her. But it seemed to Kururu that, in his case, no one in this world would like that. Tita thought that Kururu was afraid of the hero hitting on her. But to tell the truth, she wasn't really embarrassed by it. In Orc's case, she realized he liked her. She thought he might do something bad to her. It was strange to her, but somehow it didn't scare her. Orc thought it only meant that she liked him after all. Kururu replied that it didn't scare her, but it annoyed her. The elf seemed to understand what Kururu meant, and the vixen was surprised by it. The orc asked them to stop and disagree with each other. He wanted them to calm down. They walked further and entered the mine. The flow of magical mana here was incredible. The orichalc that was here was glowing. The orc decided that they would go deeper, as the orichalc was not pure enough here. Suddenly, Kururu noticed something and thought it was a monster. Tita felt that it was quite strong, and Kururu confirmed it because she also felt powerful magical energy. A large demonic beast with huge claws and a mane of steel that resembled a lion appeared right in front of them. Tita had never seen such a terrifying monster in her life. Since the mine had been ignored for years, it was likely that a lord was born here. Monsters fed on magical energy, and the lord was a demon. He ate other demons as well, causing him to grow abnormally. The orc gently lowered the chair with Kururu and said that he would be a moment. Kururu shouted that it was impossible to underestimate the lord. This monster could easily destroy a village or a city. No matter how strong the orc was, she thought it was dangerous. Orc decided to confess, because he had not yet told Kururu that in the fight with the White Knight, he had not used even a tenth of his power. Or rather, he hadn't used magic at all. Besides, he was almost done with it. Raising only his hand, there was a powerful explosion. Kururu was shocked, unable to believe that an orc could blow such a monster to pieces. Tita, on the other hand, just smiled, expecting such a thing from a hero's strength. The boy suggested that they go to the deepest part of the mine. Kururu couldn't understand what the hero had done, and more importantly, how did he do it? The orc replied that it was magic, but just a little trick. Kururu wondered if Tita had seen the orc use his full power, but it was only once. He destroyed a creature that could destroy the entire world. That is, if he wanted to, he could destroy the whole world, and Tita thought Orc was capable of that. But it wasn't, and Orc said that he only opened 2 seals at the time. The second seal only released half of his power. Anyway, if he didn't hold back and released all of his power, in his opinion, he wouldn't be able to go back. And so, in a sense, it was all of his power. They finally reached the deepest part of the mine where the purest orichalcum glowed. Tita and Kururu were simply thrilled to see such a sight. Everything was packed with glowing orichalcum, and there was plenty of it. The orc could feel that the weapon he would make from it would be the best weapon in the world. He couldn't wait to pick up the sword Kururu had forged for him. Kururu said that this was holy ground that her ancestors had protected, and today she would take as much as she could. She was worried that she might not come back here again. The spirits of fire began to gather in one place, as expected of a priestess of the sword. But the orc could also create heat of such power, yet he could not process orichalcum. He wondered what Kururu would do next. Orc was surprised when he noticed that Kururu was combining magical energy with the power of spirits, creating a perfect new magic. It was her flame. Orichalcus reacted to her flame, and Orcus realized what the power of the priestess of the sword was. After a couple of minutes, Kururu was able to break off a large chunk. Smiling, she said that they now had the materials they needed. Tita was delighted and told the girl that it was simply amazing. Apart from her, no one could have pulled off something like that. Suddenly, Kururu staggered, and the orc managed to catch her. Perhaps she had used up more strength than she thought. Orc smiled and said that she had done a good job and he could do the rest himself. As they left the mine, Tita was concerned that they had left the chair there. But there was nothing wrong with it, for it was of no use now and Kururu would not draw. Feeling the fox's soft chest on his back, Orc blissfully said that they didn't need any chair. Tita could see that Kururu was apparently starting to get used to the hero. The Orc found it hard to believe, since she had answered him rather coldly. But according to Tita, the girl wouldn't sleep on the back of someone she didn't trust, no matter how tired she was. She also had a very relaxed sleeping face. Kururu did look relaxed. Orc became uneasy and he really wished he could see her sleeping face right now. Tita thought that he would be able to see her as soon as they arrived. It became clear to him that Kururu was getting used to him, and in short, he could hope that they would be making babies soon. Tita blushed and shouted that she had said nothing of the sort. Kururu woke up and lifted her head sleepily. Orcus felt sorry that he never got to see her sleeping face. The girl apologized and thought she was heavy, going to get to her feet, but Orc didn't mind if she stayed on his back. He bluntly said that he only wanted to savor her softness and smell. Kururu immediately said she was coming down and jumped off the back of the distressed guy. Orc felt sad that he had lost his bonuses. Kururu said he was a creepy pervert and Orc replied that he was. But if you turn a blind eye, he was cool, kind, and reliable. In Tita's opinion, he was always showing these sides of himself to everyone. That was exactly what Kururu was talking about. The Orc thought that the girl would only want him to be perverted with her when they were alone. But Kururu exclaimed that she didn't talk about that. Kururu almost blabbed her thoughts. She couldn't understand why exactly someone like him would like her. Before she could say anything, she covered her mouth with her hands. In any case, they needed to get home first, rest and prepare for tomorrow, and everyone agreed with the priestess. As they approached the house, the girl froze in place. The Orc asked what happened to her. Up ahead, Kururu noticed someone. Tita looked closely and also saw that there was someone outside the priestess's house. Kururu clenched her teeth and said it was her uncle, the same one who killed her mum and ran away with their money. Putting a hand on Kururu's shoulder, Orc reassured her and told her that he was with her. Cheered up, the heroes walked towards the house, for Kururu had something to tell him. Uncle called Kururu and said he was waiting for her. She had changed the lock so he couldn't get into the house. Kururu said she did it so that any thieves couldn't get in, and he thought it was a good idea. The Orc thought that her uncle didn't even realize the sarcasm in her words. He had the nerve to come to her, but her uncle regretted what had happened. He felt that Kururu should have also turned this page of life. By the way, he would like her to take a look at the sword he had forged this time. He considered this sword worthy. After all, he had been traveling around the world for the past 6 months improving his blacksmithing skills. The Orc was not impressed with it at all, for apparently it was all just for the sake of forging this second-rate sword. The sword he forged was even better. Uncle replied that this was utter nonsense, and that his sword was better even than the one forged by that woman. In other words, he was now the priest of the sword. Kururu asked Orc to give her uncle her sword, and the hero listened to her. Taking the sword in her hands, her uncle frowned and said that she had done a good job, for someone who was still learning. He decided to look at his niece's labor and his eyes rounded. The Orc already knew that even a fool like her uncle had no trouble understanding the quality of the sword. His hands shook and he just couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe his eyes, for this sword was better than the one he had forged. He thought it was because of the quality of the material because he didn't have good orichalcum. Kururu pondered his words and was horrified. She guessed what her uncle had used as the material for this worthless sword. And she had hit the mark. Uncle had said that he had used her sword that he had then switched. After all, Kururu already knew that if you melt orichalcum twice, its quality deteriorates. Kururu was furious. Not knowing what he was talking about, he melted down her mum's sword to forge this rubbish. She hated him with all her heart and soul. The uncle swung his sword at the girl, offended by her words about his sword. He called the girl trash while the Orc used his hero magic. With his magic, he managed to stop his uncle's blow. Covering Kururu's arm with his hand, he hit his uncle right in the face with such force that he fell backwards. He received an air punch from below for raising his hand to his lover. Kururu apologized and said she didn't remember becoming his lover. The Orc assumed that it happened within the next 3 days. But that was in the future. Plus, Kururu was intimidated by the exact date he had given. But since she was making such tsukomi, in the guy's opinion, she was fine. Rising to his feet, his uncle didn't understand why Orc was making things difficult for him. But strangely enough, he thanked the hero, because if it wasn't for him, he would have killed Kururu. But first he needed to get something from her. He demanded from her the gold and orichalcum she had. After all, if he had quality materials, he could become the next sword priest. But Kururu would never allow that. After all, she was the only priestess. Besides, she was trying her best to gain everything she had right now. Her uncle demanded that she shut up, not understanding. How dare she dare to cross him? But how else could she do it? She didn't have an ounce of respect for him, and in fact, she didn't consider him her family at all. Kururu had hatred and contempt for him. The girl demanded that her uncle get out of here now. The uncle was furious and swung his sword at Kururu. The hero wanted to defend her, but Kururu waved her hand and asked him to stay out of it. With a single movement of her hand, she was able to easily stop the sword that her uncle wanted to strike her with. Unable to withstand the pressure, his sword broke in two. The blade flew aside, and Kururu said that she could have easily destroyed the debris. She had a harder time with the orichalcum blocks, and Uncle looked at his broken sword with tears. He still knew that the blood had been passed down to her. The blood of the Divine Steel clan, the blood that was not in him. He cried, thinking it was unfair. After all, if he had the same blood in him, he would be able to. But it was all to no avail, and he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't understand why everything was so cruel. Uncle hung his head and quietly walked away, hovering in his thoughts. Looking in his wake, Kururu sadly lowered her ears and fell to her knees. The orc was concerned and asked if she was all right. Kururu smiled and said yes. It was just that she was a little scared. But if she needed help, Orc was always ready to help her. Now she was a little angry at the fact that the orc had proven himself to be reliable. The hero asked for permission to hug her, and Kururu was surprised that he could hold back even at times like this. She allowed the guy to hug her, and the orc did so. Kneeling down, he put his arms around Kururu and pulled her against him. The girl responded in kind and sadly hugged Orc. She wanted to sit like this for a little longer until her fear left her. Of course, the orc didn't mind and said she could sit like that as long as she wanted. It was late evening, and at this time Orc and the girls were preparing supper. After everything was ready, they happily all ate together. Kururu and Orc sat together in the room, and the priestess wondered where Tita was. According to Orc, she was already asleep. Looking at the papers, the hero replied that these were the last corrections he could point out to her. Kururu was glad, for they would come in handy. After all, he was trained in sword forging. The orc never thought that there would be a sword with which he could use all of his power. He was very grateful to Kururu. Therefore, he wished he could thank her with money as a reward. But Kururu could not accept them. After all, he had already given her so much knowledge that she didn't need more. The orc recalled that if she were his wife, there would be no need for them to share property. But Kururu said that was not the case. Then, Orc wondered from her, what was their relationship like? Kururu thought they had a teacher-student relationship, but decided that it wasn't like that after all. They were neither friends nor family, and to be lovers, that was never in her life at all. In that case, she didn't even know the answer to that question. Still, it seemed to her that the expression about having him by her side more accurately described their relationship. The fact that they weren't lovers made Orc very sad, but it still felt good to be needed. Kururu said that everything was ready and handed the papers to Orc, which he decided to look at. The hero noticed that Kururu was supplementing his edits with her ideas and making them even better. She was a true genius, and Orc knew that she would soon surpass him in the craft. He smiled and couldn't say anything more, for everything was perfect. Kururu was thrilled that she had succeeded. The smug Kururu seemed very nice to the hero. That was bad, because one look at her smug face was enough to make Orcus want to pounce on her. But that was the end of it. The guy got up from his chair and wanted to head to his room. He suggested she get some rest too, as the sun was supposed to rise soon. Suddenly, Kururu stopped him by pulling on his clothes. The orc stopped and the girl hung her head. She was embarrassed to say this, but she wished she could ask Orc to sleep with her tonight. Orc looked at the girl in surprise, and Kururu admitted that she was still a little scared. He didn't mind, of course, but in his opinion, she should have been frightened by the thought of him sleeping with her. But she was confident that he wouldn't do anything like that, and so she could keep her promise of a pillow tail. The girl lay down on the bed and said she would sleep like this. In that position, he would be able to lay his head on the tail, which he adored. The orc was simply blown away. Right in front of him was a cuddle pillow with a tail, a cutie with fox ears, and it was just too much. The guy immediately ran up to Kururu, using Orc's bedding dive. Orc laid on Kururu's tail, and they looked at each other with a smile. She decided to ask how he liked the tail pillow, but he was so happy that he was willing to die even now. Kururu recalled that among the clan members, she had the best tail. But Orc would say that it was the best in the world. Kururu felt at ease as she felt Orc on her tail and wished him good night. While the girl slept, he was overcome by his own demons, saying that she had fallen asleep. His demon said it was the very invitation and that he needed to finally screw her. But then his angel appeared and said it would be rude to ignore the so-called hint. Orc did not understand what was going on, because the angel should be the last deterrent, and ordered him to do his job. The boy lay in his thoughts, staring at the ceiling. Looking at Kururu, he didn't want to betray her trust. Not someone with a face like hers. His dark desires never went away, so Orc decided to hold them back until Kururu woke up. Sighing heavily, the boy realized that this was going to be a long night. That night, Kururu's uncle chiseled the tomb of the evil god with his broken sword. With all his might, he chiseled the stones and ordered the god of misfortune to come out. When he was at his limit, he struck a decisive blow on the stone slabs and knelt. With tears in his eyes, he did not understand why he did not have the same strength. He prayed to the god of misfortune to grant him his wish. Touching the slabs, he begged him to make him the strongest priest of the sword. With this request, cracks appeared in the stones and light spilled out from within. While the hero humbly waited for the morning, Uncle Kururu tearfully tried to reach the god of misfortune. Tita wished Kururu a good morning by asking what kind of outfit she was wearing. It was too beautiful, and Kururu replied that it was a ceremonial garment for a priestess of the sword to unleash all her power. It was sewn for her mother, but in her opinion, it didn't look good on a short girl like her. The orc with dark circles under his eyes said that it was all rubbish and that it suited her very well. Kururu was concerned and thought he was tired. But now that Orc saw her smile, he was glad he didn't let those two do whatever they wanted. Kururu didn't understand what he meant. She thought it was flattery about her looking good. But it wasn't like that at all. A girl who needed to be flattered wouldn't give in to his entreaties. Kururu smiled and thanked the hero. If it looked good on her, then she had grown up a bit after all. In that case, all that was left was to forge the perfect oracle sword, and Kururu asked Tita and Orcus to look forward to it, and they agreed. Guy snapped his fingers and his fairies immediately surrounded Kururu. Orc said he had gathered all the fire spirits here, and now she could use more power than usual. Kururu walked to her workshop and thought it was time to forge the perfect oracle sword. The girl tried to concentrate for a moment as they were suddenly interrupted by some sounds from outside. Kururu staggered towards the door, not realizing what was happening. She only tried to concentrate as she was interrupted. The orc assumed it was something urgent. Opening the doors, Kururu saw a pair of anxious soldiers in front of her. They were shouting that they were in big trouble because someone had broken the seal of the god of misfortune. Kururu exclaimed that this was nonsense. Because the seal was made of orichalcum, it could only be broken by one person, and so the soldiers came for the priestess of the sword. There was also an order to bring her in, but the girl said it wasn't her. Still, the soldiers were obliged to question her. The orc came out to the soldier and said that she was innocent. Apparently, the soldiers were unaware that her uncle had shown up. The soldier recognized the hero that defeated the Knight of the White Rose. The hero Orc. He couldn't understand. What was he doing here? Orc replied that he was here because of the oracle sword, and also told him that they were together yesterday, so she had an absolute alibi. The orc got angry and asked the soldiers what they were doing here if the god of misfortune was on the loose. But the soldiers were just following orders, and the guy said he was going to the press, because this god of misfortune was giving him no peace. In the worst case, several countries would be destroyed. Kururu wanted to go with him, but Orc asked her to forge a sword. After all, if the worst of his assumptions came true, he would need the oracle's sword. The orc took the sword and set out on his journey. He asked Tita to also stay with Kururu. The priestess shouted that she would use all her power to forge a flawless oracle sword and that the orc would surely get it. The hero gave her one last smile and set off towards his goal. He thought about it being the work of Uncle Kururu, but did not understand his motive. He wondered what this lowlife's motive was. Perhaps he was trying to prove himself by renewing the seal of the god of misfortune, but had failed. But it could have been otherwise. Yesterday, he had recognized his uselessness in front of Kururu. Even if he perfectly did the intended thing and renewed the seal, it wasn't clear how he could be better than Kururu. Most likely, he made a wish to the god of misfortune. He asked for the power to surpass Kururu to become a sword priest or something like that. But there was a problem in that the god of misfortune would grant his wish in the worst way. When the guy got to the place, he saw a ruined structure with a sea of blood. Uncle Kururu was obsessed with creating the most powerful sword. He wanted to forge the best sword in the world, and this is how he realized his dream. He himself was able to become the world's strongest sword. Before the hero stood a creature that resembled blades fused together. The orc watched carefully what the humanoid sword would do. Suddenly, the blade swooped down on the soldier that already put the point to his throat, but the hero at the last moment managed to repel its blow and save the frightened servant. The orc ordered the man to run away and asked him not to call for reinforcements, for they would only hinder him. The soldier obeyed his orders. The hero acknowledged that the enemy's speed was not bad. He was sure that the god of misfortune was in it, and the blade began to emit a loud slashing clang of blades. The monster pounced on the hero, who fended off its blow. A monster possessed by nothing but desire was a complete disaster for Kururu's uncle. The blades at breakneck speed tried to deal at least one blow to the guy, but the guy was able to repel them at the same speed. The hero thought of a god in a distorted form. He had already used the spirit marks on both of his hands just to harness the power of the wind and increase his speed. The orc was concerned that he was forced to do this just to equal the speed of this creature. The enemy itself was composed of orichalcum, and magic attacks were useless against it. And while the guy was expending his strength and getting tired, the humanoid sword did not apparently get any slower. If things continued like this, things would be bad for the hero. While fending off the enemy's attacks, the orc noticed a crack in his blade. The monster shouted that he was able to cut it, and that he was the strongest sword in the world. Or rather, he himself was the strongest. The orc told the ghastly puppet not to rejoice in victory too soon. The hero decided that he would pour everything he had left into his sword. The power of both spirit marks, his magical energy, his will, all of it he poured into his blade. This way he could fight him and not damage his sword in the process. The hero repelled the monster's blow and told him that even if one relied on the power of the god of misfortune, Kururu's sword would still be the best. With his words, the sword regained its shape, or rather it developed into a sharper and stronger form. The god of misfortune was fulfilling a wish in which the hero could no longer fight it as an equal. The only question was whether the hero's trump card would have time to defeat his sword. Meanwhile, Kururu was working hard in her workshop in order to make it in time. She was beating the orichalcum with a hammer with savage force, shaping it. Forging was not a simple creation of anything. One had to pour one's heart and soul into one's creation. Kururu felt the hammer swing the way she wanted it to create the sword that her mother wanted so badly to forge. It was strange, but Kururu hoped that the one who had openly told her how she felt would consider this sword worthy of use. With each stroke, she spoke of how it needed to be filled. The blade of the sword began to glow and Kururu could think of nothing but it. When Kururu did think about what kind of guys she liked, she realized that she didn't have any particular preferences, since she considered them to be scary creatures who only got close to her because of her priestess lineage. However, even though the orc was behaving strangely, she was not afraid of him. He is reliable, kind, and besides, he was fun to be with, and he made her heart beat faster. With each new stroke, she wanted to fill that sword even more. The girl pounded the blade of the sword with all her might with the hammer with a final blow, and sparks flew from it. At the same time, it could mean that she would be able to convey her feelings to him. The girl tiredly fell to the floor and smiled, for she had finished her work. The blade of the sword shone madly, and Kururu shrouded the blade in the hilt. She couldn't understand why she was acting like this when she thought of him. It was strange, after all. She never would have thought that she would have such feelings for such a womanizer in her life. While she was thinking about it, Tita burst through the door. Tita hoped that she had finished the sword, and Kururu replied that it was completely ready and perfect. In that case, they needed to run to Orcus right away. Apparently he was in big trouble, but Kururu didn't quite understand what Tita was talking about. The soldiers who were with Tita explained that apparently someone had made a wish to the god of misfortune. As a result, his body had turned into a living orichalcum sword. Now the hero was fighting and restraining it, but he was at a severe disadvantage. Kururu became alarmed and shouted that they were already coming towards him. She had just realized everything, as a wish-granting person becomes something like this. And how brave was the orc to confront such creatures. She shouted that the hero was a true weirdo. The priestess was afraid to imagine how fearless he was, for he could just run away. Tita smiled and replied that the orc was just the way he was. After all, if he let the creature live, it could come for Kururu as well. But Kururu did not consider herself his mistress and had only ever refused him. But Tita didn't think it made any difference. The orc was doing it because he liked her. In Tita's case, he did the same thing, even though she was asking herself the same questions. And when she asked him, all he said was that he wanted what she wanted to live with a smile on her face. At least, Tita thought she had fallen in love with him because that was what they were. He was just pretending to be cool. But Kururu could now realize that Orc was not an empty-headed man. The vixen didn't understand why she continuously thought about him. He was always talking about creating a harem, and he was a real brat. But still, he always told the truth. Even when he told Kururu that he liked her and all his actions said so. Kururu hesitantly decided to ask Tita something. She wondered if all his talk of harem had made Tita feel disgusted. She wanted to be the one for him. Tita certainly wanted that, so she turned him down first. But he fought, risking his life just like this. Because of the way he is, she knew that he would love her and make her happier than anyone else she would meet after. Even if she wouldn't be the only one. Kururu recalled that at the same time he was trying to seduce her, he genuinely loved Tita just as much. Kururu thanked Tita and apologized. The elfess didn't understand what she was apologizing for, but thanks to her, Kururu realized a lot of things and thanked Taitu for it. She also wanted to apologize for being able to fall in love with the same guy as her. Tita smiled and admitted that she didn't mind, because it was her. Tita was happy, and now Kururu could understand how Tita felt. She apologized once more, but this time for something else. It was obvious that Orc could make them both happy, but Kururu was willing to strive to put herself first for him. Tita could say the same, and she was just as eager to. The girls laughed and decided that they had to hurry. Kururu had to give the sword she had forged to someone she cared about. An hour had already passed since the guy had fought the monster. The hero tried to realize how much stronger and faster his enemy could become. The blade only wanted to kill the orc and began to whirl in different directions. Each time he attacked in anew, the orc blocked his path with an iron wall. But the terrible blades were able to easily break through the hero's wall. But in front of him was a pit like a trap. After he fell underground, the orc crushed him with a huge block of earth. He thought he had succeeded, but the blades shattered the ground and the monster soared. Dodging the blow, the orc already realized that this creature could pass through any barrier. None of this was even helping to buy him time. Orc's spirit tags were already disappearing, and he had about 2 minutes left. The humanoid sword saw and felt that the hero was tired, and shouted that this was his chance to kill the orc. Standing up in a fighting stance, the hero was about to use the strongest sword technique. It basically possessed divine speed, or one could say it was a more advanced slashing strike. Its name was Iai, Instant Sword Strike from the Sheath. In an instant, the guy pulled out a sword from its sheath and swung it. As he passed through the enemy, he thought it was all over. But at some point his sword blade simply broke and fell to the ground. The Lizvaya were out of breath. They made a great ringing and clanking sound, saying that his sword was the strongest. Saying this time after time and struck Orcus, shouting that he was a better match than Kururu. The hero could only agree that his sword was indeed better than his at this moment. But for his information, Kururu could now forge an even better sword. The orc decided to ask Kururu about it personally, and raised his head to look at the fox. The girls arrived just in time, running up to the cliff edge where the hero stood below. Kururu threw the sword to Orcus, who was finally ready. It was their shared sword. Blade squealed when he saw Kururu, and Orc reached out to catch the sword. The sword was finally in his hands. The humanoid sword was furious with Kururu and leapt up to strike her, but the guy jumped after him and struck with his sword. At some point, the guy looked at the blade that was madly gleaming with a clear light. There was not a single scratch on it. The orc clarified to the monster whether it was indeed the strongest sword in the world. And if that was the case, then he needed to shatter Kururu's sword, not her herself. If he had even a modicum of pride as a representative of the Divine Steel clan, Orc offered the monster to exchange frontal attacks one last time. The blades fluttered and he found it very interesting. The monster shouted that it would break Kururu's sword, after which it would break her itself. The hero noticed that the monster's right arm was super compressed. This power was many times greater than what he had shown before. Kururu found herself next to the hero, and the orc suggested that she do it together. They held hands, and with the fox flames enveloping the sword, it turned into an orichalcum destroyer. Kururu had something she wanted to ask the hero. She didn't understand why the orc was doing this, since his body was in a terrible state because of her. But he was doing it because he wanted to protect Kururu's dream, so he couldn't just take them and run away. Kururu thought that he didn't want to protect her, but her dream. But if he only wanted to protect her, then the safest thing to do would be to just take it and run away. Still, it wasn't clear why he did that. The orc said that Kururu wanted to restore the seal instead of her mother. The god of misfortune was now in that creature's body, and if one shattered it with her sword, they could definitely restore the seal. Perhaps even through that, they could make it disappear forever. If they didn't do that, then her dream would never be fulfilled. Kururu was surprised by his answer and she laughed. She surmised that the hero was a fool, and that his brain had apparently already melted from thinking so often. The girl kissed the surprised orc on the cheek and confessed that she liked him very much. And if he would, as he said, protect her dream, he could expect her to continue. Orc smiled and realized that in that case they should call it a day. Kururu's sword glowed and flames enveloped it. The monster was absolutely certain that he was the best. The orc apologized and didn't want to disappoint him, but he was wrong about that. He motioned for them to start, and the orc felt his speed was faster than before. It was like having to use all of his power. The orc was held back by 3 orc seals, and he decided to open the first one. He studied the seals and learnt their true power. The hero could now increase the power of the first seal to its maximum, but only for 7 seconds. The guy pounced on the monster using the double spirit mark. That was enough time for him. He decided to mentally visualize his love Kururu and delivered a decisive blow. In an instant, his attack struck the monster. The blades froze in place, then looked at the orc with disdain. He shouted that he was the best sword and repeated it time after time until he crumbled and fell to the ground. Just then, Orc was able to dissect his very essence along with the god of misfortune, and the girls were just thrilled. The hero looked at the sword and greeted his new friend with a smile. Tita and Kururu simultaneously ran up to Orcus, shouting his name. It was simply amazing, and Kururu exclaimed that she had never seen such beautiful and fast movements in her life. Tita also said that it was the best attack ever. The hero was surprised that they could even see the sword in battle. In truth, he had put everything he had into the last attack. The speed of the sword surpassed even the speed of sound, and the eye wouldn't be able to catch such speed. But Tita reminded him that she had jade eyes, which was a special trait of the High Elves, and Kururu said that she was just a fox. The hero clearly expected her to explain more than just a fox. In that case, Orc suggested that the girls should go back, because Kururu wouldn't be able to continue what On promised him. Tita did not understand him at first, and suddenly it came over her like thunder. Tita asked Kururu if she really told Orc that she would do that to him after he dealt with that sword puppet. Kururu thought that Tita did the same thing when the hero risked his life for her. Kururu thought they were similar in some way and assumed that Orc had forced Tita. But Orc replied that it was nothing like that. But he was learning a few techniques. As could be seen, Orc would prefer the girls to fall in love with him on their own. If he manipulated their feelings, it would spoil their charm, so he wouldn't do it. Tita felt angry when she realized that he was studying this. Still, Tita wished Kururu all the best, for the Orc was amazing in so many ways. Kururu couldn't understand what she meant when she said he was awesome. Taking Kururu in his arms, Orc motioned for them to hurry back. Tita waved them off, and the hero replied that they could get there sooner if he carried her in his arms. Kururu was shocked at how much of a hurry he was in. The Orc had been fantasizing ever since she let him lie on her tail last night. He had promised to be sure to satisfy her as much as she could stand. Even if he said that, she still couldn't figure out what they were going to do until Orc explained it to her. The hero looked at Kururu bloodily and told her not to worry, for he was willing to teach her with his body. Kururu felt uneasy, for Orc sometimes gave off a paternal aura. After reaching home, Kururu was already sitting on the bed in a kimono. She admitted that she was a little embarrassed when the hero stared at her like that. She knew what she had said about Orc liking her. She felt like a little animal before a predator ate her. The hero was jumping for joy, teasing that he would eat his little vixen. Kururu admitted that for a moment she was disgusted. But if she was really afraid of his gaze, one word from her and they could get on with it later. Kururu replied that it wasn't fair, because Orc said it with such a distressed face that it would be harder for her to refuse him. Kururu lay down on the bed and embarrassingly offered to do whatever he wanted. The Orc thrust himself into Kururu's chest with great pleasure, thanking her. Kururu was simply adorable to him. A harem couldn't be called such if there was only one girl in it. But now that Kururu had joined him, Orc was directly drenched in a feeling of satisfaction. but it was still not enough to satisfy him. This was only the beginning of his intention to create the perfect harem. The next morning came and the hero woke up next to Kururu. Rising from his bed, he opened the window from where the dazzling light of the sun spilled out. There were birds singing just below the windows, and the guy decided to brew a cup of coffee. Gladly admiring nature, the hero drank coffee and listened to the birds chirping. The guy was overwhelmed by the thought that it was just an amazing feeling. His harem was established, plus he had long-eared and adorable cuties. An elven girl and a foxy fox with a fluffy tail was a great start. By the way, Orc had recently invented a laugh for himself that was just right for an orc. He thought it smelled downright Orcish, and he decided to use it at the best moments of his life. The hero needed to go and make breakfast, and he looked at Kururu sleeping in one kimono. But before that, he had something he wanted to do. Taking Kururu's fluffy tail, the guy sank his face into it, thinking how happy he was. Now Orc could enjoy his fluffiness whenever he wanted. He remembered his dear parents and told them that he had officially started a harem. He has many memories in this city. Orcus was lucky enough to obtain the Oracle Sword and meet Kururu. But his main goal was to become the harem king. Looking out the window, Orc decided it was time for them to go to another city. Kururu was shocked to learn that the hero was about to leave town. There was supposed to be a parade to celebrate the hero's birth the following week, but Orc replied to the girl that he would make do. Kururu thought this was strange. After all, though he was a hero of the country and could gain power and money if he just wished for it. But Orc didn't wish for any of that. Tita was certain that there would be no shortage of girls. Orc wasn't comfortable with that. He didn't want girls hanging around his neck just because he was a hero, and he could earn the money he needed on his own, and Orc wasn't comfortable with that. If any of these things were of interest to Orcus, he would have just become King of Forland. Tita and Kururu looked at the hero in surprise, and Kururu queried what he had just said. He repeated that if he wanted power, he could just become the King of Forland. The girls were shocked that Orc was talking about the very super kingdom of Forland. They couldn't understand how he could even become its king, but it would have been easy since he was a member of Forland's royal family. But he refused to become the next heir to the throne. Kururu sadly asked to be spared. Kururu and Tita were quietly talking amongst themselves. They thought that the Orc was a liar, but it was still about the Orc, and Tita thought that it might be true. The hero could hear them and replied that orcs don't lie. It was unlikely that he could convince them that he wasn't lying, but he still didn't want to become king. Instead of looking after the welfare of thousands of subjects, he would rather want to protect, love, and make his lovers happy. Seeing the marvelous sunset in front of her, Kururu was delighted by such beauty. It was her first time leaving the village, and it was quite mesmerizing. To begin with, Orc said that they would go to another human city. Traveling randomly was pointless. Once they were back in the city, then Orc wanted to save up some money and go in search of better girls. The guy admitted that he was going to start a new business, and the idea appealed to Tita. Tita assumed that he was going to sell katsu again, but the hero replied that this was not the case. His new business would be huge. All the carriages the heroes were traveling with stopped. Kururu excitedly offered to let Titus and Orcus look at it all. The men set up tents to cook dinner, and Orc offered the girls dinner. While Tita and Kururu were happily eating their dinner, the hero thought about the fact that there were many ways to get to the city, but he had chosen the caravan for a reason. The Orc glanced at the people nearby, and Kururu thought something was wrong. The Orc assured her that everything was fine, and when he saw the dark silhouette, he thought they had taken a bait. A merchant approached them and asked them to sit down. Orc agreed and decided that he would probably have to take a more businesslike approach and change not only his manner but also his way of thinking. The man introduced himself as Theodore Zanalik, and in truth, he was a merchant. The hero laughed, deciding it was modest of him. He had heard of the Zanalik Company. The man was no ordinary traveling merchant, but a famous merchant with outlets in many cities, forming a network around the world. The Orc knew that this caravan had something to do with that company, but no one would have thought that he would be sitting here talking to the owner himself, Mr. Fedorov. It was marvelous to the merchant that Orc knew about him. Few youngsters could succeed like Mr. Orc with Orc's katsu. The hero had become famous for his cutlets and anticipated that someone would contact him for business matters. But Orc did not expect a big shot like Mr. Theodorov to respond. Tita couldn't understand what had just started, and Kururu replied that business was business. The guy replied that he was just a youngster who just managed to make one popular product. That may have been true, but Theodorov valued the ability to build a brand for a product and sell the entire brand. What was more important was to keep it going. All he could say was that it was a brilliant decision. Orc told the merchant that he was also aware of everything. That was true, for the hero had managed to interest Theodorf. According to the merchant, the hero was young and gifted. He also surmised that Orcus didn't seem to have enough of what he earned. It was not hard to imagine that Orcus was not just trying to get his attention. Orc smiled and said he had a lucrative idea. Theodorf was all ears and, agreeing, decided to listen to Orc. There was still a limit to how big a business could be created alone. Orc hoped to find a patron in the form of an influential company with worldwide sales and an information network. The merchant laughed at his words and purposed to serve the waiters glasses. In all honesty, Theodorf wished he could talk business with the hero when he noticed what he was following their caravan. At times like these were the best times to have a conversation while enjoying a good drink. Theodorfus offered the girls a drink in the same way, assuming that they were the hero's mistresses. Tita smiled and replied that they were. After tasting the drink, the girls were shocked at how delicious it was. Kururu exclaimed that it was just the perfect wine. But that was not all. Completely matched the hero's tastes. It was quite possible that the merchant had studied the shops he shopped at and his tastes. The orc wondered, since when did Theodorf start observing him? But that was even before he debuted his cutlets. That's when he saw his work in for lamb. Then Orc had started with 10 million gil, then doubled his profits within 3 months. Guy laughed when he realized that Theodorf knew this. In fact, that was how the god Randall had assessed his abilities. Theodore admitted that he was too shocked and got carried away by the details of the situation. But Orc immediately put theory into practice and succeeded. But somehow he sold out so easily and just disappeared. Theodorf wanted an answer to his question as to why the hero had abandoned that business. But that was just his test that his mentor had devised. It was a test in which he had to double his profits within 3 months. In the end, he achieved a much better result. After completing the challenge, the hero had no desire or interest in continuing with this endeavor. The merchant was shocked that Orc had started the whole business and abandoned it, simply because he had completed the challenge. Theodorf laughed and admitted that he was really shocked, and it wasn't at all how he had imagined it. He remembered someone, and Orc asked who he meant. The merchant was referring to his only rival, Helf Rendel, and Orc replied that it was his mentor. The merchant's eyes widened and he laughed out loud. Then he understood, and it was no surprise that Orc could pull this off under his watch. Now that the picture was beginning to emerge, the merchant even thought about feeling sorry for him. He was able to raise such a great apprentice to just let him go. The mentor told Orc to open new businesses one by one, also that he could achieve what he was aiming for. Theodorf was curious to know what the lad desired. The Orc exclaimed that he was going to travel and meet the best girls and create a harem. He wanted to create a business for the sake of being able to live peacefully with his women. Such a statement made the merchant choke on his wine. After all, the guy had been able to turn down a business with such potential, had turned down Randall's offer, and now Orc was asking him to become a business partner for such a cause. According to Orc, Theodorf had to trust a man who was starting a business but for whom his harem came first. Tita and Kururu looked worriedly at Orcus, waiting for an answer. But that was exactly why Orc was saying to trust him. He had more important things to do than setting up a business, so he needed partners with whom he could share lucrative ideas. Theodorf thought it made sense and asked him to tell Orc about his plans. Orc immediately found the necessary notes in his bag and handed them to the merchant. Upon seeing them, a smile appeared on the merchant's face. This was exactly what he expected from Rendell's apprentice. He thought that this could really be profitable and said that Orc had thought of everything perfectly. But without him, Orc's plan couldn't be realized and he wouldn't get enough of the profits. It was a good plan, and Orc would like to hear the merchant's decision. Of course, Theodorf agreed, for if he refused, surely the Orc would have gone to another merchant. The hero also thought that they were able to come to an agreement. After their conversation, the merchant headed to his carriage. The girls wondered what kind of business Orc had come up with. For Kururu, the documents were a bit confusing, so she didn't understand anything either. The guy smiled and replied that they would find out soon enough. To be honest, it wasn't all that easy to explain. After all, he was using knowledge from his past life in this plan. In that case, they could start their super huge project. The heroes finally reached the place Orcus wanted. It was the headquarters of the Xenolic company. Tita was in shock, for she had never seen such a luxurious and huge building. Today, Orc and Tita came here to discuss the future plan. Kururu was a blacksmith and admitted that she didn't know much about running a business. Therefore, she decided to stay at the inn. Those who come to Zanalik's company on business will be surprised at first by the luxuriousness of the building. Thus, even before the negotiations, it becomes clear what kind of power this company possessed. Tita smiled and suggested that Orc would also like to build something similar in the future. The hero admitted that he didn't know about it yet. The main purpose of this building was to show wealth and power. The hero had nothing against it. But no matter how much he thought about building their ideal dwelling, comfort and warmth would come first for him. Tita decided that he was right, and she thought the same. This building was beautiful, but she preferred what Orc was proposing. But their conversations would end here, and the hero had already told Zanalik about his idea and he agreed. But it was also impossible to let his guard down just because of that. It was quite possible that he could have backed out. In order to ensure a decent life with his harem, one had to try to perfect this negotiation. Walking into Theodorf's main room, the lad saw the merchant in the middle of the room sitting at a table. The Orc had finally arrived and the merchant was waiting for him. The Orc thanked Mr. Theodorf Zanalik for the invitation. Everything here was of high quality and all the talk about Zanalik as a merchant said that he was on a completely different level. These negotiations would determine who would hold the initiative in this endeavor. Could be said that this is where it would begin. Theodorf asked the hero to take a seat. This was the truest battle of the merchants. The girl brought a hot drink and set it on the table. The Orc noticed that it was coffee, and the merchant called it coffle. Their company accidentally discovered an island on the other side of the sea, and after spending a great deal of money to explore it, they were able to find the blood of a god. It was a new product of their company and the merchant asked the hero to try the drink. The guy smelled its tantalizing aroma and sipped it with surprise. He didn't know there was coffee in this world. If they could monopolize it and distribute it to retailers, it would gain immense popularity and make enormous profits. The Zanalik company was to be feared, and Orc knew that they could show their power by simply serving the drink. It was their weapon. Tita tasted it and surmised that this was the drink the Orc had treated her to last time. She liked it very much, and the Orc and the merchant looked at the girl with surprise. Theodorf was surprised that the hero already knew about this drink kofilk and that he had drunk something similar. Tita's words had a bombshell effect. The Orc thought that the merchant would sit idly by knowing that the Zanalik company did not hold a monopoly on coffee. The guy smiled and said that in all likelihood, Tita was wrong. It just so happened that the herbal tea he brewed had a similar aroma and flavor. Theodorf doubted that there was anything even close to kofilic, also nicknamed the blood of a god. His coffee was the result of synthesizing many ingredients through magic. But the Orc was still pleased that the resulting coffee from his pursuit of his ideals was similar in aroma and flavor to that of his past life. Tita exclaimed that they were indeed similar, and to be more precise, Orcs tasted better. The hero covered his face with his hand and asked Tita to be quiet. As a result, the recent friendly atmosphere of negotiation had already faded away. In that case, the hero decided that he had three options. The first option was to appease the merchant by deliberately making worse coffee and treating him. Then Zanalik would raise the price of his kofilk and he would sell his coffee beans at a lower price. Plus, they have to factor in shipping costs from the other side of the sea. So the hero is determined not to lose out on price competition. But that's only in the extreme. After all, it could have severed the relationship with the merchant. The second option was not to make an instant profit from the sale of coffee, but to show loyalty to Zanalik and maintain a long-term relationship with them. To establish a good relationship with the other party or just to make money. The guy got up from his chair and turned to Mr. Zanalik. He decided it would be better and took out a can of coffee. He explained to the vendor that they called this drink coffee. The boy decided to make money and keep his relationship with them. He asked the trader for permission to brew a cup. Theodorf wondered if this black powder would turn into that herbal tea, which, according to him, was like confit. But he could not doubt it, and the hero poured boiling water over the coffee. He got into the habit of always carrying some with him to brew a cup of coffee in the morning. Everything was ready and the hero put the cup on the table to the merchant. The latter decided to see what came of it. After tasting it, Theodorf was simply shocked and decided that this drink was definitely inferior to their confilic. But a powder that could be easily dissolved in hot water, given its convenience as a commodity, they didn't stand a chance. The merchant set down his mug and thought for a moment. He felt like asking Orc if he realized the fact that one could make good money with this kofilk. The merchant didn't understand why the hero still hadn't made any deals. The guy suggested calling the kofilk a coffee pot. He had once intended to do so, but decided that the moment was not right, so he waited for a business opportunity. The merchant wondered what the opportunity was. Orc replied that when a large trading company discovered the coffee and started selling it en masse, the hero had the money and time to bring this unusual product to market. But his strength was not enough to successfully bring it to the public. Therefore, he needed someone to solve this issue. And when the society would accept him sufficiently, Orc would start producing coffee of a higher quality and at a lower price than the company. He would then be able to quickly grab market share and make money from coffee for the rest of his life. The trader speculated that the large company Orc was referring to might have been the Xenolic company. In that case, it made sense to him, and Orc was definitely his apprentice. Even his youthful appearance couldn't hide it. But the merchant wasn't sure if the boy was doing the right thing in telling him all this. But for Orc, everything was simple, and before making any profit from the coffee, he would like to earn his trust. The trader decided that in all likelihood it would cost him a great deal. Orc's mentor was his only rival, and Theodorf trusted him. And to earn the merchant's trust, Orc set aside all his commercial plans for coffee. He hoped Theodorf would appreciate it. Theodorf happily decided to do just that. He suggested that they shake hands once more and do business heartily. The guy smiled and said he would love to, whereupon they both shook hands. As they approached the door, the merchant said he was organizing a meeting to discuss the Kophilic, and asked them to wait for his return. The Orc replied that they would certainly wait for him. After the merchant left, Tita told the lad that he was incredible, as he had come up with so many plans for the Kophilic on his own. The Orc admitted that he had just thought them up, which shocked Tita even more. He had only planned to use it for household use. But this way Orc was able to allay his fears and earn Theodorf's door. On the other hand, he realized that it was too logical for a crazy idea. Even though he was unbelievable, Tita still knew that the hero did not change. They decided to sell instant coffee. For teaching them the manufacturing process, Orc was to receive a portion of the profits. He was able to create such a powerful source of income by simply putting everything in their hands. Cunning was the real weapon of the merchant. In that case, Theodorf suggested that the lad move on to their business. But first they needed to consider another proposal. It would be their joint venture, and that is the mass production of cheap sugar. Sugar was highly addictive, in other words it makes money, so they would have mass production of sugar. The merchant could hardly believe that sugar could be produced so cheaply. But it is the very sugar. Sugar was expensive because it doesn't grow in cold countries and you had to spend fortunes to transport it across the ocean. But it could be obtained from more than just sugar cane. That would be the basis of their business together. The boy took a beetroot out of his rucksack and showed it to the trader. In his past life, it was also called sugar beet. If one squeezed the root vegetable and boiled the resulting juice, they could get sugar. Theodorf could not believe that they could get such sugar from such a common plant that could be put on the market. But it was so. But if produced by the usual method, it would smell like spinach and have a greenish color and unpleasant taste, so it could not be called sugar. First, it was necessary to use the method that the hero knew from his past life. Beetroot had an exquisite subtle sweet flavor that was much more tangible than cane sugar. Could compete well. Orc would like Xenolic to build a large beet plantation and organize the distribution and sale of the finished sugar. In the meantime, he would build a factory. In this way, they would be able to produce better quality sugar at an order of magnitude lower price, making it more affordable to ordinary citizens. But this meant that they would not be able to produce sugar without Orc's help, as they would not be involved in the technological process of the factory. That is, Orc would not cede control of the factory. The hero agreed and said he couldn't afford such a thing. But the merchant was worried about something, that his technology might leak outside the factory. As the hero expected, nothing could escape Theodorf. It was good business because sugar could be obtained from a common product. The disadvantage was that the common raw material was easy to find if there was a leak in the production technology. But one could not worry about that because the factory workers would not be able to figure out the technology. The merchant looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding how this could be. The process of sugar production consisted of washing, cutting, extracting sugar, removing dirt, molasses, and drying. This was very hard to do by hand and needed complex machinery that only a hero could make. And even if someone could produce the manufacturing process, it would take 300 years to perfect it. Tita smiled at the hero, and the merchant looked at Orc in surprise. He was now calm and ready to get busy finding suitable sites for the factory and farm. The guy had asked to do it, and he was now a private entrepreneur. The Xenolic company was no stranger to him. But he had a weapon that the company did not have. It was knowledge from his past life. If used correctly, the Oin could negotiate as equals. 3 months had passed since the negotiation. When Orc arrived at the factory, the workers greeted him like a director. Kururu exclaimed that the plant she had designed was working perfectly, and she was impressed. Everything was according to plan and no accidents so far. The guy asked Kururu to help him with the design of the rig. Kururu specialized in swords, but she proved useful in creating the blueprints and quickly became an indispensable assistant. The man provided Director Orku with the sugar they had produced. The boy thanked the man and offered Kururu and Tita a taste of the product. The girls tasted the sugar and were simply delighted. The sugar was melting in their mouths. It also seemed like a luxury to Kururu to consume a high-quality product every day. But the guy was sure that when they found out the price, they would realize that it was not such a luxury. Zenalik had already started selling the sugar they produced. The hero heard that at half the price of cane sugar, their product was selling like hotcakes. In that case, when the inspection was over, the orc surmised that it was time to go home. He decided to take 1 sack of sugar with him. The laborers were not sure that 1 sack would be enough for the hero. Besides, they had exceeded the quota specified in their contract with the company, so Orc could take more. Orc looked at Tita with a smile and decided to take care of other business since it was finished here. Tita looked at Orc questioningly, not understanding him. He thought he was telling the girls that making money was only part of making them happy. He suggested they go home and have fun making sweets. Kururu and Tita were thrilled that they could make sweets with lots of sugar. Orc smilingly asked them to calm down. He wanted to charm them once again with his knowledge from his past life, but now it would be sweets. And after all, orcs have their own unusual sweets. The guy looked at the girls enigmatically. Kururu twitched her ears and Tita already had a bad feeling. When they got home, the guy suggested they start making desserts. Kururu still couldn't believe that they would use sugar. Tita also felt like a noblewoman. They asked the hero what they would cook. Today, Orc suggested making pancakes, but the girls didn't know what that was. It wasn't difficult at all, so the guy suggested they do what he said. Tita was happy to take on such a responsibility. It was extremely exciting for both of them. What was most important in this matter was to get the exact proportions of the ingredients. Tita couldn't crack the egg properly and soaked herself, and Kururu asked the orc if she had mixed everything correctly. When they had mixed the batter, they needed to pour it into the pan. The orc asked her to try to do it slowly, holding the ladle higher. The trick to making good pancakes was to slowly pour the batter into the pan and wait for it to spread out. The pancakes turned out nice and just the right thickness. The girls could already smell the sweet aroma of butter and sugar. Finally, the heroes put the even pancakes on the plate, deciding that they turned out just perfect. Having set the table, the guy wished everyone a pleasant appetite. Tita was surprised that she had managed to make such sweets. Kururu thought they looked delicious as they smelled nice and were very soft. But with a dash of magic, these pancakes could be made even more delicious. Tita looked questioningly at the boy. The girls were delighted when the hero pulled out the jelly. There was apple, blueberry, cranberry, and apricot jam, and they were all wonderful. The hero bought them from the market of various fruits and boiled the jam. It was not difficult to make it, you just had to boil the fruit with sugar. Besides, winter would be coming soon, and this way they could enjoy the fruit even if it wasn't in season. The pancakes were good on their own, but they became even more delicious with their favorite jam. Tita exclaimed to Orc that he had put too much jam. She wanted cranberry, but Kururu decided to use apricot. The girls ate the pancakes with pleasure, chewing each bite. Kururu smiled and said it was delicious. Now she couldn't imagine her life without sugar. She had never tasted jaggery as it was expensive. No one could have even imagined that it would be so delicious. Kururu only wished that this measured life would last forever. She admitted that she had been very happy ever since she met Orcus. Tita was also happy that the guy had stopped thinking about the harem. Orc asked for a moment and exclaimed that he wasn't. He hadn't forgotten about his mission to find new harem members. He had hired a detective to gather information on beautiful girls and women worthy of becoming members of his harem. Tita wasn't sure if she had heard correctly what he had done for that purpose. But he never found anyone of Tita and Kururu's level. They all had to be equally attractive for his harem idea to work. Because they were so adorable, the standard for his harem skyrocketed. Tita wondered how he could talk about such a thing with such a nonchalant face. Kururu was a little embarrassed by it, but she was a little happy to hear such a thing. Anyway, Orc wasn't giving up on finding new harem members and Tita made unhappy eyes. She was sorry, for she thought the Orc was used to having two of them. Kururu suddenly had one idea. If the Orc was looking for girls as attractive as them, it was necessary to charm him even more. That way his standards would become even higher. Tita thought such an idea was just fine. That way they could avoid increasing the harem. Orc thought that pretty girls were more lovable when they were up to something. Kururu and Tita smiled at Orc and said that just for today, they would do anything he wanted for him. Tita promised that he would go crazy with their charms. The Orc was just shocked that he could do anything. The hero couldn't just believe it and decided to ask again. He could ask to do everything he had kept to himself until now and they wouldn't hate him for it. The girls smiled and agreed. The Orc smiled enigmatically. His gaze went mad and he said he would like to eat them. Tita and Kururu did not understand the meaning of his words and hoped that it was a figurative expression. Of course, it was natural. He wanted to spread whipped cream and jam on them and enjoy them by licking their bodies. It was the so-called Orc dessert, and Orc wanted to be sure to make the best dessert in the world. Though it sounded embarrassing, Tita was in agreement with him. Kururu supported her if it could make the hero happy. The Orc was over the moon. After that, the guy undressed the girls and covered their bodies with jelly, making them feel awkward. The hero decided that this was real perfection. Right now, the girls were the best desserts in the world for him. The next day came and the sun began to break through the high mountains. Guy brewed himself a cup of coffee and looked at the girls sleeping with no clothes on. Perhaps he had decided to make sexual practice an integral part of this house. With these thoughts, the hero put the cup on the table and went outside. His attention was caught by something. Down the steps, a group of mysterious silhouettes were coming toward him that were hidden under hoods. One of the men surmised that the Prince of Orcus was before him. Most likely, everyone had already forgotten that the main character was also from the royal family. Descending from the young man, the three silhouettes bowed to the hero. The Orc asked them to relax and greeted Molin, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Molin threw off his hood, revealing his face. The Orc didn't realize what they were here for. Also, the hero didn't understand what happened to his duties as a concentration officer. Molin said he came here to ask Orc for help again as the Chancellor of Forland, Molin D'Agel. He asked the lad if he wished to return to Forland and become king. Yes, the hero was the Prince of Forland because Mum's grandfather was the previous king, Valio. It seems that Valio the Wise really wanted the hero to succeed him. He refused so many times, but the king still sent messengers to him. The Orc replied to Molin saying his answer not for the first time. The kingdom of Forland was the very embodiment of peace and order. Orc knew that nothing bad would happen even if someone else was in charge. He was already busy taking care of his lovers. Molin replied that this was indeed the case, and that they did not need a skillful ruler. An ordinary one was enough. But he could not foresee what would happen if their ruler were not an ordinary man but someone sinister. The hero did not quite understand Molin, for the king was elected by a council of wise men. And to be elected, a candidate had to get more than half of the council's votes. The Orc was confident that he and Valio the Wise would pull it off, so no mediocrity could take his throne. But so it should have been, but the council they once controlled betrayed them. Valio the Wise was imprisoned on a distant island, and Molin was dismissed. The hero was shocked at such a statement, not realizing who could have done such a thing. It was the first prince of Varda Forland. He wanted to conquer the whole world, and his first step would be to shake up the peaceful relationship between humans and monsters. He was going to start a full-scale war between the two. And if he won, the good-looking species would be sold to brothels. And the physically strong races would be used as labor force, or they would be brainwashed and made into soldiers. The other heirs gave up their right to the throne. Right now, the only one who could save Forland was His Majesty Orc. He knew that if nothing was done, tens of thousands of inhabitants would suffer misfortune, and he could not let that happen. Still, the hero did not want to become king, for he had already devoted his life to creating a harem. Molin also reminded His Majesty that he wanted to create a harem, and the guy agreed. Molin wanted to say that there was a mesmerizing girl in their palace. But after all, Forland was a kingdom of men, and men were boring and grew old quickly. Molin Poppersoil didn't worry about that. This beautiful girl's name was Luland Forland. Although she was an ordinary person, she was also a princess, so enchanting that she was nicknamed Forland's living treasure. She was a princess, that is, his cousin. The Orc suggested that it would be possible to finger her, and Molin agreed with the hero. He also wanted to show the hero something. It was a magical device that could project a three-dimensional image. With it, Molin could show Orcus the princess, which the hero could not take his eyes off. The princess called Orc a brother. She was very pleased to meet him. She introduced herself as the second princess of Forland, Lilina Forland. The hero was charmed by the fact that she called him little brother. It sounded just beautiful. Even though they were brother and sister, it was normal for her to call him that. Here Orc remembered that in his past life, he always chose to root for his little sister in Eroge. The girl said that Forland was on the verge of collapse. If nothing was done, something terrible could happen, so she wanted to ask the hero to help them. And if he could save them, Lunina was willing to do anything he wanted for him. Even though Lunina had never done such a thing, she was willing to give all of herself to her brother. The orc was shocked at such a wonderful combination. She was a beautiful girl, a princess and his little sister. It was very worthy to become part of his harem. The hero commanded Malin's group that they were heading to Forland. He wanted to increase his harem while saving their kingdom. While they were deciding important matters, meanwhile Tita and Kururu were still sleeping serenely on the bed. Tita was delighted by Kururu's soft tail and lay her head on it. From then on, the hero's goal became the kingdom of Forland. Princess Lilina, his cousin, asked for help. She asked to save them, addressing Orcus as a brother. And if he would save them, Lilina was willing to do anything he wanted for him. Since she'd come this far, Orc simply couldn't refuse her, so he decided to make the harem even bigger while saving the kingdom. The doors of the room opened abruptly and the hero walked in with Molin to the girls. Tita and Kururu were happy to see Orc and assumed he was out for a walk. The hero ordered them to pack up, for they were already leaving. Tita and Kururu noticed a man near the hero and were frightened of him. Molin noticed that Orc had beautiful wives, but it was natural for him. Tita was a little surprised that the man wasn't surprised to see them here. But in Molin's opinion, beautiful girls remained beautiful regardless of their race. Asking for an epiphany, the man bowed and introduced himself as Molin Daigle. He had been appointed Chancellor of Forland. Tita assumed that the Chancellor was an advisor to the king. Rounding their eyes, the girls did not realize what such an important person had forgotten here. Molin thought that Orc had not told the girls about his royal status. Orc certainly told them, but they didn't believe him. If he didn't hide it, the Chancellor asked to call Orc as usual, His Royal Highness. Tita and Kururu opened their mouths in surprise, but the hero didn't understand what they were so surprised about. After all, he had told them earlier that he was a prince, and if any of this was of interest to him, he would just become the King of Forland. The girls were shocked that he wasn't lying then, because they thought it was just another Orcish joke. When the boy had packed all his things, he said that they were going to Forland now. Tita and Kururu didn't understand why they were going there, and the hero replied that they were going to save the princess. On the way to the kingdom, Orc told the girls all about it. It became clear to them that if he could save Forland from the evil prince, he could make the princess fall in love with him. Tita and Kururu had a strange look on their faces with a smirk, and Orc asked what was wrong with them. They recalled the hero talking about how he didn't want them to start dating him just because he had saved them. They thought he had said something to the effect that only a wise man would use someone's gratitude for his own gain. But Orc assured them that nothing had changed since then. He would not lay a finger on the princess unless their feelings were reciprocated. But all will be well if they fall in love with each other when they save the country together. The Orc exhaled heavily at such thoughts. A relationship with his cousin was not a crime, and she had the qualities of a sibling and sister-in-law. The kind of people a guy called typical little sisters. When the time came, he would like to make love to her and listen to her call him brother. Tita pronounced that the hero was just disgusting, yet they decided to date this repulsive creature. By the way, Molin wondered what his highness was traveling on. By carriage, they could get there in 10 days. But Orc didn't want to spend that much time traveling, so he said that they would use this. Right in front of them was a racing car with an Orcus-shaped bonnet. All the heroes were shocked, and the Orc said it was his Orcmobile. He commanded everyone to get in, and Molin asked him to wait for a while. The car sped forward at breakneck speed, and an amazed Molin asked His Majesty what it was. It was a hero-created magical device. He was willing to travel more and more, for harem or business, so he wished to reduce the time spent traveling. He arranged a magical engine he had invented into this machine. If you filled it with magic, the engine would run non-stop. This Orcmobile was filled with his hopes and dreams. Kururu could somehow figure out how it worked, but she still didn't understand how the hero could turn. The hero knew that Kururu would be able to understand the structure of this machine. Technically, it could only go straight, so he relied on the wind spirits while turning. Also, the hero could ask the fire spirits to start the rocket boosters. As soon as he did that, everyone in the car screamed. Traveling in the Orcmobile was more fun than Orc thought it would be. It made him want to pull the stunt he had dreamed of since he was a kid. There was a big rock in front of them, and the heroes warned Orc to be careful. Just in front of the rock, the car took off and spun around, and the hero shouted out that it was Orc's tornado. Finally, after a while, the car stopped and Orc was glad they were there. Tita got out of the car all pale and covered her mouth with her hand. Kururu shouted at the hero and told him to drive more carefully next time. She won't get into something like this again in her life if he doesn't come to his senses. But the guy replied that it would only take them 10 days to get there by carriage, and so it took them about half a day. He really did squeeze everything out of her. After all, they were traveling at 400 kilometers per hour. Kururu still didn't understand why he needed to spin like that, but it was his dream. Molin's subordinates approached the chancellor, worried about him. Master Molin was clearly feeling sick and nauseous. Apparently, this trip had greatly affected the old man. Looking at all of this, Kururu decided that Orc's car needed a lot of improvement. Orc looked around and noticed that the townspeople were beginning to gather around them. In the midst of them, he noticed a short female figure running towards him. It was a princess who shouted to Orc, calling him brother. The princess was so happy to see him that she ran at him with a hug. Orc was just as surprised as Tita and Kururu. Recovering, he assumed she was Lilina and the girl said she was. Orc was pleased to meet her. It was as if she knew a lot about him, even though it was the first time they had met. But Teacher Valio and Mr. Molin were kind enough to talk about the hero. Spinning her round in a circle, the girl wondered what her brother thought of her when he saw her live. The Orc admitted that she was better than in the fairy tales. Her skin was smooth and soft, and the delicate and exquisite fragrance of her perfume soothed Orc. She was a beautiful girl with the perfect combination of elegance and cuteness. She pulled the guy behind her and asked him to make himself at home. All this time she felt very, very lonely. The soldiers suddenly asked Her Majesty to move away from him, calling Orc a foreigner. The princess introduced Orc as the Prince of Forland and asked them to treat him the same way they treated her. The boy said hello to the guards. The soldiers shook themselves and asked to accept their deepest apologies. The princess pulled the hero's hand and asked to come with her. Tita didn't understand anything and asked the Orc to stop. Molin asked the girls not to be shy and also to pass. While Lilina was leading Orc by the hand, he was thinking that she was very, very enchanting. Her acting skills were top-notch. No matter which way one looked at them, to those around them, Lunina was just an ordinary child forced to rely on Orc. But that was only from the outside. Orc looked at the Chancellor and smiled at him, and Molin nodded his head approvingly. They knew that Orc would be more willing to accept help if it pleased him. But in fact, just by seeing her demeanor, the hero could make out that she had gone through grueling training. The princess must have gone through elite training to become a female knight, just like his mum. The princess tried her best to hide her trembling. She couldn't be afraid. The Orc had the power to rule the country and was very fond of girls. But most importantly, Orc may have been her brother, but he was also an Orc. Smiling, the boy thought about the fact that he liked her. Her looks were completely to his liking. Plus, it was beautiful to see how she suppressed her fear and tried her best for her country. Orc pronounced that for Lumina's sake he would save the kingdom. While Orc wanted to pretend to succumb to her acting. Now that he was here, she had nothing to worry about. The girl was so overjoyed that she threw herself into his arms and exclaimed that she loved him. Orc thought it would be easier for her this way, and they could also communicate more often. The hero's goal was to change their relationship from fantasy to reality. They were nothing more than a fake brother and sister couple. He found this plan quite amusing. Walking into the rooms of the castle, the heroes saw a large portrait of Orcus on the wall. The hero did not understand why he had his own room here. Molin replied that it was prepared by order of Valio the Wise. His Highness was sure that one day the Orc would return here. Orc had already realized that the king was really going to make him the next king. Considering that he was a prince, Tita thought it was normal, but was worried that they were also here. Kururu had never felt so much out of place. Mr. Molin replied that rooms had also been prepared for them. Tita exclaimed that they shouldn't have done that. Kururu confirmed, and saying that this room was enough, asked Molin to stay here. Molin was clear, and he should have prepared a room for the family. He wanted to correct his mistake. The Orc assured Molin that the size and number of rooms here were more than enough for a family. Molin bowed to Tita and Kururu, saying that dinner would be ready soon. Princess Lilina was also supposed to dine with them. The girls bewilderedly agreed and decided to rest in the small room in front of them. Once inside, they slammed the door behind them. The Orc looked at them and turned to Mr. Molin. The hero used a survey spell, which quite startled the Chancellor. He could not believe that the hero could survey such a large space so quickly. In all likelihood, there was nothing here, but Orc had set up a wind barrier to soundproof the room just in case. Molin had earlier told the hero that their council had been captured. Molin confirmed this, saying that they had been completely turned into puppets of Prince Varda. The Orc decided to ask Molin his opinion on whether they might have been brainwashed. Molin had a hard time imagining it, because brainwashing was a very high-level spell. Besides, it was forbidden. Spells that affect the mind provoke a powerful reaction from the target's innate defense system. The greater the difference in strength between the target and the caster, the longer it took for the spell to take effect. The orc speculated that Varda might have a skilled ally. In general, if the council was captured, there was nothing they could accomplish by conventional methods. And if their opponent didn't want to play fair, the orc decided to do the same. Molen asked the hero what they would do next. Orc said they would undertake murder, which shocked Molen. If Varda is only a pest to this kingdom, the quickest and surest way would be to swat him. No matter how strong, cunning, and vengeful he was, there was nothing he could do if he was dead. Molen nodded his head to the hero. The orc had the innate qualities of King Valio the Wise, and the Demon Lord had raised him to be such. Being able to rule a kingdom meant being able to make decisions that would benefit the entire kingdom. One had to live by reality, not ideals. Small sacrifices had to be made for the greater good. And if Orcus had to do that, he was willing to kill his brother. The princess thought about Orcus. Even though he was her older brother, he was still an orc. She wanted everything to be okay and for Orc to feel nothing just from them holding hands. Meanwhile, Orc let out his trademark Orcish laugh in his head. Tita and Kururu were just thrilled with Orc's car, saying it was cool. Kururu tried to talk Orc into letting them ride in it. Orc had been hoping to do that for a long time, but Kururu told him that they wouldn't make babies with him just because he let them ride in it. The two maids bowed and told His Highness that dinner had been served and they could proceed to the dining room. The princess motioned for Brother Orcus to be seated. Tita and Kururu were surprised at the sumptuous meal. They exclaimed that they wouldn't eat so much. The princess smiled and asked them not to worry about it because their servants would eat the leftovers. After these words, the princess began to happily devour the food. A servant came to the girl and bowed to her and then took the empty plate and carried it away. The princess told the heroes that they could go out then when they were full. Orc recalled that in ancient Rome, servants used to finish eating for the upper classes. This system was probably introduced so that the nobles could live extravagantly without wasting food. Tita looked at Orcus, wondering if it made him uncomfortable. Kururu similarly looked at her food and couldn't understand how someone could finish her food after touching it. But as it was said, when they were in Rome, they were supposed to behave like Romans. This was the first time Tita had heard such a thing, just like Kururu. The guy thought that this saying was from his past life that occasionally slipped through. Whatever the case, they would just have to get used to it. To be honest, Orc admitted that he wasn't comfortable with it either, so tomorrow he would ask them to stop doing that. The hero wasn't embarrassed, he was just uncomfortable with the thought of someone finishing off Tita and Kururu. After all, indirect kissing Tita and Kururu was an unforgivable sin for him. The princess hoped that the girls enjoyed today's dinner. Tita was delighted and said it was delicious. She was surprised at how comprehensive each dish here was. It was delicious and extravagant, and it was a good experience. Still, the elfess was more interested in Orc's cooking. The princess couldn't believe what she heard. After all, the cooks at their palace were the best in the kingdom. She would never have thought that Orc could cook better than them. But based on taste alone, Kururu could say that their dishes were better. But Orc's cooking somehow filled them with energy, which was very unusual. Tita was in agreement with her. She too had been feeling very good ever since Orc started cooking for them. The hero was glad that the girls noticed his little efforts. His dishes were based on the theory of medicine and food homology. He cooked in such a way that it was not only enjoyable to eat but also healthy. Now Tita could understand why she felt healthier the more she ate his cooking. Orc would want the girls to stay young and beautiful. Diet is one of the most important factors in healthcare. The more luxurious the dish, the more calories were in it. Health will deteriorate very quickly if you eat everything all the time. The princess was delighted and decided that this was the reason why the girl's skin was so firm without makeup. Tita smiled and thought the same thing, and Kururu didn't deny it either. The princess could only envy them. She couldn't believe that there was a delicious meal that also kept her healthy. The orc noticed that now she was clearly not pretending, but saying what was on her mind. Perhaps the hero decided to cook the princess something for her while he was here. The orc decided to go all out for his dear sister. The princess was most grateful to her brother. The hero smiled and thought of the one point in his favor. One couldn't give in to deceit and try to earn fake favor points in this game of sibling. One had to try to earn real love points as well. In that case, the guy suggested that they start their strategy meeting. He asked Molen in advance to summarize all the information to them. The orc glanced at Molen, and the chancellor placed a stack of papers on the table. He bowed and said that this was a report on the current situation in the country. Tita and Kururu couldn't believe that he was serious. There were too many records, and the orc decided to look at them in person. The more he read them, the more he felt the urge to give up. He already had no desire to act defiantly, but he had no other choice. The princess stood up from the table and asked for permission to explain things to them again. The first prince of Varda had already begun to tear up their peace treaty with the Demon Lord and would be able to finish the process next week. They were going to send troops while the envoys were still on their way to announce the declaration of war. Their first target will be an elven village in the west. Tita was horrified when she heard about the elven village. Although they weren't going to attack Tita's home, the village of the Wind Guardians, but Tita must have been greatly shocked in Orc's opinion, for they were fellow tribesmen. This was the same tribe that kept in touch with the evolutionary orc hero village. He could say with certainty that that girl was his first love. But now the hero thought that Tita was much nicer. The orc replied to ensure victory, they would attack elven villages with low population densities. Since the demand for elves is huge, they will be sold into slavery at appropriate prices. And if Varda does something like that, there's no turning back. There will be a full-scale war between humans and monsters. Varda was simply insane, and if he started a full-scale war, it would enrage the Demon Lord. Monsters and half-humans often live in small villages and towns. No matter how strong they are individually, if they are attacked by a huge army of humans, they won't stand a chance. This is how humans defeated monsters and half-humans. Orc's father dubbed himself the Demon Lord and fought back. Taking an example from the humans, his father created his own Demon Lord army by uniting several tribes. All this was to fight for the freedom of monsters. In the end, though with difficulty, he achieved peace with the humans. Since Mum was in favor of peaceful coexistence between humans and monsters, she would most likely side with Orc's father. The great sage Merlin in Light had a strong sense of justice, so he would likely do the same. The 4 elite demons led by his father and the Demon Lord's army, all of them would surely unite and Varda wouldn't stand a chance. For Orc, there was no doubt that Forland was the strongest kingdom of humans, but it was the strongest only among humans. Varda was so stupid that he didn't even realize that. The princess, Molin, and Tita and Kururu sadly lowered their heads. The orc asked Molin if he had contacted his parents. Molin tried, but unfortunately there was no one at Orc's house. Orc was worried that something might have happened to them, but Molin found a note left on their desk. He handed the note to the hero to read it himself. Since their difficult son had finally flown out of the nest, they decided to go on a romantic trip for about a year, just the two of them. The postscriptum was with a question about who the hero would want for himself, a brother or sister. The orc was just shocked and tore the post-it note in two, thinking about the stupid couple. Everyone hung their noses sadly. The princess pronounced that if he carried out what he had planned, there would be no avoiding war. They also had to figure out how to stop the army. Orc thought that there would be no point in killing if the army did attack the elf village. In that case, Orc had a specific goal. All he had to do was to concretize the steps. He told the surprised princess that he could develop a plan overnight. One of Molin's aides suggested that the girl rest, because the task of escorting Master Molin was over. She was glad that nothing bad had happened, and taking off her robe said that it was her duty to protect the chancellor. The man was madly glad that she did not take off her robe. After all, it would have been a shame if the prince had seen her like that. Night had fallen and Kururu and Tita were already asleep in their beds. Meanwhile, the boy was thinking of a plan and needed a view from outside the castle. It was necessary to examine everything from different angles, because the truth could be different depending on the point of view. The hero gathered information on his own and always tried to do without the connections of his teachers and parents. But now it was different. Hundreds and thousands of innocent lives were more important than his pride. Orc had asked the Helf Randall Corporation of the God of Business to gather information for him. They were always willing to fulfill any of his requests, no matter how insane. The world's mightiest business god had a proper information network. They surely had a more objective view of the situation in the country compared to those in the palace. Now Orc owed them a huge debt, even though he said that contributing to world peace would help their business as well. But this was Helf Randall's corporation. They would surely be on the plus side no matter which side they were on. Looking back, the guy spotted someone. The hero figured they hadn't opened the door, which meant they had a spare key. The miniature girl was just fine, because she was able to hide her presence perfectly. The orc wouldn't have noticed her if he hadn't set up a detection barrier. With silent steps, the hooded figure moved further away, and Orc followed her stealthily from around the corner. At one point he caught her and grabbed her arm, and the two of them fell together on the bed. Underneath the robe was Lilina, who was in her underwear. The orc smiled and asked what she was doing here. After a little thought, The girl admitted that she was here to sleep with him. From the look of her, one would have thought that she was definitely not lying. But Lelina exclaimed that she wasn't lying and asked him to let her go, because she was in pain. But Orc decided to do that only when he got a normal answer. Lelina repeated herself and said that she came here to sleep with him. Orc didn't understand why she had come at such a late hour. After all, he had talked about helping them and there was nothing to bribe him for. Lelina replied that she loved her brother and was unable to contain herself. Orc was hurt by such an excuse. She probably just didn't believe him and decided to make sure of it for sure. It was a natural precaution for Orc. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't defect to Varda's side. For if he did, she would die. Lelina's face changed and said that she had no choice. Pulling her cloak over herself, the girl admitted that the hero was right. She couldn't trust him. She simply had no reason to trust him. Even though they were brother and sister, but she didn't know what would happen if she said she wanted peace and didn't want a war between monsters and humans. Lelina lowered her head, thinking that nothing would change, and Orc was ready to gain her trust. Orc realized that the girl was thinking that he might actually want a war between monsters and humans, and he would most likely win if he sided with the former, because the Demon Lord, the Azure Thunder Knight, and the Great Sage would surely be with him. When they destroyed the humans, he would only need to inherit the Demon Lord's throne to conquer the world. Orcus felt sorry that the princess had such an opinion of him. The princess wasn't sure if he was hurt by this thought. After all, he was able to say it all in one breath as if he had been thinking about it for a long time. But that wasn't the case at all. It was just that since their last meeting, he had started to consider all possible options, so he could plan how to interact with the princess. And it seemed he wasn't wrong, seeing how much she doubted him. He still had a lot to learn if the girl in front of him couldn't feel at ease. The princess didn't doubt him because of her inexperience, because nothing would change from his actions. Valio the Wise had taught her that. He taught her that if she wanted to believe in someone, she had to doubt them first. Although believing in someone was very comforting, it was nothing more than an act of ignorance. To doubt someone was also to understand that person. They had to doubt each other. If they could shake hands afterwards, then she had found a true friend. The princess closed her eyes and remembered Valio's words. She was only following his teachings. The Orc recognized that she was right here. It was foolish to ask her to trust him when they first met, so he asked her to doubt him all she wanted. But the princess trusted Valio the Wise, and he trusted the hero, so he asked for his help. The princess thought it was mean and that you couldn't use her great-grandfather like that. It wasn't fair, and Orc told Lelina that she needed to learn how to use people and situations to her advantage. Always being righteous was not a good thing. At this point, the hero decided that the interrogation was over and let the girl go. Lelina was surprised that the guy didn't jump her after all, and that the hero turned out to be more of a gentleman than she thought. Lelina was even saddened, deciding that she just wasn't attractive enough for Orc. She looked at Orc with a defiant look and admitted that she wouldn't mind sleeping with him. Her words struck the hero like a thunderclap. Lelina didn't think she was good enough, and she was also small and had no breasts. But Orc decided to be quite honest and confessed that he would like her very much. Lelina asked her brother to start if he was okay with giving her his power to protect the kingdom. Instead, the boy flicked Lelina on the forehead. He asked her not to pretend to be a damsel in distress. He didn't like such tense situations. Besides, one could see Lelina was trembling. She must have been scared, and the guy told her about how he didn't need a bedfellow. He wanted to assemble a harem of the girls he loved with all his heart. If all he wanted was a wet hole, prostitutes would have sufficed. The hero would not want their first time to be so cold and bland, considering she was a candidate for his harem. Lelina did not understand, and the hero replied that it was just so, for he had liked her from the first sight. He was sure she was terrified of him, but Lelina still tried her best to do her duty as a princess and pretended to adore him. The Orc was deeply moved by her strength. Lelina smiled as she realized that Orc had known everything from the beginning, so he wasn't willing to sleep with her until she herself fell in love with him. Lelina thought he was acting like he was saying something cool, but in fact it was exactly the opposite. But now she could understand the hero, and he wasn't scary at all. Orc smiled and said that she was a nice girl who admires her brother. Besides, she was a harem candidate and could count on Orc, for he would definitely help her, at least as long as she was charming. Lelina admitted that it scared her a little. Stroking the girl's head, Orc was sure that everything would be fine. Lelina blushed and said she was ticklish. Orc thought it was his speciality as the main character in a harem piece, head stroking. Orc said she had better go back to her room, for it was getting late. Lelina exhaled heavily and admitted to her brother that she felt kind of weird. Her body became overly sensitive when she stopped feeling nervous. She asked her brother what he had done to her. The guy sniffed the air near her and smelled incense. He surmised that the scent was highly arousing and Lelina agreed. She wanted to seduce him with it, but for some reason she gave in to the scent herself. The orc said it was natural that it would work on her, since she had used it on herself. Lelina thought it only worked on boys. But it wasn't like that, and it worked on girls too, and she had used 3 times the normal amount. The orc was resistant to it, but even for him it was too much. Lelina shouted out the name of Orc's brother. She threw herself at the guy and admitted that she couldn't hold back any longer. It was like she was going crazy. Orc asked her to stop and calm down. He ran the thoughts through his head that he shouldn't have touched her after he bribed her, that he wouldn't lay a finger on the girl until he loved her. But he was an orc and he had a high libido. Also, Orc was crazy about the type of little sisters. The girl kept pushing and shouting at the hero, but Orc was determined that he was the one who kept his word. Morning came and the first rays of sunlight came through the windows. Tita wished them good morning and Kururu surmised that they had had a good time last night. The orc stood stone-faced and kept saying that he had not touched her. He was a master of self-discipline and said that he didn't exist. Kururu had to admit that she was a little surprised. Tita also wasn't sure about it, and she didn't even believe it. Silently glancing at herself in the mirror, Lelina had a grim look on her face. It was as if she had put paper on herself. The princess was wished good morning, who had already had a splitting headache since morning. She understood why she heard Orc's voice. She looked with horror at her body, which was naked, and screamed. Not only had she failed to seduce him and sleep with him, but she had lost control and lost her mind. She just wanted someone to kill her. Orc received an investigative report from the Randall Corporation. He compared it from the information Lelina and Molin had received and assessed the situation again. He had not ruled out that Lelina and Molin might have given him incorrect information just to drive the first prince away, but now his doubts were dispelled. After reading the reports, the guy thought it was time to get down to business. There were rumors all over the kingdom that apparently Prince Orc was going to claim the throne. But people knew that he had returned just the other day, but he was Valio Wise's favorite prince. Moreover, he is also the son of Lady Miley, the hero of Azure Thunder and the disciple of the great sage. More Orc would like to spread rumors starting from the castle. Prince Varda, who had made his way to the throne, might not have inherited it because of the appearance of a rival. Molin entered the hero's room and notified His Highness that he had guests. 3 men came in and bowed to Orc. As Orc had intended, those in high position coveted a meeting with him. Some wanted to cooperate, some came to learn of his intentions. With all the desire, no one could ignore the hero. And Orc also gathered information through the aristocrats that came to see him. He wanted to use it as efficiently as possible to plan an attack on multiple fronts. Meetings were not the most important thing in politics. Preparation was the key to victory. The meeting was not the battlefield, but the place where you announce your accomplishments. Tita came to the hero to learn about what he was doing. It was impossible to study only politics, and Orc decided to look for any strange recent events. Given that the council had suddenly betrayed Valio the Wise and sided with Varda. If Varda was using brainwashing magic, there should have been traces of it in this basement he was going to. The hero dared to assume that it was somewhere around here. The Orc used the double spirit tag and spirits began to appear in front of the delighted Tita. The Orc used the skill of seeing the past. The spirits were the eyes of the world and could replay the past. He could see what had happened if he merged his consciousness with the spirits inside the castle. In general, this was a forbidden ability. It was reckless for a mere mortal to merge consciousness with a spirit. They were higher beings with a completely different form of consciousness. Even if the Orc pinpointed the exact moment he needed, the strain on his entire body would still be enormous. Therefore, he had to see for a moment what exactly happened at a specific time in a specific place. Suddenly, the hero was overcome by a flash of pain and screamed. Tita was concerned about his condition and shouted out his name. Kururu and Tita held the guy under their arms and begged him to come to his senses. The hero apologized to them and said that he would be unwell for the next few days. Sitting down on a chair with the help of the girls, he still got what he wanted. He now knew what Prince Varda and those who supported him had done. It was raining outside and footsteps were heard in the castle corridor. Preparations for the meeting to elect a king were going very smoothly. One of the voices said that Prince Varda, Princess Lelina, and all the members of the Council of Wise Men had been assembled. Orc thanked Molin, for the last time he had dealt with politics was during the examination from Valio the Wise. Nevertheless, Orc was not rusty yet. Tita and Kururu drank in the fact that Orc would succeed. In response, the guy smiled and the doors opened. Right in front of the hero sat the council, where all the important personalities were already waiting for him. A man with tousled short curls smiled evilly and assumed he was an orc. The hero immediately recognized him as Prince Wart. Varda stated that he was the son of a woman who had abandoned her country. He did not understand what such a scoundrel wanted to talk to him about as his successor. The hero answered nothing and unleashed a fraction of his power that stunned everyone in the room. The orc intensified his presence while releasing his inner energy. An intimidating presence was important to show in such negotiations. Orc thanked everyone for their presence and decided to get straight to the point. He spoke directly that the first prince of Varda was unfit to become king. Therefore, the hero revoked the right of the Council of Wise Men to rule temporarily. The princess looked warily at Varta, who blurted out a horrified grimace. One day Orc walked into the hot springs and applied a vision of the past. In this vision, he saw Tita and Kururu splashing in the water. The orc smiled smugly, saying he was joking. There was no reason for him to do so, since he could bathe with them whenever he wanted. With those thoughts, his trademark Orcish laugh rang out. The princess and the rest of the council looked at Wart with all their attention. The prince thought it was an interesting statement that he was not fit to be king. He called Orc a common village ignoramus. He suggested that the guy should close up in the village again with his aunt that married Orc. But the situation was different now, so the hero couldn't do that. The kingdom could come to an end if nothing was done about it. The orc was visited by thoughts that it was better to be a harem king than a country. Prince Varda understood, but no matter what Orc told him, according to him, the Council of Wise Men had already decided that he would be the next king. Orc was aware of this, but it was not yet a final decision, and the throne was not yet his. Varda snapped back and called the decisions of the Council of Sages absolute. Even members of the royal family couldn't just take a decision and change it. The Council of Wise Men was established to prevent tyranny from coming. After all, then the kingdom would be in a mess if they changed decisions so easily. But Orc replied to the prince that although his statement was not wrong, it was not quite right. Guy called the 34th article of the Constitution of the Kingdom of Forland. The decisions of the Council of Wise Men were irreversible. The only exception could be if there was a clear flaw in the decision process. Hence, the decisions of the Council of Sages were not necessarily absolute. Although Prince Varda scoffed at the fact that Orcus had grown up in the countryside, but something he did not see that the prince knew the constitution of his country. Prince Varda asked the counselor closest to him, and the counselor confirmed that the lad had said all the right things. The orc said he had memorized the languages and laws of all the major nations. Still, Prince Varda answered him that in any case, they had no flaws. But Orc disagreed, for there was one flaw. The council members had been brainwashed with a forbidden spell. The hero looked at Lord Lonaria, Lord Mersadi, and Lord Unafairs, asking if he was right. The council members nodded their heads, agreeing that Prince Orc was telling the truth. They were brainwashed and summoned by Prince Varda, after which they were seized by some suspicious individuals. They were then cast a spell on them and turned into puppets. The council members forgot everything that had happened before Prince Orc broke the spell on them. They stated that there were serious flaws in the Council of Wise Men at the time of the decision. After briefly analyzing the hero, it could be surmised that they had been brainwashed about 3 days after arriving at the castle. He was probably the only one who would be able to spot the traces of this spell, as they were carefully concealed. It was a very skillful and complex spell, directly affecting the target's consciousness. It was as if it had been invented within the past year. If one compared their magical abilities, Orc and Varda were on the same level, and perhaps Varda was even better. Breaking his spell wasn't that easy. Because of the complexity of the spell, it was impossible to simply reverse the effect by looking at the end result. So the Orc wanted to see the process of casting the spell. To do so, he had to merge his mind with the spirits and use the vision of the past. By seeing the original, he was able to create a neutralizing spell. The hero had no way of knowing whose side luck was on, but he only saw the henchman who had cast the spell. The instigator he never got a glimpse of, so the council members had been brainwashed, and this was undeniably a serious flaw. The orc said that Varda could not ascend to the throne and suggested that he be disinherited. Everyone around him started discussing the forbidden spell and calling Varda a criminal, which made him mad. Varda replied that Orc was making very strange statements. He had not brainwashed anyone, and decided to ask Orc a counter-question, thus shifting the blame to the hero. He then proposed to settle it by vote, and fortunately all the council members were present today. Prince Varda offered to do what the hero wanted, but he wasn't sure if the council would listen to someone as inexperienced as him. The orc asked him to listen and told the council that if they let Prince Varda carry out his plans, the peace treaty between humans and monsters would end. He asked them to remember what happened in the last war when humans and monsters shed rivers of blood. They had miraculously managed to end things by making peace. They just couldn't let that hell start again. Varda shouted that they had opposing views. He believed that they were supposed to kill, kidnap, and enslave monsters. One could sell them into slavery to make their kingdom even greater. Prince Varda was sure that his name and the Forland Kingdom would surely go down in history and saw this wonderful future. Varda was absolutely certain that a half-breed like Orc would not realize how wonderful it was. But Orc said that it would not happen, for if war broke out, the kingdom of Forland would lose. The hero was the only one whose strength was as strong as the demon lord, but there was no way he would fight on their side. Monsters lived long lives, and the elites of the demon lord's army who had participated in the last war were still serving him. Therefore, Prince Varda had no chance. Out of anger, Varda pounded his fist on the table. He called the hero a coward if he thought of defeat without even fighting. He only saw victory ahead and could prove it. The orc didn't understand where such confidence came from in him, and Varda exhaled heavily. At one point he shouted again that if the monsters started wreaking havoc again, another hero would emerge, the hero of this generation. Varda decided that Orc didn't know that heroes appeared when humanity was in danger. They always led humanity to victory. Orc was simply speechless. He didn't think that Varda really believed that a hero would show up and save the humans from the demon lord's army. He thought he was just a hopeless idiot for believing in his victory. The orc turned his attention to the young girl at the table. He hadn't realized there was such a young girl on the council. He couldn't figure out who had set it all up, for the instigator could have brainwashed her as well. Prince Varda exclaimed that in the last war, the Demon King had simply been forced to make peace, thanks to the hero's swift advance. But now he considered himself the king with whom they were to win, for he commanded. The orc slammed his hand on the table and agreed with his words, assuming that if a hero appeared, his victory would be assured. But that hero would almost certainly not side with Forland. Prince Varda didn't understand how the orc had such confidence. The fellow showed the people his mark. Seeing it, Prince Varda couldn't believe it, stepping back a little. It was Orc who was the hero. And if war broke out between Forland and the Demon Lord's army, Orc Forland, as the hero of this generation, declared that he would side with the Demon Lord. Thus, breaking the peace treaty would be tantamount to suicide. Prince Varda was furious and shouted that he was lying. He simply couldn't be a hero. After all, he's a mere half-breed. The princess covered her mouth with her hands in shock, not understanding why he was hiding it. But Orc knew that if they found out about it, it would give him a lot of headaches. He really didn't want to reveal that fact. Sweat began to drip from Wart's forehead. But now Orc wanted to hear Prince Wart's answer. The hero was his enemy, and when that became clear, Orc would like to hear Varta's decision about the war. The prince's body pounded, then he laughed loudly. It was as if he had gone mad and shouted that this was truly absurd. He asked Orc over and over again what was wrong with him. After all, Orc was endowed with many different talents. Valio the Wise loved and trained him. He could do everything and moreover, turned out to be a hero. A hero had everything that Prince Varda so desired. And yet he still didn't understand why the orc was like that. Prince Varda had always admired Valio the Wise. He admired him as much as he could and tried to become like him. When he finally met him, Varda was boozily happy about their meeting, but Valio told the guy that he was stupid. He called him an ordinary mediocrity born into a royal family. Orc thought about the fact that Valio the Wise was kind and treated him and his mum well, but he wasn't as kind as he appeared on the outside. He loved the talented with all his heart, but was completely indifferent to those who had no talent. Varda thought it was true, and that he had inherited his talentlessness from his father. It was said that he had only ascended to the throne through the disappearance of his younger sister. Many did not even know who he was, though he was king. The current King Fabrice was generally lacking in talent. He preferred to follow the path paved by his predecessors. There was nothing wrong with this as long as he was in good health. No serious problems arose during his entire reign. And having become king, Prince Varda would be just like his father. No one would remember him, and the history books would write about him as one of the kings. That's all a mediocre royal like Varda could achieve. There was no way Prince Varda could let that happen. The orc couldn't believe that Varda had arranged all this just to write his name in history. But for sacrificing the peace of his country, he would not be remembered as a great king, but merely a foolish king or war criminal who nearly destroyed his own country. Prince Varda decided that this would do. He wanted to destroy everything that Valio the Wise had built and then rewrite history. He could be called a war criminal, a foolish king, and whatever else he wanted, but he wasn't going to be anything. Warda believed that no one could stop him, for he had already sent troops. Varda laughed madly and said he didn't care if they agreed to break the peace. According to him, the war was to begin after the elf village burned to the ground, and he gladly agreed to be the one to start that war. The council couldn't believe what he said and what he had done. It was impossible to send troops while the peace treaty was still in force. The orc realized that Varda had brainwashed the commander as well. Varda confirmed his hunch. When Orc appeared, he thought that he would foil his plans to instigate a war, so he made the move first. He asked not to underestimate the willpower of mediocre people. Orc called on everyone present to arrest Prince Valio, who had confessed to the crime himself. The soldiers immediately grabbed the prince under his arms and the princess called out to Orc. They had dealt with that, but now they needed to stop the army before they reached the elf village. It was unlikely that Varda could cast such a complex spell as brainwashing on everyone. The orc asked everyone to listen carefully, assuring them that they could still stop them. Someone with a higher rank than the commander had to go to the spot and take the reins. The soldiers immediately accepted the order. The princess asked her brother Orc about what they would do now. Orc had a bad feeling. Varda's accomplice was a first-rate spellcaster, capable of creating his own versions of forbidden spells. Orc recognized his habits while he was analyzing that spell. If it was indeed him instigating Varda, the situation was far more dangerous than the hero thought. The orc immediately decided to go straight to the elf village. Kururu told her friend that she had a bad feeling. Tita asked Kururu what was wrong. She had just realized that they probably wouldn't be appearing in the manga for a while yet, and they will most likely only appear in extras with forced vulgarity, probably in meaningless nude photos. The princess ran after the guy, calling her brother Orc. She asked permission to go with him to the elf village. Once he thought it was strange when something vulgar happened in enemy territory. The hero would like to know why she would want to go with him. After all, the situation is critical and he would prefer not to take any extra weight with him. The girl replied that she had 3 reasons. Firstly, she felt that she had to ask the elves for forgiveness on behalf of the kingdom. But she also had a second reason. In the royal family, she was considered second in power after the hero. The orc thought that was what it looked like, and the girl asked not to question her abilities. The hero replied to her that she was good with internal energy, and he only needed to take one look at her to realize that she was good with his sword. Moreover, she was also proficient in the imperial style of swordsmanship, just like his mother. The princess was surprised that the hero noticed this, because she admired Miley's master very much, so she asked her mentor to teach her. That explained why she was so strong, so the guy decided to find out the third reason. The third reason was that they had feelings for each other, according to the princess. The orc looked at the princess in surprise and at some point laughed loudly. The girl was a little embarrassed and asked, "Orc brother, what's so funny about that?" Taking the princess in his arms, the hero agreed that he would take her with him. With all his speed, he roared forward. The princess was amazed at his speed and asked her brother to stop carrying her this way. If they were on a walk, he would have carried her like a bride, but now they were in enemy territory. The orc also couldn't fight if both hands were occupied. The princess asked the guy if he was sure that he shouldn't have brought the Titu and Kururu with him. But if the one who instigated Prince Warda is as strong as his teachers, he could only take one of them with him. Also, the hero lent his orc mobile to those who went to stop the troops farthest away from them. The princess blushed and told her brother that he smelled very nice because he was so close she could smell him slightly. The orc looked at her and replied that it was usually the blokes who said that. The girl looked shyly at the hero and offered to let him sleep with her when this was all over. Her body had been whimpering ever since she showed him her other side. The guy smiled and said that unfortunately his goal was to create a harem where their hearts and souls were united into one. He certainly liked her, but she only pretended to like the hero. The girl exclaimed that this was no longer the case. She decided to be honest and said that she fell in love with him when she saw him corner Varda and she got wet. She really liked him and wanted to be just like her little brother. Orc would have liked to be happy about that, but he realized that she was confusing love and admiration. She was not in love with him, and at her age that happens to many girls. He decided to ask Lilina if she was interested in the throne. The girl looked away and replied that she could not recall saying such a thing. But she had talent and Valio the Wise saw potential in her. And yet the orc asked her not to strive to become like him. Even if he had the potential to become king, he was not suited for it, or rather he should not. When this was over, the orc wanted to recommend the girl to make her the next ruler of the Forlard. With his support, and if they could get Valio back Wise, she would likely be approved. Lunina didn't understand why that was. After all, no one was better suited to be king than him. But no one could know that, and she had to figure it out for herself. It was important if she wanted to ascend to the throne. Orc smiled at her and thought that her love would be the reward for answering that question. Lilina looked sadly at her brother and didn't understand why he would be bullied like that. It was the ultimatum skill of detachment. The hero thought that time would teach her the difference between love and admiration. But even after that, he was going to make her fall in love with him for real. By the way, the hero was pretending to be calm now, but he was a very lustful orc after all. Although he couldn't sleep with her, he wasn't so stony-faced that he could ignore his little sister's daring advances. With these thoughts, he squeezed the girl's leg harder. Lilina asked her little brother not to start groping her so suddenly, because she might get angry, but the guy was sure her body loved it. That phrase was number 8 on the list of phrases he always wanted to say. Orc was very pleased that he was able to say it so naturally. The princess clenched her teeth and asked not to say it out loud and admitted that it was her sensitive spot. She wanted to ask again about sleeping with her, but she interrupted half-heartedly, holding back a groan. In Orc's opinion, it wasn't her fault that her body was whimpering, so she wouldn't have to wait for them to go back out there for him to please her. The hero ran as fast as he could, using a spell to keep his balance while simultaneously squeezing Lilina. To draw an analogy, it's like simultaneously solving a complex maths problem while jumping over obstacles and doing knitting at the same time. The guy could only do that because he took his training seriously. The orc was still delighted at how the girls smelled nice and tasted. Lilina was the same as Tita and Kururu. The orc stroked the girl's legs and she asked not to do it so hard, holding back her moans. At one point, they jumped over a cliff and Lilina shouted to her brother Orc that he was simply divine. When they reached the forest, the boy put Lilina on the ground and said they were there. They reached a village of elves called Kokoniyashi. Suddenly Kururu screamed and Tita asked her friend what happened. For some reason she felt that the orc was doing something vulgar again. And apparently this time he was interested in butts. Tita couldn't understand how Kururu had realized that, probably all because she was a fox. Tita couldn't believe that orc was such a pervert about butts, but Kururu replied that it wasn't her place to talk about it, since her butt was completely exposed. Tita replied that it wasn't, and she was at least wearing something. The elves took their bows at the sight of the humans and asked who they were, for vile humans like them would not dare enter their village of Kokonishi. The hero shouted that he was an orc from the orc village of Lucille. He came here as the son of a demon lord. The elves spoke his name and asked him to wait so that they could consult with their higher-ups. After a short conversation, they bowed to the orc lord and asked him to accept their deepest apology. They prepared to escort him to the leader of their tribe. The elf led them across the bridge, pointing the way, and the hero thanked him for his help. The princess had heard that the elves were very cautious, but they took them in surprisingly very easily. It was all from being well acquainted with the leader of their tribe. These elves were on good terms with his village and Lilina assumed that they were friends. The boy replied that they were, for they had taken great care of him as a child. Through her connections, his mother was able to gather teachers for him. His father was worried that he couldn't personally teach the hero, so from time to time he summoned one of the 4 elite demons to help Orc. They sparred and taught him something new every day, for which the hero was very grateful to them. Since Brother Orc had mentioned the 4 demons, the princess thought that the hero was talking about the leader of this tribe. Orc confirmed her words as they approached the ruler's house. It was the demon army's best marksman and one of the elite 4 under the direct command of the demon lord Curran, the invisible assassin. Seeing the orc, the elf smiled and said that he had grown up. Just like his father, when he ceased to be a demon lord, he became the leader of the tribe. Karina did the same when the army was disbanded. If the enemy did not move, Karina, thanks to his amazing skill, could hit him from a distance of 3 kilometers. This demon was feared more than anyone else in the entire army. The orc replied that a whole year had passed and he hadn't changed a bit. But if Corino had known that such a weak and obsequious child would change so much, he would have married his daughter to him. The orc was indeed sorry, for his daughter was very beautiful. Just look at the expression on her face. Orc smiled, thinking that she hadn't changed a bit. But to be honest, he didn't care even if she treated him that way. It was probably because he had grown up and had Tita and Kururu. Corino asked the hero to have a seat. The guy would have liked to have a heart-to-heart chat, but he decided to get straight to the point and admitted that they were in dire straits. After all, Varda, the first prince of the kingdom of Forlard, was going to break the peace. He had sent an army to his village, and his goal was to burn the village to the ground and kidnap Corino's tribesmen. The hero also said that the kingdom was making every effort to stop the troops, but he didn't know if they could handle it. It became clear to the elf and that the orc had come here to help them. The hero confirmed it and said that among the people of this village, only Corino had combat experience. Still, he was shocked that the humans were going to point their blades at them again. It was as if they had not learnt a lesson from the previous war and they had agreed to peace too soon. Kurino decided that it would probably be better if they did not. Even now there were enough demons who despised humans, and that war had started because the monsters were fed up with humans treating them like toys. The orc was well aware that this hatred in their hearts had not yet gone away. Among the demons, too, there were enough willing to start a war. That was why the hero found himself in such a desperate situation. He asked the hen to calm down, for someone had incited Varda to do this. It was a forbidden spell that he used in Forland. The orc was sure that the Kurino would understand him after he looked at his notes. Kurino looked at the papers and was simply shocked at what he saw. It was the very spell that he couldn't believe in, for such a thing simply couldn't happen. Judging from the writing of this spell, it was clearly not the work of a human being. It was natural to assume that it was all the work of a demon, and its purpose was to renew the war. Kurino surmised that the lad might just have had an imagination. The orc didn't deny it and said that it was quite possible and that it was just his imagination. Still, it seemed very plausible, if you look at the present situation and the spell in his hands. And what's more, the hero was sure that Kurino would have understood why someone would want to start a war. He wondered how the elf felt when he heard that humans were plotting to start a war. Kurino didn't fully understand what the hero was talking about. Still, Kurino asked to turn a blind eye to it and didn't pretend to be a fool. He thought that this was their chance. After the war ended, he thought about it a lot, trying to figure out if it was worth letting people get away with it so easily. The elves hated humans very much, even compared to the rest of the demons. They elves were hunted and persecuted especially zealously. Suddenly, an elf ran into their room and called out to Mr. Kurino. The two elf guards had a message from the outposts. The human army was approaching them, and it was already 20 kilometers away. The whole field was dotted with puffs of smoke, and the elf exclaimed that it was over 1,000. The orc was displeased that they had failed to stop the army. Earlier, an elf ran into the elf girl's room and said that Mr. Orc from the orc village of Lucille had arrived. The girl had asked him repeatedly about the report. When she was sure it was him, the elf immediately remembered the lustful fellow and ordered him to be chased away, but Lilino asked to be escorted to him. The hero and the others ran outside, and from afar they noticed the army that was coming straight at them. Oratory and brainwashing were effective methods of manipulation. The orc caught them here sooner than he expected. Lilino was furious, calling the humans vile. He prepared his bow for firing. It seemed to him that the people were most likely very eager to feel the wrath of the famous invisible killer. He could do as they wished and destroy from all of them. His daughter was concerned about the situation and called out to her father. The orc also turned to Kurino. He asked the old man to remain calm, for if they shed blood here, this skirmish would escalate into a full-scale war. It had to be dealt with without casualties on either side. The orc could understand why Kurino was furious, but he still wanted to save what peace they had. If war broke out, his daughter would have to get her hands dirty. At worst, she might as well die. Kurino noticed that Orc had grown not only in body but also in mind. He smiled and agreed to help the hero achieve bloodless peace. Shaking Kurino's hand, the orc said he would love to work with him. The girls were pleased and smiled at them as well. They were unable to stop the army, but with the help of Kurino and the rest of the elves, they should be able to pull it off. But there was only one problem left. Kurino couldn't understand why the orc wasn't voicing his thoughts. He assumed it was because he was too soft-hearted. Kurino thought of his spell. The hero closed his eyes and asked Kurino not to ask him about it. The elf wondered what the hero would do if it turned out that he was right, but as the orc said, he would like to end it all without sacrifice. According to his calculations, they would be here in 2 hours. Kurino suggested that Orc give them an order and they would carry it out. The lad agreed and wanted to give them one single order. He turned to all the elves and asked them to leave the village. Kurino's daughter was shocked, thinking she had misheard, but Kurino agreed to do as the orc said. The boy thanked Kurino, and the elf remembered the demon lord that the hero reminded him so much of. Kurino only decided to rely on his little-noticed traits that he saw in Orc. Orc had never been told such a thing, and he was pleased to hear such a thing. It was beginning to get dark outside, and the sun was setting behind the mountains. The soldiers patrolled the bridge of the elves, asking each other if they had found them, but after searching the houses as well, the soldiers made sure that no one was here. At this time, the hero and the princess, who were in a higher building, were watching their actions. The princess could not believe that the elves could have disappeared so without a trace, but the orc answered her that the soldiers would never find them in the forest. Besides, it was impossible to end here. Now that they knew there were no elves in this village, they might as well attack another village. The princess felt it was time to go, and Orc asked to be careful there. Lilina was part of the royal family. Her word was above the brainwashed commanders. Whatever she ordered, they were bound to obey her. But there was one thing. The princess knew perfectly well that it would be dangerous, and took her hand. But she had come here precisely because it was dangerous. The Orc smiled at her and told her she was beautiful. The princess was glad he noticed that. In that case, Lilina bared her sword and went out to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately raised their heads at the sight of the princess and watched her in silence. They could not believe their eyes that Lilina was standing right in front of them. The Orc wished for wind from the fairies and used a reinforcement spell. The girl introduced herself as the third Princess Lilina of the Foreland Kingdom. She ordered that this barbarism be stopped immediately. The coexistence of demons and humans was a miracle created by the blood and tears of millions. They couldn't let it go to waste. The soldiers listened to her intently, and her words went straight to their hearts. The Orc was shocked by her charisma. Much of one's charisma is contained in one's voice and appearance. It's a power one is born with and almost impossible to build up. Heaven blessed Lilina with the most charming voice and looks. The soldiers began to look at each other and took off their helmets. They seriously considered her words and put their swords in their scabbards. The heroes watched as the soldiers vigorously discussed Lilina's words among themselves. Suddenly, a magic circle formed right above the soldiers. The Orc was shocked, because it was the first time he had seen such a spell. It spread to all the soldiers that screamed with madness. The army became like zombies and only kept talking about killing everyone in their path. The mad soldiers screamed at the top of their voices to kill the princess and shoot arrows at her. They also wanted to stone her. Lilina couldn't understand why things were happening like this. Just a moment ago, it seemed that her words had reached them. A hail of arrows rained down on Lilina that she managed to dodge and fend off several of them. At some point, she landed and noticed that the wooden floor beneath her began to fall. The girl flew down to where an army of soldiers stood and called out to her brother. The boy caught Lilina in midair, coming to her call. A hero's mark appeared on his arm. Using it, he landed on the ground where the soldiers were standing and scattered them all apart. From the force of the impact, the soldiers were thrown back a couple of meters. Lilina told Orc that he was very slow and she had time to be scared. She waited for the moment when he would comfort her. The hero agreed to do so when it was over, for Lilina had done a good job. Also, thanks to her, they were able to find the instigator as well. If their plan to stop the army fails, there is a high probability that the instigator is among the soldiers. This insane spell that was just used also hinted at that. It was a brainwashing spell that could affect a large number of people instantly. The Orc was able to locate the source of the magical energy, and the caster was right in front of them. Grabbing the soldier by his helmet, the Orc said that he was caught, and unfortunately he was right. The helmet flew off to the side with a clang, and Orc was only convinced that the caster was one of the 4 elite demons. His name was Khalil of the Golden Crystal. The young lad realized that he was caught. Khalil didn't think it was the Orc who would stand in his way. Khalil called Orc a cruel apprentice, thinking that the hero had forgotten how Khalil had taught him magic. Members of his race had the potential to become the best spellcasters in the world. They possessed high intelligence and immense magical power from birth. Khalil was a genius with great merit in the last war, despite being less than 10 years old at the time. He was also one of Orc's teachers. Orc realized that only Khalil could create such a complex spell, and it was quite feasible for a spellcaster of his level to control so many people at once. The Orc believed that Khalil did not understand what he was doing. The world would end if a new war broke out between humans and demons. Khalil did not think he was committing a crime. In his opinion, humans should have died for the good of all demons. But Orc was determined to stop him, and Khalil did not understand how he was going to do that. Judging from his recent actions, Orc was unwilling to kill anyone to preserve the peace. He felt very sorry, for the soldiers had not even thought of sparing Orc. Khalil gave the order, and the whole army swooped down on the princess and Orc from all sides. The elf was not to be deterred from archery practice. With these thoughts, Lilino's daughter drew the bowstring and her body trembled. Lilino secretly peeked at his daughter's practice. Earlier, when the princess came out to the soldiers, the army asked everyone to look up. The princess was standing right above them, and the soldiers could barely see what was under her dress. They decided to use their mind's eye and the power of their imagination. The princess grabbed her brother's clothes as the soldiers surrounded them from all sides, ready to attack. The boy only silently waved his hand, followed by several explosions right above the heads of the soldiers. Barely were they distracted by the explosions as the hero took the princess in his arms and leapt up. The soldiers started coughing, after which they fell to their knees and lost consciousness. As it turned out, it was a sedative. The orc turned it into a gas and encased it in a bag, then made traps in the trees. The brainwashing spell cast on the soldiers only made them follow simple commands for a short period of time. The plan was for the spell to dissipate while they slept. The hero and princess landed softly on the ground, and right in front of them Khalil also landed. Having stripped off all his soldier's armor and remaining in his light garb, the guy acknowledged that he was caught. After all, just a little more and he would be able to start a war. The hero had hoped all along that it was not Khalil after all. As his name suggested, the unusual golden third eye was a feature of the Golden Crystal tribe. His race had the potential to become the best spellcasters in the world. They were born with high intelligence and great magical power. Khalil was the youngest in the 4 elite demons. He was a genius with great merit in the last war, even though he was less than 10 years old at the time. The hero hoped that the instigator wouldn't turn out to be him, not because they knew each other, but because he was hard to deal with. Orc decided to find out from Khalil what had happened to him. Khalil, of course, agreed and said that it was nothing special. He mentioned Prince Varda, the guy that Orc had recently trashed. As it turned out, he had kidnapped his lover and cut out her heart. The orc and the princess were shocked at his words. The heart of his tribe members consisted of a golden crystal. It was so beautiful that it was considered one of the 3 most magnificent jewels in the world, and it could fetch more for it than a castle. The hero could not believe this was true, for the peace treaty was supposed to forbid humans from touching demons. But the death of his beloved in an accident seemed very strange to him, so Khalil began to investigate. Prince Worth's bride coveted the most beautiful jewel in the world, so he attacked his tribesmen when they were on the way forland. He made his beloved's death look like an accident, and then he took her heart and gave it to his bride. Orc found this hard to believe, but as a businessman he realized how horrifying greed could be. Many people could go to such lengths. After that, Khalil realized that even if they put the world into law, people would still continue to cheat and bully. That is simply their nature. After all, no matter what promises and rules they made up, they would still be broken. And since that was the case, Khalil had no choice but to kill them all. The hero pondered and realized that in order to get revenge, Khalil had sprung Prince Warthe and manipulated him to ruin his life. But he still did not understand why he made the army attack Karina's village. After all, they were friends. Of the 4, they were the closest, but that was the way it was in the past. According to Khalil, he told his best friend about his desire to resume the war. Humans tortured and abused elves as before, and he thought Karina would be glad to help him. The elves were still going missing even after they signed the peace treaty. And for whatever reason, they are always discovered as slaves in human auctions. Karina still did not agree to join him. With a chuckle, Khalil thought it would be necessary to rattle his nerves in such a case. He thought that way Karina might open his eyes and get fired up about going to war when his pretty little daughter would be sold and used as a sex slave. Khalil was still wondering what the guy was going to do to him. He really didn't want to fight the hero. After all, he was like a little brother in a way, and he cared for him like a little brother. The orc apologized, for he wasn't going to help him in this and was determined to stop him. But the hero personally did not want to punish Khalil, and he had no intention of giving him to humans. The orc decided to send him to Kurino, who could surely set his mind right. Khalil understood everything and realized that Orc did not understand him at all. He was sorry, and the Orc answered him in kind. Khalil's hand was covered with a demonic aura, and the hero used his heroic mark. Khalil only wanted the Orc to answer him. Humans would break promises and continue to take those they cared about, then turn a blind eye to their pain, and they couldn't fight back because of the so-called peace treaty. Khalil could not believe that he was wrong if he thought that these useless rules should disappear. All he wanted was for them to be able to fight back when they were attacked. But if that was the only problem, Orc didn't think it was necessary to suddenly try to destroy their world. One had to work on changing the rules for the better. Orc realized that it was impossible to hold back against Khalil. He was a genius and he could fight on the level of a great sage if he wanted to. In such a case, it seemed best for the hero to shorten the distance. He decided to fight with his sword, whereupon he swiftly approached his enemy and prepared to strike. The bride of the Prince of War told her lover that she would very much like a heart of golden crystal. But the prince realized that because of the peace treaty it would not be so easy. The girl leaned her lush breasts against the prince and began to plead with his highness. The prince smirked. Thus wars often start for silly reasons like this. The distance between the opponents was 10 meters. With a quick movement technique, the orc thought he could overpower him in one go. 14 thousandths of a second before his sword would strike. Khalil pronounced that it was a great move, but unfortunately for him, Khalil had seen it 1,000 times before. He used a counterspell that blocked the hero's strike. Gritting his teeth, the orc had no intention of retreating. He tentatively cast a strengthening spell on himself. The Khalil's magic circle became larger, and then their blows reflected each other. Both blows caught up with their opponents that wounded each other. Khalil thought this was silly and asked if the orc felt pain. The hero was certainly hurting like hell, but Halil was apparently no better off. Khalil said that Orc was the fourth person who could hurt him, and apparently he had underestimated him. In that case, Khalil decided to get serious and picked up 3 cards. The hero realized that they were cards with spells engraved on them. The pre-engraved spell could be instantly used simply by filling the cards with magic. Taking one of the cards, Khalil applied an explosive flame. In an instant, there was a powerful fiery explosion that blinded the hero. The orc was confused. Dodging the powerful explosion, Khalil drew a second card, then attacked the orc. The entire ground in front of him and below the orc began to collapse, turning into clumps. Khalil couldn't understand what the hero was going to do, and decided that all his strength went into defending himself. All of his spells were extremely powerful, and Orc didn't have time to even think about shortening his distance, that he could barely avoid being mortally wounded. It was a real nightmare, as the hero couldn't pick the moment to attack. Khalil's magic and ability to instantly use a spell were too crushing. The orc was well aware that he would have been dead long ago, and if he hadn't used the spirit markings to their fullest. Also, his blade would have been blown to pieces long ago if it wasn't a true oracle sword. Such attacks wouldn't have been possible without him having some sort of hidden focus. Khalil hoped that the hero wasn't trying to defeat him from such a distance because it wouldn't work. But the hero understood this perfectly well and was sure that Khalil would not be able to get him from there. Khalil asked for permission to show him, for in his opinion, the orc was not confident but just arrogant. With these words, Khalil aimed a blow at the hero who was able to stop him with his sword. The orc knew that at this distance, he would be able to dodge and repel attacks. He could also heal himself little by little. The hero decided to watch carefully, for there was surely some trick to it. Khalil could control the insanely powerful spell activated by these cards. Small cards should not have contained so much magical energy. This was possible if he had something else with him that reduced the amount of magic consumed. But the cards Khalil was using now were nothing like what Orc thought they were. At some point, he realized that Khalil had cards capable of storing magic. Reflecting another blow from afar, the guy said Khalil was caught. Khalil tensed, not understanding how the hero was able to fight off all those spells. It was all because the orc was strong. Khalil might be a genius, but he was only good at using spells. He wasn't a fighter, and all he could do was use one powerful and complex spell after another, tracing moves, false lunges, and surprise attacks. Khalil did none of the above, so his attacks were simple. Thus, the hero was able to understand the pattern of his attacks. The orc also understood what Khalil's secret was. Khalil was alarmed that the orc might have discovered his secret. The orc asked Khalil to finally stop, for this power could not be used so carelessly. The boy smiled, surprised that the hero really saw right through him. As it turned out, the orc was right and Khalil fought with her power. With her help, he wished he could change this rotten world. He knew he couldn't handle the orc unless he used everything he had. This was his trump card and Khalil took the card in his hand. Orc couldn't defend against this spell even if he knew how it worked. Khalil picked up the card and used Golden Sun magic. A blazing or bloomed directly over him. A golden sun like their crystalline hearts. It wasn't a fire-type spell, but it could destroy everything in its path. A supreme spell that only Khalil could use. Even the oracle sword forged from orichalcum would break as soon as it came into contact with this spell. Also, Orc had no time to dodge it. Khalil smiled and told the hero that he had had his fun and now it was time for them to say goodbye. A huge flaming ball flew towards the hero. At first glance, it might have seemed to be his end. But during their battle, Khalil made 2 fatal mistakes. The first mistake was that he deliberately pulled his trump card from under his cloak, which basically warned the hero that Khalil was about to do something crazy. And when he saw it, he anticipated the type of spell he would use. The orc had time to prepare a spell that could counter it. The second mistake was that he used too many cards. Because of this, Orc noticed something besides the relationship between the spells he used and the motifs on the cards. Orc realized that filling a small card with a huge amount of magic was, in fact, possible. The secret was in the way he used his golden crystal, the heart of the tribe of the Midden Crystal. Khalil turned the vast amount of magical energy contained in the golden crystal into ink with which he drew spells on the cards. Most likely, he used the heart of his beloved and fought with her support all along. Once the orc realized this, He was able to predict the power of each spell based on the amount of ink spent on each card. Thanks to being able to see his last card and having time to prepare, the orc was absolutely confident that he could. He would unleash the power of the evolved orc sealed within him. Guy used the breaking of the first seal. There were 3 seals on his power, and with the removal of the first one, he could use 20% of it. But that wouldn't be enough against the Golden Sun. To protect his favorite girls, Orc studied and practiced new ways to use his hidden power to the maximum. It was time to put his new skill to use. With these thoughts, Orc performed a pseudo-breaking of the second seal. Orc's blade and the Golden Sun collided with each other. With the skill of pseudo-breaking the second seal, Orc instantly compressed all the power from breaking the first seal. Thus, he could fight as if he had broken the second seal while still being in full control. Of course, he had one flaw. When normally a hero had 8 seconds to use the power gained from breaking the first seal, with pseudo-breaking he had less than a second. He could only maintain the strength and stability of this skill for 1 instant. But it was more than enough for him. Scattering the Golden Sun, the guy shouted that he could break through. The orc was instantly beside Khalil, who hadn't expected such a thing from his opponent. The hero hit him at high speed right in the stomach. From the pain and force of the blow, Khalil was bent and blood came from his mouth. Kneeling down, he could not believe what was happening. For this was his strongest spell. It had sustained him in battle and he could not lose. With these thoughts, Khalil fell to the ground. The orc apologized to him, for he was also not fighting alone. He remembered Tita and Kururu. He had been able to win because of the strength they had given him and the strength he had perfected for their sake. Even when they were not together, their hearts were still united. It didn't take long for night to fall and it got dark outside. Meanwhile, the princess and the orc tied Khalil to a tree with ropes. The orc took from him all his cards. The princess pounced into Orc's arms, thrilled at how super incredible her brother was. He was like a hero from fairy tales, and even better, Orc agreed that he had done something incredible. The princess agreed with him. She was already in love with him, and now those feelings were only stronger. He was always so cool, smart, kind, and impartial. It was impossible not to fall in love with him. Orc thought that now Lilina was just exaggerating. The princess still thought that it was her brother who should have been king. He was definitely lying to her that he wasn't fit to be one. The orc smiled and thought that the princess just didn't see his flaws. Lilina was surprised at his words, for he was simply awesome. Orc was glad that Lilina had such a high opinion of him, but it seemed that she had become even worse at distinguishing between admiration and love. Orc wished he could do something about it, but nothing had occurred to him so far. Noticing movement behind them, Orc pushed the princess aside. Khalil got rid of the ropes and conjured a spell. The hero grabbed his sword and rushed to attack Khalil. He recovered too quickly, and the orc surmised that the enemy might have hidden a pill in his mouth to feign weakness. Meanwhile, he had activated a teleportation spell, and an extremely complex one at that. But the activation process was still in the middle of. The orc asked him not to count on being able to activate it in time. Khalil agreed with the hero, showing his tongue that had a small card on it. He called Orc too kind. It was a light attack spell that Khalil directed not at the hero. A beam of light pierced through Lilina's chest, who understood nothing. The orc was not prepared for such a blow and shouted to the princess. A beam of light pierced Lilina's chest, and the orc decided to immediately assess her condition. If he ran up now, to her using the healing spell, the wound would heal without consequence. If he delays for 5 seconds, the princess will likely be crippled for life. If the hero is 10 seconds late, she probably won't survive. After 30 seconds, she would simply die. Khalil had almost finished the teleportation spell, and if the guy ran to save Lilina, he would escape. The orc was forced to choose between the two, and it wasn't an accident. Khalil deliberately did this, and if he really wanted to kill Lilina, he would definitely do it. The orc only hesitated for a single moment. The hero immediately ran over to the girl and took her in his arms. He smiled and told her not to worry, for this wound could be easily healed. Lilina didn't understand why he did that. The hero had already realized that she must have been thinking about why he had chosen her. He expected nothing less from the favorite successor of Valio the Wise. She understood that he had made the wrong choice. Just as Khalil thought, he knew the hero would choose to save her, for the orc was kind. Using a teleportation spell, Khalil said they would see each other again and said goodbye to the hero. But the orc was busy healing Lunina and could not stop him, but the other could. No sooner had Khalil used his teleportation magic than an arrow pierced his shoulder. Not realizing anything, Khalil looked at the arrow sticking out of his arm and screamed. The orc smiled, for he knew it would stop him. It was an accurate hit with avoidance of vital organs. The guy was impressed, for this was the best archer in the world. It was like he wasn't rusty in the slightest. Khalil couldn't believe that this arrow belonged to Kurino. He realized that the orc had chosen the princess because he knew Kurino was nearby. But in fact, the hero did not know that, but expected that he might have been here. Khalil wailed at the top of his voice, not understanding why Kurino would do such a thing. After all, they were best friends. They were in the same pain, and yet, for some reason, he was in Khalil's way. The hero replied to the enemy that he would heal him and cast a sealing spell. After that, Kurino would decide what to do with him. The princess smiled at her brother, and the hero said it was time for them to return to Forland. Thus, the heroes managed to prevent a war between humans and demons. Having settled all matters, Orc and Lilina returned to the castle of Forlard. Kururu was surprised that everything was finally resolved. However, the hero seemed too serious to her. Tita agreed with her, and she couldn't believe that the guy was so cool. Sounded like a fairy tale. But the hero remembered the victories over God, the tribulations, and that magical bug that almost consumed the tree of the world. That had been quite heroic too. But now he was a real hero. And if you think about it, Tita thought it was very strange since he had in between seduced and harassed them. The elven girl wondered what happened between them, and Lilina had, since they were together all the time. Kururu was also curious, and the orc wondered. The character didn't even know how to say it. She ended up falling in love with him, but her feelings right now were closer to admiration than love, so he had no desire to sleep with her yet. Barely remembering the princess, there was a knock on the door, and Lilina called out to her brother. She had a very important conversation to have. Sitting down on the couch in front of the trio, the princess asked him to answer her honestly. When he had to choose between saving her or capturing Khalil, he chose the former without hesitation. If not for Mr. Kurino, Khalil would have escaped. The princess wondered if the orc knew that. The boy admitted that the chance was 50-50. Kurino was the leader of the tribe, so he would prefer to escort the rest of the elves. That said, the hero expected him to intervene in the battle. He hoped that at the most opportune moment, he would take one single shot. Lilina could not believe that he had chosen her, even though he was not even sure that Kurino was around. After all, if Khalil escaped, the deaths of millions of people would be on his conscience. And after all, she had many replacements. The orc agreed that it was indeed true. After all, if he thought of the country, he should have let it die. Despite that, he still decided to save it and had no regrets. And if such a thing happened again, he would do the same. Now the princess understood what he meant. She understood why he had no right to become king even though he had the potential. The orc asked her to explain to him. By doing so, he gave her homework, for he could not explain everything for her. Lilina admired him because he was truly in the best interest of the kingdom, but he made a fatal mistake. The hero made a choice that could have cost millions of lives. In all likelihood, the princess no longer aspired to be like him. He tended to be biased when he had to choose who to save in such a situation. The hero always chose to save his beloved Titu, Kururu, and her no matter what difficult situation he found himself in. Lilina realized that someone like him should never have become king under any circumstances. The orc agreed that she was right, for he wanted to make his lovers happy. Of course, he would be sad that he would let others die, but if he had to choose, he would choose his lovers. That is exactly what Orcus was. Lilina was a wonderful girl, but she also has the moral quality needed for a member of the royal family. The hero decided that she would never accept him and they would have to say goodbye. And the last thing she had to say was that she would be the next ruler of Forland. Guy agreed with her and thought she would do well. Valio the Wise was also due back soon, and with his support, the throne would definitely be hers. The girl said she would be the next ruler and would need her brother's help. She asked him to become hers. In return, she was willing to give him her body, her heart, and her innocence. She wanted to give it all to him. The orc was shocked that this was actually what was going on. The princess thought so too, for she had done the homework he had given her. The hero was shocked, for he thought that she only saw him as a disappointment. But that wasn't true at all, and she thought it would be bad if he became king, but he could definitely be a better helper and husband. The orc asked her to wait, for he wasn't sure if she could rule the country if they started dating, so she would have to balance between him and millions of lives. The princess asked not to worry about that, for her priority would definitely be the country. She was sure he could take care of himself, so she could just throw him out if necessary and then pick him up. The hero exclaimed that this was just crazy. Tita also asked her to wait a moment, and she thought the princess had forgotten that he was obsessed with creating a harem. Therefore, he would have other girls, and she would not be the only one for him. They could not believe that she was okay with that. But the princess didn't think it was something to worry about because it was normal for noblemen to have several wives to continue the lineage. It was hard for the girls to imagine that nobility was actually like that. The orc was also from the nobility, and they assumed that harems weren't so strange in that case. The princess pulled the lad along and said that he could have several wives, as many as he wanted, as long as he gave her a child and loved her sincerely. Now she dragged him after her into the bedroom. Walking into the room, the princess sat on her brother and asked him to undress and lie on his back. Today she wanted to take care of everything herself. After undressing down to her underwear, the girl said she would make him feel good. The orc was surprised that Lalaina would be on top. With Tita and Kururu, he usually managed the process, so this was new to him. Taking his palm and leaning it against her chest, Lalaina showed her brother how hard her heart was beating. Orc agreed with her, for he could feel for himself how much she was aroused. Though Orc was surprised by Lalaina's eagerness, she no longer confused falling in love with admiration. She sincerely wanted to make love to him because she sincerely loved him. One would think that this is the true love ending that the hero was moving towards. The princess would like to know that her little brother loves her more than anyone else, but the orc asked to dispense with comment. Of course, he could have just lied and agreed with her. He was willing to praise her all he wanted, but he couldn't say anything that would offend the Titu and Kururu, nor could he do the same to her. Hugging the girl, Orc smiled and said that he sincerely loved them all. So the third member of his harem was a gorgeous girl. Lalaina admitted that Orc was very cunning, but that was a trait she liked too. She would like him to please her until dawn. The hero's harem was already the best in the world, but now it was even better. As before, the guy decided to seek only the best. As an orc, he couldn't tolerate compromise. Morning came and little birds sang on the roof of the building. Lalaina was sleeping peacefully in bed when the hero had already risen and was having a cup of coffee by the window. He was delighted with his coffee relaxation session. He had fulfilled the dream of all orcs and slept with the princess. To them, orcs, elves, princesses, and girl knights are the holy trinity. And the hero has already managed to get his hands on two of them. He let out his trademark Orcish laugh that he couldn't stop. At that time, the princess opened her eyes. She wished her brother a good morning. The hero reciprocated and handed her her morning cup of coffee. Taking the mug, Lalaina thought it was the same coffee that Tita and Kururu had told her about. It was delicious. It was warm and sweetly bitter. Lalaina really liked the taste of the coffee. She would love to drink one of these every day. She was sorry that she would lose that opportunity after they left. The orc was slightly surprised that she wouldn't even discourage him. But like he said, he had no right to become king, even if he was suited for the role. Besides, Lalaina was confident that as long as he helped her, she would do well. The girl grinned and admitted that she was worried. After all, she would be the first queen of Forland. The boy saw that Lalaina was strong. If he had to choose between his girls and his country, he would choose his girls no matter what. He greatly respected Lalaina for her ability to make selfless decisions. Orc was confident that she would do well. He asked to be sure to tell him if there was anything that bothered her. He stroked the girl's head, and Lalaina promised to do her best to make sure her brother continued to love her. It seemed to the elven girl that by all appearances, they had a lot of fun during the night. Kururu finally understood how Tita felt. She had decided for herself that she wouldn't mind being part of a harem, but she didn't know the right way to say it. She had very ambivalent feelings. The orc thought that they were very lonely and asked them not to worry, for he was sure to be willing to give them as much love. Tita didn't know what to do and confessed to Kururu that she would like to punch him in the face. Kururu was still sure that the hero didn't mean anything bad. The orc recalled that they hadn't made sweets in a while, so he was thinking of doing that so they would have something to have tea with today. Tita and Kururu hung their heads and decided that they would forgive him this time. Kururu exclaimed that she couldn't be bribed with sweets. From this conversation, it would seem that they were easy to bribe, but that was not the case. They were very kind and were just looking for a reason to forgive the hero. Kururu exclaimed that this time, the sweets were supposed to be super delicious. Peeking out of the bedroom door, the princess confessed that she would also like to taste her brother's sweets. She asked for permission to join them. Kururu and Tita looked at each other. Since Orc had let her into their harem, they were like family now. Kururu agreed and suggested that they be friends. It wouldn't be easy for Orc if they were constantly fighting, and Kururu wouldn't want that either. In that case, Lalaina decided to accept their friendly offer and wanted to get to know them better. Orc was sure that the princess was not so much interested in the sweets, but in the opportunity to get closer to the other girls in the harem. After all, it was necessary for the continuation of their relationship in the future. As he expected, Lalaina was very intelligent. Orc told the girls that he had some other things to do before the tea party. He had been invited to dine with a very cunning man. You could tell he was the most powerful man the hero knew. On the way by the stairs, Valio the Wise was already waiting for the hero. Valio greeted the dear Orc for coming with his lovely granddaughters. Orc smiled and said that they had not seen Mr. Valio for a long time. Tita and Kururu were surprised to see Valio the Wise himself in front of them. It was the man from the Foreland coin. Kururu was also surprised that he called them his granddaughters. But as Valio the Wise had already realized, these girls were going to marry an orc, so they were basically his granddaughters. He smiled, not understanding why they were so nervous. The princess asked him to ignore him. Great-grandfather seemed strange when he tried to act like a normal grandfather. The old man stamped his feet and like a child said he just didn't want to scare his granddaughters away. As they could see, Lilina's great-grandfather was like that, and Lilina asked the girls to treat him like a normal old man. Tita understood everything and Kururu also decided to try. The orc invited the girls to sit down and asked Mr. Valio for his opinion. For the girls were gorgeous. Valio admitted that they were even very gorgeous, and he even started to rage, forgetting his age. By the way, Valio would like to ask Orc not to address him so formally. He could have called him great-grandfather too, but Orc refused, for he considered him his teacher. That was true, but Valio thought it was a bit strange. Normally, Valio acted like a lonely grandfather, but he wasn't really like that. During his training, he would become a ferocious leopard. For him, there was no such thing as mediocrity. He was very good at seeing the talents in others. There was no man more fit for the throne, and he was the perfect king. The orc admitted that something had been bothering him from the beginning. It was very strange that a king was so easily imprisoned. Someone like Valio could easily see right through Prince Varda, which only meant that he had deliberately allowed him to capture him. Thus, Valio was able to act stealthily. The hero wondered what made him do such a thing. Valio knew that Orc would read him like an open book. Recently, they had often encountered crisis situations, and he thought it was quite strange. Something incredible and powerful was operating in the shadows, according to Valio. King Valio said that something incredible, powerful was operating in the shadows and thought for a moment. In his opinion, it seemed strange to the orc as well. In such a short period of time, he had managed to save this world 3 times. He had defeated the magic beetle capable of devouring the world, defeated the god of misfortune, and by stopping Khalil of the Elite 4 demons, he had prevented a war between humans and demons. These were all major incidents that could have led to the end of the world. Valio replied to the hero that apparently all these events revolve around him because he is a hero and that is his destiny. And then the orc remembered the words the fairy had told him. She had said that a hero had no obligations and was simply destined to fight those whom the Spirit King would consider a threat. And a threat the Spirit King considered those who could destroy the world, but such beings appeared too often. It was safe to assume that someone was scheming and someone was running it behind the scenes. The one who broke the seal of the magic beetle was an elf charmed by humans. He had learnt all sorts of wealth and entertainment and had become their puppet. Kururu's uncle broke the seal of the god of misfortune, and at the time of their meeting, he was in an inadequate state. But according to Kururu, just a few years ago he was very kind and her family was friends with him. Also, the first prince of Varta tried to start with the war and Khalil was behind it. He wanted to avenge his beloved whose heart had been stolen. But it was unknown why the bride of Varta wanted a heart of gold crystal in the first place. When questioned, she only wept and said she didn't know why it was so. Orc thought that someone was clearly behind all these incidents, and the king agreed with him. Valio tried to find him, but unfortunately it was all to no avail. He wanted to continue his search, but he wanted to say something to the orc. The hero had to be careful, especially since he was destined to fight the enemies of the world. If the instigator really existed, he would definitely come after him after thwarting him 3 times in a row. The orc smiled at the king and said that he could count on him. The king called the hero here to warn him about this, and wanted to say something that concerned the beautiful ladies. In his opinion, next to the orc, they would be in danger. They would become the target of creatures who desperately want to destroy the world, and perhaps the girls would be in more danger than the orc himself. He was certainly very strong, but his opponents would turn their eyes to his weaknesses, and that was them. To weaken the orc, the enemy would do everything possible to make them suffer. Tita thought that the king was implying that they should part ways with the orc. The king didn't think it could have sounded like that. The elfess smiled and said that she wished she could stay by his side, for he had saved her life and she loved him. She was absolutely sure that he would protect her. Kururu smiled and agreed with her. Besides, she loved him so much that she was willing to turn a blind eye to the fact that he had other girls. And she obviously wouldn't leave him because of some threat. It was no surprise to the princess that her brother fell in love with them at first sight. She laughed and told her great-grandfather that she was with him too. As a member of the royal family, She was mentally prepared from birth for any torture she might go through. The orc looked at the girls with surprise. Valio wisely pressured them to leave him, but still they wished to love and be by his side. The boy thought with horror that he was about to cry, and his mate cried a little too. When the hero's heart was filled with love, his instincts began to go crazy. The king laughed out loud and said that they were just wonderful and that the orc had excellent taste. He definitely liked all the girls. Then the Valio king had a great idea in his mind and suggested that they have a wedding. He thought it would be the most splendid wedding played under his patronage. The girls were simply delighted when they heard of the wedding, for Tita had dreamed of it for so long. Then the hero slammed the table and said he was refusing, and the girls looked at Orcus in surprise. The king also did not understand why he did not want it. But the hero decided to play the wedding only when the harem was assembled. Tita gloomed when she realized that the hero was going to make his harem even bigger. Kururu also hoped that he would have had enough by now. The princess smiled, for she thought 3 girls was already plenty, but somehow she knew he would want more. The guy got up from the table and said that most guys would probably have enough of their 3, but he was different. Kururu wondered when they could have a wedding, and the orc replied that it would probably be in the far distant future. Tita wanted to rebuke him for that, and Valio laughed. The orc had a heart much bigger than the king had imagined it to be, and it seemed that he had worried for nothing. The orc was determined to become a harem king. Tita and the princess were practicing martial arts in the backyard of the palace. Tita practiced archery and Lilina practiced with her sword. Looking at them, the orc asked the Kururu if she wanted to join them. But according to the Kururu, she was not a good fighter, and it was better to polish her blacksmithing skills than to be a worthless fighter. She wanted to definitely master everything he taught her and learn all about advanced alchemy. The hero knew that it would take a lifetime to fully master those skills, but it wouldn't take long for Kururu. But right now she was more concerned with the hero's desserts, as the orc promised these would be the best desserts she had ever tasted. Taking an obscure fruit from his backpack, the guy placed it on the table. Kururu examined it with surprise and admitted that she had never seen such a fruit before. You can't usually find them on sale, so the hero was very lucky to acquire a few pieces. It was a mango that was native to warmer southern countries. To get it, one had to swim across the ocean. Kururu was delighted at how warm its smell was. The orc replied that the mango cost about 400,000 gils apiece. Kururu's jaw dropped when she heard the price of such a fruit. The orc had 5 of them, so that was about 2 million. The girl decided that the hero was just crazy, because 2 million gil would be enough for 2 years of comfortable living. She still didn't understand why they were so expensive, but it was because they could only be found on the other side of the world, and they spoil quickly. Ships traveled through very, very dangerous seas to get to the capital. It was so dangerous that essentially 1 out of 3 ships would sink en route. When you think about the cost of the ship and the lives of the crew members, 400,000 gils wasn't much. The orc thought that Kururu wouldn't want to eat such an expensive fruit, but the girl replied that of course she would have it. And for some reason, after she found out its cost, it seemed even more delicious. The guy said he's starting, but before he starts he would like Kururu to try it just for fun, because mangoes are great on their own. The orc carefully sliced the mango with a net and cubed it. It turned out to be a hedgehog-shaped sliced mango, and it looked really cute. That sweet flavor got even stronger, and Kururu only wanted to taste more of it. Orc offered to make them a second dessert and decided to make a mango paste. They needed to add some fresh milk and then some fruit cubes and gelatin. Then it was necessary to put everything in a metal box Orc had made. It had ice in it so that the jelly would cool down, and the mango jelly was ready. Kururu was delighted at the sight and compared the drink to gems. The good dishes were also pleasing to the eye. The hero then suggested that they move on to the third dessert. To the mango paste he added milk and sugar and heated everything up, being careful not to bring it to a boil. Kururu didn't realize that the heating would make the mango flavor even stronger. The guy agreed that it was very flavorful. Now we had to let it cool and add the egg yolk, cream, and fruit. Then we had to put this in a metal vessel and let it cool in a ball of salt and ice. Next, the orc asked the spirit of water to help him mix everything. By cooling the paste while mixing, they got a rich mango sorbet. Sorbet was a frozen fruit dessert. That is, it was a fruit ice cream that did not contain milk. Kururu was so shocked that she thought the orc was a god. The guy smiled and suggested they go to Tita and Lilina. The girls were happy to see the orc, who decided to bring them desserts to the playground. Since they were outside, he thought it would be nice to have tea in the fresh air today. Tita noticed that Orc and Kururu had already finished with the cooking and she had already tasted the goodies. The princess was also pleased to hear that, for she was just wanting something sweet. According to the elfess, these fruits smelled very nice and resembled flowers. Kururu smirked smugly, But the orc didn't understand what she was so proud of. Tita picked up her fork and tasted a piece. She was simply delighted at how delicious it was. Tita had always thought fruits in human cities were strange, but this one was simply amazing. Kuru also experienced the taste of 400,000 gil, and her tears just wouldn't stop flowing. It had been a long time since the princess had eaten mango, but it was really delicious. In that case, she decided to try some desserts. Taking a spoonful of mango, she smiled at the amazing flavor. Its sourness was very refreshing and the sensation in her mouth was incredible. The girl also liked that the orc had added bits of mango pulp to it as well. Tita said that the iced one was also good and she liked how sweet it was, but it tasted different from the plain fruit. The orc agreed that it turned out pretty good. It was very tasty and all the girls were very pleased. The princess said that the little brother could be the exclusive pastry chef of the castle if he wanted, and the boy thanked her. He decided not to be modest, because he had made a lot of effort to learn how to make sweets and become popular among the girls. But there was one but. The hero decided to ask the girls a question and asked what tasted better, fruit, jelly, or sorbet. The girls looked at each other and wondered. At the same time, they admitted that it was the fruit. It was, and yet the others also had an incredible flavor. The guy hung his head. After all, he still couldn't win. He knew that the mango was the most delicious, such as it was. That is why this fruit was also called the pastry chef's crusher. The hero looked at the castle and said that since they were done here, it was time to leave. The princess couldn't believe that he was really leaving and admitted that she was going to be very lonely. The guy was going to keep looking for new girls, so he wouldn't be able to stay in Forland. Besides, he had plenty of other things to do. Had to check on his business. Orc offered her to go with them, but the princess preferred to stay here to become the queen of Forland. The guy hugged the girl and said that he would drop by from time to time, since he could reach here in a day on his orcmobile. The princess made him promise and said she would cry if he didn't keep his word. Tears welled up in Lelina's eyes. The orc could see that she had changed and was no longer pretending to placate him. This was the real her. The boy asked her to take this and pulled a stone from his pocket. The girl asked what it was, looking at the beautiful pebble. The hero replied that it was a magic device he had made. It was an adaptation, or rather a simplified version of the teleportation spell. Teleportation magic was the most complex of spells, and only dumb fairies, the great sage Merlin, and the genius spellcaster Khalil could use it. The orc could not use it, but he managed to transfer part of the spell into the stone, simplifying it tenfold. He had the same stone, and thanks to them, they would be able to talk within 20 seconds no matter how far apart they were. The princess was just thrilled and said that it was amazing. She was insanely happy that they would be able to communicate no matter where they were. Lelina said that the military and economy, also the hero's ingenuity, could have changed their whole world. But the hero replied that it wouldn't work that way, and finding a stone that the spell would work with wasn't easy. Also, it was expensive and he paid 10 million gils for each one, so one had to use it only when necessary. The princess was concerned that he had given her this stone, but the hero reassured her that she was not the only one he had given such a stone. Tita and Kururu showed their stones and said they had one too. The orc told them to use it only as a last resort, for he had overprotected them. He made them to protect his favorite girls in his own way. It was also that he would not lose them without even knowing they were in danger. Each of these disposable devices had cost him 10 million gil, but that amount was nothing if it saved them. The town was noisy and everyone was discussing the hero. Tita noticed that the orc was a real celebrity and Kururu confirmed it. Apparently, rumors had spread that he was in the sugar business together with Zanalik. He had an insane amount of offers from big and small companies. Tita thought that since he had so many offers, he was going to take on more jobs. But that wasn't the case. After throwing away the paper, the guy admitted that he would only do something if something interesting came up. Kururu was glad to hear that, because she wouldn't want him to be very busy. The orc assumed it was all because she would get lonely. The girl blushed and said that was certainly not true. She just didn't like it when he didn't have time to teach her the blacksmithing craft. Kururu was the truest tsundere sometimes and looked very nice to the orc. Tita offered to help the orc answer the suggestions and the guy thanked her for her help. He noticed that the elven girl was doing better and better. He could already ask her for help if needed and Tita was happy to try. In that case, the lad decided to go to the Zanalik company, for he had been asked to stop by. The girls wished him good luck. Zanalik company was one of the two largest companies in this mainland and it has a huge business network. The hero asked them to sell sugar at a low price on behalf of his company. Mr. Zanalik is a very important business partner and their cooperation is mutually beneficial. The girl said about Mr. Orc's arrival. Entering the room, the orc turned to Mr. Zanalik and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. As they shook hands, the Lord had already heard of the hero's exploits in Forland. The orc thanked him and was honored. Zanalik happily greeted the hero. Taking a seat on the couch, he told him that sugar had become their company's most popular product, and they were able to make a steady profit. Also, their product has been very successful. But unfortunately, they had one problem. Holding out an envelope, Mr. Zanalik said that they had received a letter from the ruler of this region. The Lord decided that they had overreached. After reading the letter, the orc was shocked that they were forbidding them from producing sugar. Zanalik surmised that production would be banned, most likely at the next meeting. It would not be easy to change the ruler's mind, and it would cause them great damage. The lad surmised that something had happened during his absence, and the Lord asked him to look at the list. Taking the paper in his hands, the orc scrutinized the list of goods unloaded at the port. If this was indeed a complete list, the items were too few. And it was all because of their business, the sugar. Until recently, sugar had been the most popular commodity in intercontinental trade. It was sweet and easy to store, so the demand was always high, allowing it to be sold at a high price. Although the hero bought some mangoes in the capital, from a business point of view, it was not such a good commodity. They rotted quickly, and if the shipments were delayed even a little, they would be easy to crush because they were soft. Mangoes were transported along with sugar. Due to the presence of sea monsters, the likelihood of ships sinking while traveling between continents is higher than in his previous world. The sea trade still exists only because of the profitability of sugar, but everything will fall apart if sugar becomes cheaper. It's all become clear to the hero, and if the commodity that helped earn his bread is no longer profitable, then the risk is now no longer justified. And Mr. Zanalik said that this was exactly the case. As the sugar trade was suspended, the balance between supply and demand collapsed. Commodities that were transported by sugar are rarely imported, which has led to a sharp rise in their prices. The Lord agreed with the orc and said that the market prices of goods like silk had simply skyrocketed. After much deliberation, the ruler suggested imposing a ban on sugar production. Thus, he proposed the best possible solution. According to the orc, things would return to normal once they stopped selling sugar at a low price. With a glance at Mr. Zanalik, he surmised that their company had already thought of something. The gentleman said that they have decided to sell their sugar at a comparable price to imported sugar. But in that case, their sales would probably fall by more than half. Of course, this was a very acceptable solution. And yet, the hero did not like it, for the spread of sugar led to a wide variety of cultural discoveries. Its sweet flavor now enveloped the city, and he wanted to promote the culture of sugar consumption. If they miss this opportunity, they will not be able to recreate this culture by brute force. The root of this problem then was that the low income from shipping no longer outweighed the risks. They just needed to change that. Hero said that they needed to do something that would help merchants avoid bankruptcy even if the ship sank. Mr. Zanalik was shocked at such a suggestion and asked the hero to tell him about it. As he already understood, they make money from successful shipping, but in case the ships sink, they will go bankrupt. And why then, in such a case, could big companies like them afford to take such a serious risk? All because they had several ships and they already take into account that 1 out of 10 ships will sink. If the rest of the ships make it back, however, they are still on the plus side. Orc allowed that only large companies by type of Zanalik could afford multiple ships. Small and medium-sized companies would disappear as soon as they lost their only ship. Because of this, they traded cautiously. The entry threshold was too high, so they should lower it. The guy allowed that they could gather 10 ships from different companies that only had 1 or 2 ships. Now, if a ship sinks, the whole company goes down with it. If, however, the risk is divided among them, it will be much easier to continue trading. But in that case, it seemed to the gentleman that they would have to cover someone else's losses. The fellow agreed with him, but it was possible to make the losses covered by other companies. The key to implementing this plan is to reduce the risk of bankruptcy. Thus, maritime transport would no longer be a risky venture and everyone would be able to engage in it. This seemed very interesting to Mr. Zanalik, but they are in business, not charity. Orc was certainly in agreement with him, but it wasn't that simple, for they could turn it into a full-fledged business. This was the insurance business division of the Zanalik Corporation. Those who wished to participate in these transports would have to pay a fee. The more insurance they desired, the more they would have to pay. Whoever goes into this business is sure to make a large profit from it. Mr. Zanalik was simply shocked at the idea. In Orc's previous world, insurance companies were simply huge. Someone like Zanalik would be able to organize everything just fine. Zanalik jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that it was a great idea. The market would immediately perk up if small companies paid for insurance, and they, as the organizers of the whole system, would make good money. But he was not sure that Mr. Orc should have shared such a good idea with him. Still, the insurance business required a lot of money and enough trust from the market players. The boy liked the city and he smiled. If this idea would revitalize the market, his company would also benefit from it anyway. Mr. Zanalik was simply shocked with the guy. He decided to immediately sketch their insurance business and contact small companies. The gentleman was sure that in such a case the ruler would decide to lift the ban on sugar production. In that case, all of the orc's business matters should now be settled. The lad thought that traveling to another continent was not the first time for him. But he hired people to find beautiful girls and women. No one could match his girls, but it was possible to look on another continent. Thinking back, the orc thought that he didn't need to look for a suitable girl, for he already knew one on the other continent, but unfortunately, she would never be his. In that case, the hero decided to cross the seas to find beautiful women and girls. A huge fountain of spray appeared on the horizon of the sea. The orc's car was rushing straight across the water. The guy was happy with the water mode of the Orc Mobile, designed specifically for long journeys, and it worked perfectly. Kururu found it hard to believe that they had actually made it here in one day. Tita also couldn't believe that they had actually crossed the sea. Stepping off the Orc Mobile, they stood on the beach of the southern lands. It was insanely hot here, and the wind was somehow humid. Kururu didn't like the stuffiness here, and the hair on her tail seemed so ragged. It was gross to her. The orc could change that if he asked his wind spirits, but they would have to get used to it. It was also one of the best things about traveling. Tita looked at the trees that had fruit growing on them and surmised that they were mangoes. The hero agreed with her, saying that it was a mango tree. He was surprised that she noticed it. Though they have such trees very rarely, here they are literally everywhere. In that case, the girls didn't understand why pay 2 million when he could just drive here and back in a day. The guy thought that his day was worth more than 2 million gil. The girls figured he must have forgotten about them. First, they had to go to the city that was in front of them. That was their goal. The girls wondered why there were no walls or defenses around it. They assumed that there were no ferocious monsters or bandits here. But even if they were here, they wouldn't attack. This was her territory, and no one wanted to die. Kururu didn't understand who the hero was talking about. The guy replied that it was the Demon Lord. Tita and Kururu were shocked and assumed it was his father's city. But the orc said that it was not, and that this city belonged to the Demon Lord here. His father was a Demon Lord ruling 3/4 of their mainland, and the Demon Lord here ruled this mainland. As they knew, every human race had its own king, and it was roughly the same here. The Demon Lords also had. By the way, here the Demon Lord is also one of the Elite Four of the Demon Army. Tita didn't realize that the Demon Lord here was also a member of the Elite Four. She asked if it really worked, and the orc said that it certainly. The elven woman thought it was strange that she, being a Demon Lord, was under the authority of his father. Apparently they knew each other, and Kururu wanted to know how Orc met the Demon Lord. The guy said that they met a few years ago and there was nothing unusual between them. Suddenly a female voice was heard calling Orc indifferently. She thought they were very close and called the Orc cute. The hero raised his head and saw a dark silhouette with wings in the sky. The girl with wings swiftly appeared behind the guy's back and held a knife to the back of his head. But the orc had a good reaction. Dodging the blow, he struck her back with his hand. Calling the guy a darling, the girl laughed as she noticed that the orc was still in uniform. She, as a sissy, was very happy about that, and the orc laughed, expecting it to be her. The girl with the huge neckline on her chest called him cute and introduced herself as Lilith, his favorite sister. She invited him to dive into her breasts as he always did. The girls' mouths dropped open in surprise and the orc became embarrassed. He declined such an offer. They wondered who she was, for it simply couldn't be. The orc did refuse the offer of such a pretty girl, and the girls were shocked. Lilith took the guy's head and lowered it onto her lush breasts. She called him dear and asked him not to be shy. Tita asked the orc if they really knew each other, but the hero nearly choked. According to him, this was the demon lord named Lilith. She was one of the succubi of the highest class. In fact, she was a member of the sexiest race in the entire world. The girl confirmed that her name was Lilith and smiled as she thought her race was the most compatible with an orc and asked the girls for their opinion. Lilith was a succubus specializing in combat. She is the demon lord ruling this continent, and she would have enough physical strength to rival the hero's father. According to Orc, they were once close, so she probably won't refuse to help him. Or at least until he blurted out something wrong. It was entirely possible that the orc did like the older girl after all. Lilith welcomed them to her castle. The girls didn't understand why they had to go down underground, but Lilith's castle was underground. Tita and Kururu were surprised at this sight. Seeing the castle in front of them, they also didn't understand why it was so bright. To be precise, it wasn't really an underground structure, just happened to be a dungeon. And it was bright due to the artificial sun illuminating the place. Kururu was shocked, not understanding why it was necessary to go to such trouble. The girl replied that this place had been a historical heritage site for a long time, and she had allowed herself to build her castle here. Grinning, she remarked that they were real cuties and thought that her dear orc had tried. Lilith noticed that the girls smelled just like the orc and very strong. She moved closer to the girls and the orc asked her to stop, but Lilith asked him not to worry, for she just wanted to appreciate them. The orc objected and said he was on a business trip, and Lilith of course didn't believe him. The lad told her that he had become a very powerful businessman in the north and wanted to trade with this city and thought it best to let her know first. Sitting down on his luxurious throne, the girl asked him to do what he wanted. With her permission, he would have no problem. She assumed that was all he came for, but the orc said he was here to create a harem. Lilith laughed and plunged the guy into her chest again. He had finally come for her, which she was insanely happy about. The guy tried to tell her it wasn't so by bursting out of her chest. Since she was a demon lord, she probably has many subordinates and acquaintances. The hero would like her to introduce them. The succubus grimly said that apparently she was not enough for him. She smirked, admitting that her sister was in a lot of pain, but the look on her face didn't match what she said at all. Tita became convinced that Lilith was indeed a demon lord and asked her why she was then serving the orc's father. The succubus realized her interest, but the answer was simple. She had tried to take over the world in the past but lost to him and fell in love. Kururu was surprised that indeed for such a reason a powerful succubus like her began to serve another demon lord just for love. Lilith asked what other reason she needed. It was for this reason that Lilith became her father's subordinate and began to seduce him, but her father refused her time after time. Perhaps this was one reason why the orc could not accept Lilith into his harem. The succubus called the orc dear and asked him to go have a romp with her. She wanted to make him very pleased and offered to do so many things that these babes could not. But the orc calmly replied that he wasn't interested in doing such a thing with her. The succubus couldn't believe that she could be less attractive than these girls. But that wasn't the case. It was just that the orc didn't consider her as a possible partner. The girl gloomed and at one point laughed nervously. She had never been stumped like this before. She suggested that the orc dearly wanted to go out and fight, but the guy didn't understand what that was for. But of course she wanted to do it for one thing and was ready to possess him if she won. The orc was shocked at her determination. After being silent for a while, he agreed and said that if he won, she would introduce him to some nice girls. The seemingly harmless Lilith abruptly turned into an intimidating demon and warned the orc that she would not be deterred. She apologized to him in advance in case she accidentally kills him. Eventually, the protagonist will have to fight Lilith in the castle arena, and she will come when she changes into her battle garb. If he loses, he will have to fulfill his promise and make love to her. The orc's trademark laugh was heard, and he even found it interesting. Kururu noticed that the orc was laughing nastily again. Tita replied to her that it's orco laughter and it's nasty on purpose. The orc has to force himself to laugh like that, and Kururu started to understand. The hero asked Tita to stop and not reveal what he was doing, because it embarrassed him. But he really surprised Kururu and she expected him to happily accept her proposal. Tita was also shocked that the hero didn't, but he had his reasons. There were more and more spectators in the stands, and they were the residents of the castle. The girls were surprised at how many different times there were here. Still, this city was ruled by a demon lord and a human lord, and the demons lived together peacefully. The girls had a culture shock. The history of this continent was different from their history. There were constant wars here and different races often fought and stole from each other. But 500 years ago, Lilith put an end to that. She changed the laws so that she became the ruler and everyone else is her slave, so they are all equal. Kururu was shocked that this was happening 500 years ago and had no idea how old she was. Tita agreed, after all, even elves didn't live that long. But it was still unwise of her to fight him. An orc was a monster after all, and could only be defeated by a god or a devil. Still, Orc thought that Lilith was probably stronger than him. Just before he left the village, they had a practice fight, and he had no chance against her. The girls were surprised, not realizing how a succubus could be so strong. They thought that succubi just seduce men in dreams. But Lilith had a special ability. Lilith entered the arena wearing almost nothing. Everyone in the arena cheered as they greeted their queen. Tita was madly surprised at how sexy Lilith looked. She clearly wasn't hiding anything. The guy thought she was wearing a sexy outfit as it was. But the Demon Lord's costume was even sexier. In fact, he could see her entire arse. He pronounced it just shameless, and Lilith assumed he was now ready to give himself to her. The orc certainly couldn't agree to that, and the girl was surprised that he could speak to such a thing when his mate was so honest. The boy exclaimed that mind and body were separate. It was that expression when he says no and the body says the opposite. At that moment, the moment he hated his body from, the succubus laughed, calling him a charmer. Lilith licked her lips and pronounced that he looked quite appetizing. Everyone in the stands just wished Lilith would win and do the same to the hero. Orc wasn't sure if the ministers were doing well. The Demon Lord called the orc very brave. It was amazing to her that he was willing to fight one of the Elite Four, the Almighty Black Wings. The guy thought that the Dusky Jespolt was the strongest, and he had already defeated one of them. With a grin, the girl agreed that he was indeed the strongest by the looks of it. But she was holding back so that his father wouldn't slap his face in the dirt. If she fought in earnest, she would definitely be stronger than Gesha. And she also hoped that he didn't think too highly of himself just because he had defeated that sluggish brat. The orc thought Lilith was the only one who could call the genius caster Khalil a flaccid brat, and saw that she was already aware of what had happened the other day. Lilith suggested they finish their chatter, but the orc wanted to ask her something else. By the way, her ministers were cheering for her to possess him. He wondered if she was constantly pouncing on someone in such open places. Of course, he wouldn't be surprised, given that she was a succubus, but knowing that a beautiful girl he'd known for a long time was doing such a thing gave him double feelings. Lilith said that was certainly not the case. In general, she thought they were so excited because it was the first time they had seen something like this. In addition, blushing, the girl confessed that she was still a virgin. Such a statement made the orc just opened his mouth. He asked her to stop, not understanding how a succubus who had been active for centuries could be a virgin. It smacked of a brazen lie. Lilith exclaimed that they succubi only make love in their dreams. She was certainly very experienced there, but her body was still innocent. Apparently she meant it, and the orc still couldn't believe it. In his opinion, she was both an old woman and a virgin at the same time, and that was a real shame. By the way, the guy wasn't just messing with her by calling her old, for she was really old. Lilith was almost 1,000 years old. The girl was going wild, and the guy remarked that it wasn't good. Lilith angrily apologized to him for being an old woman and a virgin. That is why she thought it was about time to lose her. Heading toward the hero, she promised the orc dearly that he would be hers. Lilith flew around the orc with blistering speed, and the guy pronounced that she was quite fast. She was as fast as Azure Thunder hero Miley Forland, proud of her lightning-fast speed. The girl went for a frontal attack and the guy used the steel wall. With her bare fist, Lilith was able to punch through it. But the wall began to deform, and the hero ordered it to be crushed. The wall turned into an elastic ball that completely engulfed the Demon Lord. The entire arena cheered for the Lilith Lord and worried. While inside, the girl smiled after thinking that it was tricky and easily defeated the ball. It was dark magic. Contrary to popular belief, dark magic didn't create something from nothing, it stole and destroyed. It was the kind of magic that Lilith possessed. Light and darkness were rare elements, different from the basic four earths of fire, wind, and water. Even an Ari Hulk didn't stand a chance in front of dark magic spells and would make the best shield out of her attire. Just like with dark magic, it would make the best sword. But the guy still knew that she wasn't invincible and used his hero mark. He decided to use a combination spell combining water and wind. The steel wall used earlier gave him some time. The hero decided to attack the gaps in Lilith's attire faster than she could react. He used the power of the Azure Thunder that was directed at the Lilith. This attack amplified the static electricity of the thundercloud created from water and wind. The lightning spread at 1,000,000 meters per second, and no experienced fighter could either dodge or even react to it. The succubus was able to easily repel his strike and headed straight for the hero. The guy readied his sword and repelled the swift frontal attack. Lilith was sorry that Orc didn't get to finish the fight with that attack. Apparently he still had a lot to learn. Besides, his sword should have helped him too. Orc decided to ask how she was able to repel his Azure Thunder. The girl laughed and suggested that he must be very obsessed with his mother if he named his attack after her. But Orc exclaimed that this was not the case. He just remembered her when he was creating the lightning spell, and Lilith laughed. She admitted that it was a pretty good spell and she wouldn't have been able to dodge if she had seen it after activating it. But she saw the spell while the guy was activating it. Spells against her were useless if she can see them like the palm of her hand. The orc was surprised that she could see the spell while they were being activated. If she could read his mind, it was no longer a battle of skill. Her innate ability gave her an advantage. The world was indeed a big world, and he had no reason to be surprised that there was a race like hers. With his sword ready, the orc decided to do something about it. Lilith assumed that he was going to engage in close combat, and only his mother would have dared to do so. The orc could agree with her and said that her dark magic-enhanced nails would destroy anything even an orichalcum touched. Swinging with his sword and going to attack the girl, the lad knew that fighting her in close combat was akin to suicide. Lilith made contact with the hero's sword and noticed that something was wrong. Indeed, dark magic was absorbing mana to destroy. In such a case, if one filled the item with enough magical energy, it would prevent it from being destroyed on contact. The orc smiled and said that his girl had forged him a very good sword. The entire arena froze with tension, and the heroes converged in a frontal attack. The succubus smiled and agreed that the guy had a great sword and she thought it was cute. She was surprised to see that it was filled with so much energy, even though it was forged from orichalcum. The orc knew that he would have lost to her a long time ago if not for this sword. For that, he loved Kururu even more. The hero swung for a blow, but Lilith was able to deflect it. Their blows constantly made contact with each other, and Lilith remarked that it was a lot of fun. The orc smiled and agreed with her. However, she had something else she wanted to say to the dear orc. It seemed to her that the guy was already at his limit, and she suggested that they end it. Releasing his power around the demon lord, a dark flame ignited. This was the very real power of the demons, and the girl swung her claws at the hero. The orc swung his sword to block her blow. The girl flew past the guy and looked in horror at her claws, which had been clipped. Instantly putting the sword to the girl's throat, the guy declared that he had won. Lilith couldn't understand how it happened, but when she decided to attack with all her might, he did the same. He used the second seal of pseudo-withdrawal. He had compressed all the power from lifting the first seal for a single attack, and that was his most powerful trump card. The succubus pronounced that Darling was able to adapt to the situation without hesitation. She didn't understand how it was possible, but the guy never showed her his full power. He heard from his mother about her power, and she told him how she fought her for daddy's love. In terms of skills, Mom was definitely inferior to her, but listening to her father's encouragement, Mom was getting stronger and it knocked Lilith out of the game, due to which Mom prevailed. It was an unpleasant memory for the succubus, but she didn't understand what the big deal was. Mom was telling the hero that she was losing by skill. Such an attack in his life would not have made his mother say such a thing, and he realized that Lilith was not fighting at full strength, which was why he was able to repel the attack. Lilith lowered her head and agreed that perhaps he had lost to her to some extent. Suddenly, the succubus fell to her knees and wept, screaming that she had lost. The orc clearly did not expect this and became uncomfortable. The girl clutched her head and screamed that Lord Orglink and the little orc had refused her, and she had tried to possess him and lost again. She was sure she would not be able to find a man for the rest of her life and would remain a 1,000-year-old virgin. To her, it was a shame. Arena howled with rage that the hero had managed to offend their dear Lilith Lordess. They called him a bastard, not understanding how he dared to refuse her. Someone shouted to Lord Lilith to forget about him and start dating him. Just then, the other guys started interrupting each other and shouting that they wouldn't give her to anyone. The people decided to wait a little while and suggested that they should do something before they fought each other. If they got rid of the orc, then Lord Lilith would be at ease and no one would interfere with them. This way they could kill two birds with one stone. Just then, the whole arena roared to kill the orc, and the hero realized that they were serious and that was bad. The orc grabbed Lilith by the shoulders and asked them to go to her room. It seemed to the girl that the darling wanted to seduce her, and the hero decided to play along. In that case, Lilith grabbed the guy's arm and confessed that Deary suddenly became very persistent. The guy escaped death, but now he didn't know what to do next. The succubus asked the dear orc to come to her room. She suggested that he start because something was bound to happen when the succubus and the orc were alone together. Of course, he thanked her for the opportunity, but his girls looked at him. Kururu and Tita ajar the doors and apologized, but Lilith was apparently not very happy to see them. The succubus decided to go and change and offered them tea if they wanted it. The girls were surprised, for they thought she would chase them away. Lilith was actually very kind and she liked to take care of others. Her strength was just shocking and the girls didn't know that a succubus could be that strong. While pouring tea for the girls, the orc was just about to tell them about her powers. Her ability was called stealing, and it is a very unusual ability that only she has. Succubi infiltrate men's dreams to steal their life energy, and this skill is called absorption. Lilith's ability is an evolved version of this skill. Not only did she absorb men's life energy, but she completely sucked out his mana, soul, and essence. In a way, stealing is very similar to what they evolved orcs do. Kururu assumed that it could only mean that she could endlessly become stronger. That was true, though she couldn't gain the strength of her targets like the orc race does. She could stop herself getting stronger by draining her life energy. Kururu thought that was just terrible, because one day she would be so strong that no one would be able to defeat her. But the guy was sure it wouldn't come to that. He dared to assume that she had already reached her limit. After all, there is a limit to everything. It didn't matter how much power could be stolen. There was a limit to how much the body, like a vessel, could hold. Lilith's vessel was already full, just as his blood of an evolved orc almost took over. In general, the guy was surprised that he managed to win, that he only won because Lilith had let her guard down and would definitely lose if they fought again. The hero had to strive to become the strongest to protect his lovers. Even though she was not an easy succubus, the girls were confident that he could keep her from raping him if he trained harder. The orc thought they were right, and the girls noticed that he even looked disappointed. Tita so knew he would like to be raped by a succubus. Just then Lilith entered the room and thanked them for waiting. She seemed to be filled with energy in that costume, but it was a bit cold. This was about what the orc expected to hear from an elderly woman, and was surprised he could restrain himself from saying it out loud. No matter how you are, he tried his best to ignore it, but she has very beautiful black wings. The day he awakened a craving for girls in him, he fell in love with a race of girl who possessed black wings. Because of this, he developed a fetish for black wings. Lilith noticed this and asked the hero what was wrong. After all, he was looking at her so intently, embracing him with her wings. She thought that the hero had finally seen her attraction. The orc's jaw dropped, and it was a huge temptation because it felt so good. The girls asked the orc to come to his senses, for he looked like he was in bed with them. The hero agreed with them and pronounced that he would never lose to that temptation for anything. Lilith noticed that the guy was pretty stubborn and assumed that he didn't like older girls. But it wasn't like that, and the hero just adored beautiful older girls. To her, it all made sense, assuming that he was bothered by the fact that she was doing it with lots of men in their dreams. The little virgin-loving orc accepted only girls like Kururu and Tita, who had no one but him. The orc asked not to underestimate him. He did not believe that a girl's value was diminished just because she lost her virginity. He would gladly seduce women who had children. Tita told Kururu that it was true, because she remembered him flirting with her mom. Kururu was just shocked, for she thought it was disgusting. In that case, Lilith didn't understand why he refused her. He didn't want her anyway, because he thought she was attractive and he wasn't embarrassed by the fact that she was older or that she had done it with other men. But there was a type of woman he decided not to get involved with, and that was women who were in love with other men. If he gets involved with such a girl, neither of them will be happy, so this rule is non-negotiable. But Lilith told the guy that she really loved him, and the hero realized that it was not. After all, she did not love him, but his father. The orc, on the other hand, loved with all his heart, so he could tell the difference. He could discern when a girl was truly in love and whether that love was directed at him. He was not her father, so he asked her not to try to replace him with him. It would only hurt her as much as it would hurt him. Lilith silently released the hero from her embrace and stepped back. The orc knew that she understood this perfectly well herself. He could see that she still could not forget his father. Silently walking to the bed, the girl grabbed a pillow and threw it as hard as she could at the orc, chasing him out of the room. The orc caught the pillow with his face and deliberately let it hit himself. He figured it would make her feel better, and if she threw the pillow at someone else, he would surely die. The orc headed for the exit, and the Tita and Kururu followed him. For some reason, after the throw, the guy felt that even though Lilith had lived for 1,000 years, she was still a young girl at heart. She didn't know about romantic feelings until she met his father. She lost her first love to another woman and still couldn't put the past behind her. The hero, for some reason, felt like doing something for her. He couldn't make her his, but he would still like to help this charming, kind, and beautiful older girl because he admired her. The orc was disappointed to have angered the Lilith. And to be perfectly honest, his buddy was now complaining about the missed opportunity. It was as if he was amazed at his host. But if he broke that personal rule and hooked up with girls who had crushes on other guys, he'd just be trash. His way to create a harem would be honest and sincere, and he would want to create a harem that he could be proud of. Tita noticed that the orc was becoming very serious at odd moments as usual. Kururu understood why he didn't pounce on Lilith when in her case he was so persistent. The hero hit on girls when he was sure that he could make them happy, that he wanted to create a harem where everyone could be happy. Kururu agreed with him and said that he was very good because she felt how much he valued her. Leaving aside the fact that he had several lovers, he was just a wonderful man. Still, Kururu wondered how he would act if they loved him but also fell in love with another guy. She assumed that, in that case, the hero would have left them. Orc was struck as if by thunder, and he couldn't answer them immediately. He could not imagine that Tita and Kururu or Lalina could fall in love with someone else. Suddenly, the hero vomited and Tita worriedly called out to Orc. Covering his mouth with his hand, he apologized to them, for this mental image was too shocking for him. Kururu was worried about him and asked if he was alright. He was just overwhelmed by the thought that the girls he loved would fall in love with other guys. Surely now he could at least feel a little bit of what they felt. After all, that's what he does to them. The Orc looked at the girls in all seriousness and promised to try his best to make them love only him. So he asked them not to look at other guys. The girls were once again convinced that Orc was selfish. But it was unlikely that they could find anyone better than him, so he could take it easy. The boy's tears glistened, and he looked at the girls with a smile. Taking off his underpants down to his underwear, he jumped in and pronounced it an Orc love plunge. Tita asked him to move his wiggles for once and not do such a thing in public. But the Orc didn't mind doing it in public. Not that he was okay with doing it in front of other MEN.by asking the spirits and wind to refract the light. He could use them to create a sort of magical mirror. They would be able to see what was going on outside, but they wouldn't be visible. Someday the guy was going to play a trick like this on Taitu and Kururu. It seemed to Orc that they would be simply adorable, and he would watch them shaking with embarrassment but still enjoy the performance. Upon imagining this, the Orc laughed his trademark laugh. Kururu still wondered why her friend had a crush on someone like him, though. Tita suggested that the Orc look in the mirror. After all, even someone who had been with him for 100 years would feel disgusted by the expression on his face. The hero decided to apologize to Lilith, so they will stop in the city for a while. One could see that this mainland was selling very different things. Kururu looked at the flour with surprise, assuming it was wheat flour, but the guy said it was rice flour. Since it is impossible to grow wheat here, the staple food here is rice. It was boiled and made into noodles, even ground and water added to make rice paper. There was a shop nearby that sold food made from rice flour, and the hero suggested that the girls try it. The girls were curious and they just had to try it. The inside of the stall was very clean and beautiful. The dishes looked delicious. The boy assumed it was a fresh stuffed pancake from another world. Kururu was delighted at how delicious it was. Tita wanted to show the shell of this food to her villagers and the soft things inside too. The Orc told me that it was wrapped in lettuce and boiled shrimp. You can't keep the shrimp for later because they spoil very easily. Orc thought it was the girls' first time seeing such a big shrimp. Rice paper was much easier to store, so they could buy as much of it as they wanted. He suggested that the girls prepare a lot of ingredients and have fun wrapping them in these sheets. Tita and Kururu exclaimed that it sounded great. You could wrap shrimp, mayonnaise, steamed chicken, or ham. Orc also suggested using fruit and whipped cream if the girls wanted something different. It was surprising, but that also fit as a topping. The Orc pointed to a bench and suggested they get dessert. There was a lot of stuff here that could only be gotten in this region. The Orc presented the girls with coconuts with tubes sticking out of them. The girls tasted the coconut juice and they couldn't even believe that this milky drink was a type of fruit juice. The boy also decided to try it. No sooner had the Orc touched his pipe than he saw a little fairy in front of him. She thought it was a good drink, because the sweet flavor was more intense than honey and very refreshing. The boy was surprised to see the same fairy here again. Kururu and Tita were quite surprised, and Kururu exclaimed that she only knew of them from myths and legends. The Orc said that she was the Spirit King's 6, and it was from her that he received the spirit mark. The girl exclaimed that she was not a 6, but an apostle, but the hero thought it was the same thing. But apostle, in her opinion, sounded cooler and more important. Orc couldn't understand. He liked Kururu's haughty face, but it annoyed him when that girl made that face. Orc thought it would be worth draining all the blood out of her and replacing it with preservatives to turn her into a statue. The fairy didn't realize what kind of creepiness he was imagining and yelled that there was a dangerous person here. She had been reading his mind for some time now in between, but it was a basic fairy skill. But the fairies also didn't know that the Orc shared his surface and deeper thoughts. Deep inside, right now he was imagining a scene of pleasuring himself in an extremely naturalistic horror movie. The fairy decided to see if it was true, and the Orc confirmed it. After all, she kept trying to turn a blind eye and decided to take a closer look at the hero's thoughts. After seeing the horrifying scene with her body, the fairy couldn't stand it and vomited. Tita was concerned about her condition. The fairy shrieked to the guards to come to her aid, for here was a real madman. The elven woman wondered what the Orc had conjured up, but the hero said it was too early for her to know. The dusky Jesbolt had sent him such an image when they were practicing. It was an image of someone dear to you in the most tragic form, and in his case it was his mom. With tears in her eyes, the fairy said that she hated this orc and turning to the Spirit King begged him to assign the hero to someone else. She wanted someone honest and innocent, like Miley in her best years. The orc didn't understand what she meant. He was sure that by best years she didn't mean strength. As frightening as it was, Mom continued to grow stronger. When the fairy spoke of best years, they meant the period when heroes were most easily manipulated. When they are blazing with enthusiasm for their responsibility as the chosen one, that's when they are most handy as tools. The fairy asked him not to think that way, for that was why he was not fit to be a hero. Still, it had been so long since they had seen each other, and the orc decided to find out why she had suddenly shown up. The fairy replied that she had come here to warn him. She said that at this rate he would soon perish. She was amazed that the hero was not surprised by this. From what she said, the hero dared to assume that another enemy of the world would soon attack. The hero was condemned to fight the enemies of peace for his life, and the Spirit King granted the hero's power to prevail. After their last encounter, the orc faced two opponents, the bug demon and the god of misfortune. They were also enemies of the world. The fairy decided to take credit for defeating them, but that was due to her precise navigational ability. The orc remembered that she had never even appeared once after giving him the spirit tag. She rather guided him so as to confine the hero as little as possible, but that was not navigation, in the orc's opinion. It was normal for the fairy not to follow the heroes immediately after giving them powers. There was a rule against their unnecessary interference throughout, but this case was an exception. If their opponent was cheating, they could do the exact same thing. That was the reason she was here. There was quite a lot of information in one sentence. The rules that even a Spirit King must follow, it meant that perhaps there was a higher ruling being. The monsters that the orc fought were not the enemy of the Spirit King, but the real enemy was the one who had been moving them like chess pieces all along. This meant that there was essentially someone behind the monsters he had slain. The fairy called the hero a true madman. She didn't understand how one could draw such a conclusion from a certain sentence, but it was normal for orc. Fairy had seen many generations of heroes, and it was strange to her in the first place that orc doubted them at all. But according to the guy, they had completely different worldviews. Orc had a rich imagination because he knew so many different stories. The fairy agreed with him and asked him to just be careful. If no one intervened, his fate was pretty much set and the likelihood of changing his future was close to zero. There was so much pathos in her words that analyzing them only annoyed him more. The fairy asked him not to interrupt her. After all, she had said she was helping to smooch, so she asked him to let her finish and finally go home. He assumed she was going to give him a power, something like a spirit mark. The fairy agreed, but unlike the spirit tag, this power would be a one-time thing. They didn't want the cheating to happen all the time, and under no circumstances could this power be abused. The boy also assumed that she was not going to tell him exactly when he was going to die. The fairy refused, for it was against the rules. The orc realized that he was not allowed to refuse and asked for the power to be given to him. He was sure that the fairy could at least explain what it was, and she agreed. Having told in detail, the fairy finished and Orcus was clear. He recognized that mortals like them couldn't pull something like this off. The fairy pointed her finger at the coconut seller and asked for more, because she liked it so much. The seller couldn't believe she meant it, because the coconut was bigger than her. She asked not to underestimate the fairy and said that this coconut was already empty. One could go crazy, for she had drunk more than her body could handle from the looks of it. After taking the coconut and saying goodbye, the fairy asked the guy to try his best and disappeared. Tita finally realized what fairies were like, but it was different from what she had imagined. Kururu also didn't think she could respect her. The orc needed to escape his destined death, and that would just make him go crazy. But for the sake of his lovers, he couldn't die, and he absolutely had to come back alive. Tita and Kururu were quite excited and asked the orc to be careful, for they didn't want him to die. The guy asked them not to worry and said that he wouldn't die for them. They made him promise, and Kururu said that she would patch up his sword, for it was most likely damaged after that battle. Taking the sword in her hands, the girl was surprised that there wasn't a scratch on it. By all appearances, it looked like it was fine and Kururu had forged a good sword. That meant that her sword was better than she thought, but she would have to forge something even better, but it would be hard. The girl smiled and said that she would definitely be able to do it, as she was still learning and developing her skills. The elven girl also promised to try her best to keep up with her friend. Though she was growing, not as pronounced as Kururu, but the orc could assure her that she was also getting better. The girls looked among themselves and smiled. Laughing, Tita said that it was a bit embarrassing, but the hero said it sincerely, and there was no need for him to overpraise her. Besides, after his duel with Lilith, he had come up with a new attack and wanted to show it to the girls. They were quite interested in it since the hero was excellent with a sword, and they were looking forward to it. In that case, they decided to use the castle's training ground. The stands were filled with people, and Tita didn't understand why there were spectators gathered here. Apparently, the orc had caught their attention when he defeated the Lilith. The boy thought that this technique was not invented in this world, and he had dreamed of doing it back in his past life. He had to gradually fill the sword with energy until it accumulated as much energy as he had when he imitated the breaking of the second seal. He also almost forgot that he had to cast a spell. The noble blade shone, a dream sought after by all the wars scattered in the wars of all time, the fulfillment of a desire called nobility. It carried their will and pride, commanding them to remain steadfast in their devotion. And now, gathering all his might in this blade, the invincible hero chants the name of his strongest attack. The orc thought about the spell lasting longer than he had bargained for, and he would no longer be able to hold as much magic in the sword. With a loud shout of Caliba, the hero delivered a cleaving blow to the ground. Everything in front of the hero immediately split in two and an explosion erupted. Kururu and Tita were simply shocked, and all the other spectators also hung their mouths open in surprise, as the heroes expected his Orcaliber was magnificent. Walking up to it, Tita said that it was simply incredible, but she didn't think it was worth it. With this skill, he would probably be able to overpower the enemy mentioned by the fairy mistress, and that would be fine. The Elphus exclaimed with burning eyes that it was simply unbelievable, and it seemed as if he was speaking all sorts of complicated things in an overly cool voice. She assumed that was the secret to the power of his reception, but the orc said that there was no need for it. Tita should have noticed it herself, for she had studied magic. Only the mind and magical energy are needed to use a spell, and there are no pronounceable spells. In that case, Tita didn't understand why he was saying all this. The orc shouted as if it was obvious and said that it was just cool. After all, the pronunciation created intrigue and the feeling that he was using an ultimatum skill when he cast the spell. He was an orc with a passion for coolness and a deep respect for original creations. One day he would like to create a harem and distribute picture books and manga. It would also be nice to create an anime production company someday. If voice acting becomes a full-time profession, it would be funny if he could fulfill everyone's otaku dream and marry a Saikyou. Kururu noticed that his consciousness had drifted somewhere else again. They asked the orc to at least hold off on fantasizing until he was alone. Just then, a certain monster approached the hero from behind and asked the orc to apologize. He had a message from Lady Lilith, and she would like to speak to him in the morning. But she wanted to talk to him not as his sister but as a demon lord of another continent. She would like to have an audience with him with the son of the demon lord Orgling, and the hero agreed. He decided that he would meet the demon lord Lilith as an orc son of Orgling. The girls noticed that the hero had become something different. This only meant that they were just having fun before. It began to get dark outside and the night with the succubus was beginning. The boy opened his eyes and looked around as he got up from the bed. He realized he was in his home. Looking at his hands, the orc couldn't understand what was going on. After all, he was in an orc village. Rising from his bed, he called out for Titu and Kururu, who were not around. Opening the doors of the room, he saw a succubus in erotic lingerie in front of him, who asked him what was wrong. She smiled, suggesting that the darling was having a nightmare. The guy ranted, trying to ask Lilith what she had done to him. Lilith didn't like that he addressed her by name and called it insolence. The orc assumed she wished he had called her sis, but that was a long time ago. The girl smiled, for apparently he had had a very strange dream, and he had always called her sis. Leaning her lush breasts against the hero's face, she asked to give herself to her as he usually does. She wanted to make him feel good. The guy didn't know what she was talking about or what he usually did. Lilith knew the guy could just push her away, and at the moment he just looked like a charmer. Sweating from overexcitement, the guy pronounced that he had Tita and Kururu and they loved each other. Opening his eyes, he said their names again, trying to remember who they were. Lilith clutched the hero even tighter and asked him to tell his sister to pamper him. The orc's eyes went pale, and as if zombified, he asked his sister to pamper him. The succubus called him a good boy and asked him to repeat after her. He had to talk about how he loved Sister Lilith more than anything else in the world. Touching the girl's breasts, the boy began to repeat after her. Like a zombie, he repeated for the second time that he loved Sister Lilith the most. Suddenly, images of his girls surfaced in front of the guy. They were Kururu, Lulina, and Tita. The succubus noticed that the orc had stopped and asked the kid if he wanted to be pleasured. The hero told Lilith that she had made a mistake. If she had not made him say those words, he would have succumbed to her temptation. But he had lovers, and he would only cheat on them over his dead body, for they were everything to him and he would never allow it. He could not say that he would love only her and he was not going to betray his dream and his lovers. He asked her to stop it. The girl was surprised, whereupon tears appeared in her eyes and she disappeared. The orc opened his eyes and lifted himself up, finding himself in his bed. Clutching his head, he thought that it was a dream and he was blown away that he had succumbed to her temptation in his dream, so it is likely that it could have happened in reality as well. Tita and Kururu walked in on the hero and told him that his breakfast was ready. When they saw a big stick between the hero's legs, they cried out in surprise. The heroes couldn't calm his Orcaliber and didn't know what it was that made him so mad today. The girls couldn't figure out how it happened, and the guy asked them to help him, since they were his scabbard. But it wasn't that they didn't want to, they just couldn't do it. As he approached the door of the demon ruler, the guy thought of Lilith calling him and went inside. Upon entering the room, the guy asked Lilith from the doorstep how dare she do such a thing to him. After all, she was the reason why his Orcaliber had gone mad. But she didn't understand how he could blame her for that. After all, he hadn't refused her. The guy exclaimed that he had entered super mode just because he had refused her. The succubus smiled sadly and admitted that he had become stronger and was already beginning to resemble his father Orgling. After all, he had also resisted her in his dreams. She thought this was terrible, for she liked him even more now. The orc answered her that if it were not for her feelings for his father, he would have done anything to make her his. He was serious and realized how adorable she was. Not only is she sexy, but she is also loyal and kind. Yet there was no point in thinking about what might have been under different circumstances, for she loved his father. The girl agreed with him without even looking at the orc. She offered to put the talk of love aside for later and discuss why she had called him here. They had quite a few incidents lately that could have potentially disastrous consequences, and she wanted to understand what was going on the other side. The orc suggested that there must be something lurking in the shadows. The demon lord had assured him that as long as she was here, this continent would be fine. But the other day something terrible had happened and she had no idea what would have happened if it wasn't for his parents. The orc was quite surprised when he heard about his parents. Lilith told the dear orc that this castle was not just a place of historical heritage. It was a ritual tool for imprisoning one creature, and the cage was in case it ever broke out. Evil deities were usually imprisoned in the demon lord's castle. But recently, someone tried to break the seal. Fortunately, the hero's parents came to the rescue, and they were able to strengthen the seal. The guy recalled the couple telling him that they were going on a romantic trip, but they had left right after dealing with the problem. After all, they were a former demon lord and hero and might know something. The magic beetle and the god of misfortune were reborn because someone had broken their seals, and the orc didn't think that this continent would face something similar. He asked Lilith to be sure to contact him if anything happened. Still, he was very kind despite rejecting her. The orc replied to the girl that she may not have belonged to him, but she was still dear to him. Lilith reciprocated, for he was like a sweet little brother to her. She no longer thought of him as his replacement, and was glad that he was her little brother. Apparently, the orc thought she had gotten over it. He was curious, since she couldn't seal him without the help of his parents, what this monster was. Lilith frowned, for she didn't think this creature was still alive. The orc thought of the mysterious creature. Suddenly, it was as if the hero's consciousness was blurred, and the orc noticed that he was feeling drowsy. He could not understand what was happening, and Lilith said that it was simply impossible. Apparently something leaked out while they were reapplying the seal and it teleported here. Most likely, it had only formed before descending on them. Lilith couldn't understand how it was happening, and the reinforced seal was about to open. Lilith reached out to the dear orc, and the orc tried to reach her hand. As they clasped hands, they found themselves in a completely different place. From shock, the heroes froze in place, not realizing what was happening. To all appearances, they were in a dream, and this dream was not the dream of one or two individuals. The succubus noticed that the guy was quite perceptive. This world was formed by the fusion of many dreams, and this dream belonged to everyone, including her subordinates and the hero's lovers. That was where they were pulled in. The orc was surprised that they could be pulled into a dream, and the succubus said that it was quite true. As it turned out, the creature sealed here was her very ancient ancestor. He was the ancient progenitor of nightmares. Lilith didn't understand why the seal had broken. However, she understood what was happening, but she did not understand how. It was something completely impossible, and the guy immediately remembered the fairy who talked about cheating by the enemy. Lilith asked the darling to stay close. If he was with her, it would keep him from being swallowed up by this world. So she saved him, but to be honest, she was pulled into this world against her will. This world kept expanding and absorbing everything around it. The girl didn't realize how far it was going to expand, and it would most likely expand until it covered the entire continent. The hero immediately thought of Tita and Kururu. He immediately rushed forward and said that he would like to look for them. The succubus exclaimed that it was impossible and this world was too big. But the orc thought that they must be looking for him, but Lilith didn't think so. She asked to see it and pointed her finger in the direction. On the castle walls were the monsters the guy had seen in the city. The succubus pronounced that those absorbed in this world had not noticed that there was something wrong here. Apparently they were fine, and the succubus said that it was so far. But now, in fact, a whole new world was being created, and that required a large amount of energy. And the source of that energy was the life force of those trapped here. In an instant, the two monsters were struck by an invisible force that took their lives, and they collapsed to the ground right in front of the heroes. The boy immediately remembered his lovers and worried about them. According to Lilith, this world was much bigger than the real world, and it was impossible to find anyone here. Yet the hero had to protect Titu and Kururu, but the girl tried to talk him out of it. After all, it would be faster to eliminate the one who created this world. The orc thought that if finding the humans was so difficult, then finding the creator would be even more difficult, but a thought popped into his head. They could make him come to them on his own. The hero was glad that the succubus adapted quickly. After all, he and her were anomalies that didn't fit in this world. They were poisonous, and if they were poison, then one could try to destroy this world, and they began to act. Lilith decided that now they would have some fun. She began to analyze this world and used her magic. The orc was quite surprised that she could use magic so freely despite being in another world. But nothing less was expected from a dream master and nightmare specialist. Even if the hero was absorbed into this world, it wouldn't change the fact that he was in a dream. He couldn't use magic properly, and yes, his body felt like absorbent cotton to him. It was natural for him to feel this way, and Lilith asked to provide everything to her. The guy used his fairy power and thought that was exactly what he needed. Lilith didn't understand how the dear orc was able to do this, and the lad told her that he had learned it by watching her do it. The girl compared him to a monster, and that was definitely not something he could get from her skills. After all, it went against all the common sense she had saved up for thousands of years. But the orc considered it a trifle, for he still couldn't do anything on his own. But he wasn't going to be ballast anymore and asked Lilith what they should do. The girl thought that their debut looked like a duel, and she was personally willing to accompany him. The analysis of the world was finished, and she asked to destroy to dust anything that might interfere with his dreams. If he could put his best foot forward, he would definitely use his new skills. The guy concentrated on attacking and thought that he should stop talking like that. Swinging his sword, he used the crash skill. The entire space in front of them cracked like glass and shattered into shards. It was a real surprise to Lilith, and she said that he should have used it during that battle. But there was no way the guy would use that skill on her. They both sensed that the enemy was already very close. A dark, terrifying energy was seeping out from beneath the cracks in the sky. Earlier, Lilith had told the orc that her castle had served as a prison for her ancient ancestor. But her predecessor was different, for he could steal anything, be it power, memories, will, dreams, abilities, magic, emotions, or even a soul. It was questionable, then, whether the hero could stay sane while consuming the hearts of those around him. Most likely, he would just break down. There was a whole world at the heart of the man, so beautiful and yet disgusting at the same time, and it was a many-faced being. It took too much to keep himself under control, but this being had absorbed countless worlds and was no longer human. It was a walking nightmare in itself, and the succubus agreed with the hero. They had a prototype in front of them, and it was a nightmare that destroyed the entire world. The many-faced creature had many souls within it that were screaming exhaustively. The guy thought that the magic monsters, the parasite, and the god of destruction looked souls compared to this guy. This guy was much stronger than him and Lilith combined. This thing had already destroyed this world once, and the orc didn't know how this world could still exist after that. But that only meant that someone had been able to defeat it in the past, which meant that there was no reason why they couldn't defeat it. If he were alone, he certainly wouldn't have a chance. But right now, there was a Lilith by his side. The succubus had told the dear orc that they were going to win, and they would win not for this world, but for the one he wanted. The many-faced creature had gone wild and was about to strike the heroes with a multitude of fists. In an instant, craters were created under the heroes from the enemy's blows, but they managed to dodge. It was quite a mess, and the orc realized what happens when too many creatures of different races are absorbed. The monster turned into an ugly mass of clay. He was losing his mind from the sheer number of stolen hearts. This creature attacked based on his own instincts and desires, and tried to get them out of his way like anomalies. The guy thought that the coming attacks wouldn't work with something this big and shouted Lilith. The succubus flew up into the sky and used the soul destruction skill. The attack hit the monster, which fell to the ground and screamed exhaustedly. Its many-faced mass began to seem to vaporize and melt. The orc was shocked that she had wiped out so many souls with only dark magic, and she would definitely lose control of herself if she lost her soul core. In a frenzy, the creature created many hands that reached for the succubus. But the orc couldn't let it grab the Lilith. He used Excalibur magic and sliced the many-faced creature in two, which collapsed to the ground. They still had a chance, for this creature had no skills or strategy and it didn't even control its power. No matter how strong it was still no different from a beast. Suddenly, something jumped out of the many-faced mass and a dark silhouette rushed straight up. At great speed, the dark-winged creature got close to the hero and pierced his shoulder. Gritting his teeth in pain, the hero jumped away from his foe, creating distance between them. The succubus ran up to the orc, worried about him, and the hero said it was not bad for such a creature. The creature was more like a human, and he felt much better now, for overeating was bad. The hero's intuition was warning him more and more that this creature was dangerous. Something inside was telling him to run away and not touch it. Even Lilith felt a shiver run through his body. A panic attack seized her and she exclaimed that it was over. Falling to her knees, she screamed that they could not defeat him and they must escape. Lilith had lost hope, for they were related by blood ties, so she realized how dangerous he was. His attack already showed that he had combat experience and was able to think soberly. The heroes didn't finish him off immediately, but only cut off some of his power a little, but it helped him regain control. He was an ancestor of the Lilith, and the orc could sense an aura from him that was unique to special beings. Apparently they were similar to him. They were toys of the gods, created solely to control those who upset the balance of the world. The creature thought the hero had managed to retain his consciousness by sealing his power, and the Lilith must be an outdated or modified version of it. The orc could not believe that he continued to encounter creatures that taunted him with important information. The orc had a proposition for him, for to be honest, he didn't want to kill him. The demon wanted them to destroy this fairy world. The orc didn't know how long the creature had lived, but the real world they had now was beautiful and it would be a shame to lose it. But that was the demon's wish, and he of course refused. Just as the orc felt lust and gluttony. He wished not to relegate this world to a nightmare, and he was what he was. For example, he wanted to hear Org's answer as to whether or not he could deal with his sex drive by simply masturbating. After all, there may have been other ways to satisfy that desire. The creature had to ask him whether Orc could control his lust by masturbating his entire life, and Orc refused. He didn't have to ask someone else to do what he could do himself. The creature believed that the Orc wouldn't be able to stop him. He was a great fighter, so he should have sensed the difference in strength between the two. The Orc agreed with him, for he now had full control over his strength, concentrated in a human-sized body. Even though he only had a third of the power he had before, he was 10 times stronger than before. Now the Orc was almost certain that they could not win. Lilith's ancestor stood right in front of the heroes and his strength was incredible. The guy had to make an effort just to stand, and Lilith thought about the fact that they couldn't win. The Orc prayed for miracles but decided not to count on them. In the multi-faced creature's opinion, they were very similar to the hero. Their design concept appeared to be the same, but the Orc didn't understand what he meant. Even a god could not create a perfect creature, and it was simply impossible. Thus, the god created a race that could absorb other species in hopes that one day it would reach perfection. However, the demon failed and was overpowered by the powers and hearts it absorbed. He assumed that the Orc had also. Guy didn't deny that orcs took the strengths of various species and passed them on to the next generation. But he wouldn't be able to contain all that power and would simply lose control and turn into a monster if he didn't seal his powers. The Orc assumed that they planned to let him go because they were evolutionary brothers. The demon decided not to use his leading hand to fight him and asked how the Orc would like that idea. The Orc would be very grateful to him, and yet this concession didn't make things much easier and he was still weaker than him. But before starting, the demon would like to give the hero some advice. They were the same type of monsters, so the demon asked him not to think the Orc could win as long as some of his powers were sealed. In an instant, the enemy disappeared and the Orc was shocked at how fast it moved. He moved so fast that the guy couldn't keep up with him and unlocked the first stage of his power. This was his trump card. Using the power of the first stage, he would be able to control a force comparable to the second stage for 8 seconds. But he would lose if he didn't finish this fight in 8 seconds. The demon was behind the Orc's back and pronounced that the guy was starting to unleash his power, and that was smart. Turning towards him, the Orc struck his enemy with his sword, but his arm was wearing scaled armor. Many attacks rained down on the enemy, but he repelled all of the Orc's blows with ease and speed. But as the guy thought, his technique was a little better. The enemy had been sleeping for centuries, if not even 1,000 years. His mastery of the sword most likely came from the swordmaster he had absorbed, and his skills had become obsolete. He knew nothing about the newest ways of wielding a sword, and that gave the orc a chance to win. The orc was surprised when the demon's leading hand blocked his strike, for he had not intended to use his leading hand. A mud hand emerged from the demon's black body and conjured a spell. There was a powerful explosion that threw the orc back. The hero was bleeding all over, but the demon knew he would survive. It was terribly fun for him, since none of his previous battles had lasted this long. The guy decided to ask his enemy if he was sure he wanted to let him live. The demon certainly wanted it and would want to stretch his pleasure. After that, he would most likely devour all the creatures he had devoured in this dream world before. Then he would once again become a disgusting beast that lived solely by his desires, and this was the only time he could enjoy battle as a true he. He waited for the orc to heal his wounds and suggested that they fight again so the guy would continue to entertain him. His 8 seconds had already passed and he would surely die if he stayed like this. The orc thought about opening the second stage and he would become a monster if he did so. But his physical strength would finally become on par with his, but he would lose his techniques and rational thinking, so he would be far from his level. Nevertheless, the hero needed to become stronger to defeat this creature. The hero asked Lilith to control him when he became a monster and save him. He knew that she was stronger than anyone or anything in this world. He decided to go after a small ray of hope and would pray for a miracle but would not count on it. The orc decided to let out everything he had without exception. The third stage was unlocked and the hero was overwhelmed by a terrifying dark power. The hero turned into a huge creature with fangs that was 10 times larger than the enemy. The demon frowned and decided that the orc was a complete idiot. He thought that the hero had realized what his mistake was and the power would only get in the way if he was unable to control it. The orc pointed his huge fist at the demon, but it was only a disappointment for the enemy, for the hero's intelligence and technique were just fine. The orc's fist collided with the enemy's magic shield, but he was able to break it with ease. The opponent flew aside, not realizing what had just happened. Lilith was concerned about the dear orc and tried to reach him, but all that was left of his rationality and all that was left of the real him, the orc could only watch from afar the monster he had turned into. The opponent was confused and did not understand how this was possible. After all, it was just a beast, incapable of rational thought and proper techniques. He was right and yet wrong, and in the orc's opinion, he would soon learn teleportation. With these thoughts, the huge beast struck his opponent, who immediately fell and broke the ground with himself. This creature was no longer a monster to the hero, but just an ordinary thing. This something was always nothing compared to the true him. The orc noticed that it was trying to regenerate again, but he could definitely tell that its strength was reduced by half every time it regenerated. This thing was trying to steal from him all the things he valued more than anything else in the world, and it condescended to look at him and treat him like a toy. The orc was determined to end it once and for all. The enemy was still alive after the hero had crushed it twice, and he just needed to break it again and again until it died. Each time receiving new blows, the demon kept saying that it was impossible. After all, in his opinion, strength was needed to maintain balance in this world, but it's a hell of a lot, and now the orc has become the one to tip the scales. The hero didn't stop and struck with renewed vigor. All the ground around him shattered, and everything began to shatter to pieces when the orc stopped. The last pieces of the demon were disappearing into thin air, and he thought that this was their farewell. He had to thank the orc for allowing him to meet his death as a human. The world he had created was completely destroyed, but that was no reason to celebrate. Now that the world was gone, the orc's monster would be released into the real world. The hero thought that this threat was much bigger than the ever-expanding dream world. Under the influence of the protective seals, the orc could not fight at full strength. But at this rate, he would destroy the entire world. The hero felt warmth spill over his body, and the rest of his consciousness slowly faded away. He doubted whether he should have used this power that the fairy had given him. He decided that he would not use this power, and probably the outcome of the battle would have been different if he had used it. But now was no longer the time, since he had awakened into an evolved orc and his sixth sense had sharpened and it was telling him not to use this power. The hero trusted his sixth sense, hoping that this would all be over. Thanks to the help of the black-winged demon king's Lilith, he could. The girl sobbed and told the orc time after time that she was sorry. After all, if she had been more helpful, he wouldn't have had to stop being a monster. The boy begged her to stop apologizing and help him. Lilith was the only one in the whole world who could help him. He was not afraid, for Lilith was like an older sister to him, and she was strong. Lilith wiped her tears and spread her wings and asked the orc to wait for her. As she flew upward, she headed straight for the monster in which the hero was. She was willing to do anything to destroy his fears, and the orc was ready to fulfill her last duty. The beast staggered. Thus the orc diluted thoughts of cruelty with more sober ones, and now it should be more vulnerable to magic. Lilith could now enter his mind, but the hero was already disappearing, and in all likelihood it was already the end. He pleaded desperately, Lilith, for her to help him. The girl managed to get into the orc's dream world, but that was only the beginning, and she had to get inside his head. But she couldn't control him while his powers were sealed. The orc hadn't unleashed his sealed power, and she wasn't sure if he could withstand something like this. Lilith's mind flashed to the possibility that she might die here, but immediately decided that her death was nothing compared to the fact that her dear orc would remain a monster. Finally, she found a nice orc. His body was shackled with chains that caused him a lot of pain. His body was breaking down and the orc was screaming in pain. These chains helped him hold himself back, and he restrained himself with them so that he wouldn't turn into a monster. He suffered greatly and Lilith felt sorry for him, for this had become the norm for him. She decided to awaken her chaos power and hugged the guy. The contact made the guy seem to hurt more and he screamed even more. Lilith was insanely hurt and hot, but she could still hold on. She was willing to take on all of the orc's flames and use mind control to dispel all of his worries. Even though she said so, she was still in a lot of pain, but the thought of how he was suffering made her continue. Like a beast, the enraged guy bit the girl's shoulder, but she was determined not to let go of the orc. She didn't understand where she got this feeling from. After all, she wanted to protect and help him. Right now, she was the only one in the whole world who could hug him.